This video has taken about a year to make, kind of, counting the concept. Although I really didn't start working on it until August, so I'm not sure if that counts. Growing up, I watched a lot of slop. Every decade has had their own brain rot. And it might just be me, but no era of YouTube really seemed to be as impactful as what a deleted Reddit user has called the silver era of YouTube. To a lot of people, when they think of old YouTube, they think of this. Gaming was on the rise, and somewhere along here, YouTube seriously started to grow and appeal to mainstream audiences. Everything felt unique, and anyone could have a platform to make whatever they wanted. Yes, anyone, including a certain Minecraft animation creator that I was a fan of. FuturisticHub was, or rather is, an animation channel and brand focusing on videos merging whatever the most popular fictional character is at the time, often in a Minecraft setting. It's content that's obviously marketed to a younger audience, and for that reason the brand became controversial. Just without beating around anyone's bush, there were several instances where there was Minecraft porn uploaded to YouTube.
It's not funny, come on now, that's gross.
Plenty of taboo, softcore, and even very explicit animations on a channel that was seemingly intended for children. When I mention the name FuturisticHub, the few average that know the name say, "Oh, is it those Minecraft videos?" But there's a lot more to that story, and that's the topic of this monstrosity of a feature. For whatever reason, there's not huge coverage on the channel. There's a few videos here and there, and even creators like Mark and Leafy here have talked about this person. Why there seems to be very limited coverage on the channel seems to be related with how criticism against it is taken. Simply put, criticism not welcome. To be clear, this documentary isn't about the FuturisticHub brand. It's about the man behind the mask, Brian Martin. A story that maybe if you're involved in the drama community you've heard, but most are unaware of. If you do know about FuturisticHub, then maybe you know about the previously mentioned risque animations or the edgy feet stuff. You might also believe that a woman runs the channel, named Holly Bone. But let me tell you that if everything you know about the FuturisticHub channel is from the channel itself, then you don't know the full story. I have spent months struggling to try and understand the entirety of Brian's history. And even then, it's to be debated if I actually did or not. Even writing an introduction to this motherfucker is exhausting for me. Still, I attempted. I spent quite a while researching his history, but much less than I would have without the obliging sources below. And with the help of a few friends, I've managed to create what I believe to be the most correct and most unbiased report on Brian Martin's history on the internet. This is the complete and chronological history of Brian Dennis Martin's controversial online history. This is FuturisticHub, the man in the mask.
My name is Brian Martin, of course you guys know who I am.
Brian Martin, aka FuturisticHub, aka LifeInATent, aka Vince from VideoGames.
Yo, let me just step right in. Fuck you, Zack. Little bitch, why don't you use your fucking new camera?
There's literally so many YouTubers that he's been stalking, threatening to shut down their YouTube channels. Like, this guy is a fucking con man, right? I've posted articles about this dude.
You're a liar and a con artist, still.
You know, false DMCAs, threatening people, false flags, etc. Not a good idea. In fact, really bad idea. In fact, really very stupid idea.
But then when someone calls you out in a video, you say freedom of speech to a certain extent is okay.
Next earthquake, I will say thumbs up for every earthquake. Why? Because I know y'all fucking hate it.
Then you make this freaking earthquake video. The earthquake, thumbs up. Wait, I didn't mean thumbs up. I meant thumbs up with rating.
Anyway, thumbs up this video for epic earthquake. And I'm not trying to make a joke of this. This is a pretty epic sized earthquake.
You are just a terrible human being. You don't make yourself likable to anybody. You are the most hypocritical piece of shit I've ever come across on YouTube.
Of course, I was extremely happy with this, so I made a video talking about my experiences with the psychotic madman. And if you've had any experience with Brian Martin, FuturisticHub, you know that he is a psychotic person who loves to throw tons of accusations and most of all tons of death threats.
It's a sexually oriented animation where the person self-inserted their persona and fucked Minecraft characters.
You deserve all this hate you are getting. You bring it upon yourself.
I have that con man, that stalker, that harasser blocked for a reason, because he does not leave me alone.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, what do? Lolita, yeah, I've definitely heard that.
This person asked if I had a girlfriend, how old does she have to be minimum? It just depends if she's well developed or not. Next question.
I feel like such a pedophile.
If you dish it out, you better be able to take it. That's all I'm gonna say.
But motherfucker, you threaten me? You threaten my personal business? Anything, I will fucking your fucking throat.
Girls here are hot. They're not just hot. They're young. They're really open-minded. They don't mind if you're over 20 years old. In fact, they really like that. Just see the age on those girls. I'm going to jail.
The girls are hot. I'm not saying the girls are ugly here in America, but they're just a little more exotic, a little more free-minded, a little bit more available. No. The age limits are a lot different.
By the way, his name isn't Futuristic Hub, his name is Brian Martin.
Alright. As much as we'd love to jump straight into the Minecraft porn, this is a chronological history, so first, a little history.
Born on August 29th, 1984, Brian Martin and his twin brother, Kevin, were born to Carolyn M. Martin and Keith Martin in... The twins also both have an older brother named David Martin. Both Brian and Kevin were born on the autism spectrum. Allegedly, the pair are well known in the area they live in for being loud-mouthed, tough guys who act the way they do due to poor self-esteem as children. Once the two had become teenagers, they both started to abuse steroids. Brian attended both high school and high school during this time.
Well, Brian will later go on to write a positive image of himself on his website. He was getting into a bit of trouble after he graduated from high school. In May of 2004, Brian received his certification to become a security guard under the Bureau of Security and Investigative Services in California, and proceeded to do some security gigs. His license wouldn't expire until January 31st, 2011. With Brian taking steroids, he was in pretty decent physical shape, so it seemed like the perfect career for him. However, his prospect would be cut short as in 2005, he was arrested. On July 8th, 2005, Brian would be arrested by LA County Sheriffs after he was caught trespassing at an unknown location. It's pretty ironic. He was working a job where he had to make sure no one was trespassing when he was arrested on the same charge. He was arrested and ended up in court the same day, where he pled guilty to one count of misdemeanor aggravated trespass, 602.5b. He would spend 3 days in jail with 1 year of probation, although he didn't have many incidents after that. Or did he?
As early as we can find, Brian first joined the internet world and YouTube as Martek the Superhero. There is a theory running around on Encyclopedia Dramatica that his idea was to be called Molesto the Superhero, but later changed it to Martek so people didn't suspect him as a sex offender. To be fair, these are the same guys who made photoshopped images of cocks around Brian's face on there, so maybe take that with a grain of salt. He's a superhero character, and there's art of him. Here he is. And
damn, dude, Brian's jacked. Fuck.
But there's a reason for that. See, back in the May of 2007, when Brian was Martek, he went to a bodybuilding steroid forum to talk about his tiny dickie and needed advice on getting a bigger penis. Martek also admitted to a slew of other embarrassing things.
Serious inquiry, folks. I need a larger dickie. No joke. Does anyone know what will work? And also, will it affect my cycle any? He's been tugging at my shirt for so long, asking why he has to be left out, and I never have an answer for him. Please help him appreciate some life. I appreciate your help, and my dickie appreciates it as well. I was born with freak genetics on everything but that part. Sadly, I think my spirit from before I got my brain as a human from God asked if I preferred muscles or a big dick. Maybe right now I should reconsider. God, you bastard. Why have you forsaken me? Free me! The Matrix has me. My left testicle moves in and about my lower waist on a track, and when I press on it hard enough, it pops down and shows up next to the right one. Although I have already undergone surgery for an undistended testicle, it sure is pretty sick knowing that I have a testicle on wheels. Wow. I watched the movie, this looks great. Yeah, I'm only 18 centimeters, I need more. Damn, this looks cool. You saved my life, dude. LOL. I've been shaving there for 2 years now. It's true. It did grow an inch, but damn it, 18 centimeters is just not cutting it. LOL. And no, I'm not slamming it in the door. Holy shit, I'm hurting just thinking about that. I have a smaller future wife. My fiancée is 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, and her feet are size 4.5. She's small. LOL. She tells me that if I get any bigger and longer, I'll kill her one day. I love my small girl, hee hee. She's so lovely. At 5 foot, 100 pounds, who couldn't resist? Not to mention blonde hair, blue eyes.
Now pause for a second. He does talk about a girl here. He was talking about a girl named
Sherry,
an ex-girlfriend. We thought he was talking about an underage girl, or possibly a girl named Chrissy. But we were wrong.
Sherry
Will be important later though, so do remember that she does exist. Anyway, Brian would also document his steroid usage on a separate journal thread, thanks to Relinquish, by the way, for posting this. And in December of the same year, Brian also had written a book centered around the Martek character. You can actually still buy the book. It has an Amazon listing. I am serious with you. There was a fucking sequel, which we didn't know. Thank you again, KiwiFarms, for posting this. You guys are fucking legends. This is beautiful. Wait a minute. That girl looks familiar. The books were promoted to one of Brian's websites, martekproductions.com, where he would push many things related to the Martek character.
Brian also had sponsors on the site, one being a teenager born as Rebecca Miller, but now known as Jeffrey Zane Miller. Jeff went under the username Avatar Katara and made fan music videos and edits. One of these videos was a video containing the phrase Martek equals love. Interesting title. At the time of the video, Jeff was barely 14 years old, and Brian was 23 years old. Some users have speculated that Brian and Jeff were dating, and some users have claimed that this was actually Brian's cousin. A fact that, if true, isn't public, by the way. Apparently there's this user, who we'll talk about at the end of this, who says that Brian admitted to him that Jeff is his cousin. Jeff once went by the name Trevor, which you can find on a Facebook page linking from the YouTube channel of Avatar Katara. The reason the user is a bit behind on information is because Jeff is actually Brian's cousin, and Jeff avoids Brian and Kevin. Jeff says, "Unfortunately, I do not know too much about him and what he's done. He's my cousin. I kind of avoid my cousins. They're not the best people." So, Jeff is actually Brian's cousin. Wait, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the book.
I bought the whole Martek book, and I didn't read the whole thing, but, you know, I did, like, kind of skim through it. I'm not gonna subject myself to the fucking torture of this thing. Let me tell you guys that this is fucking boring. This book sucks, dude. This book was boring. Nothing happens for like 6 chapters, and each chapter is like, what, 30 pages? So, what is that? It's like 120 pages. So 120 pages of this shit, dude. Fucking, and yeah, about that. Actually, chapter 6 starts on page 88, so it's like 50 pages less. But for almost 90 pages, which is 40%, by the way, of the whole fucking book, fucking nothing happens. So yeah, you're not missing out on anything. Alright, enough dicking around. I'm just gonna summarize this really quick. So in the prologue, there's this fucker named Mathazar. He's kind of like the Silver Surfer and, you know, God. And he creates these 2 dudes named Solaro and Lunaro, and they kind of just hang out, and then Mathazar gets old, and then he dies. But before he does, he creates 2 swords for the twins. And, you know, he tells them not to let the swords combine, because the world's gonna end or some shit like that, I don't know. Immediately after Mathazar dies, Solaro just tries to take the swords, and then he kills Lunaro. But before he dies, he sends his sword into a hidden realm that only someone with a pure heart can access. That's it, that's the prologue. You know, you're gonna need to remember those 3 guys, they kind of matter. Mathazar, not so much. I don't know, that might be the last time he's mentioned. I don't know, I don't think he fucking matters, honestly. And then in the first 4 chapters, fucking nothing happens. Just nothing happens. The main character is Martek. He goes to school. He gets bullied by some fag named Rod. You know, it's back up the books. A story about a normal teen boy who stumbles on one of two mythological swords once belonging to a powerful ancient god. The sword gives him superhuman abilities nothing ever experienced by anyone on the planet. What does that say? Oh. But danger rises when an evil god known as Solaro finds out of the last sword being found, which he wants for himself. Fuck. After waiting for centuries, Solaro now has the last sword in his grasp, but what does that say? I can't fucking read that. Can you guys read that? But it is a fight to the finish to make sure this last sword does not get into the wrong hands. If it does, it could mean the end of the world and perhaps the universe. There's our guy! There's our guy! There he is. But it's all happening on Martek's birthday, though, and he has a party and he invites his friends Druid, John, hold on, I gotta read the list for this. Druid, John, Kevin, nice, Robert, Steven, Jason, I don't fucking know, they don't fucking matter. In chapter 5, they play laser tag for a bit, and then Martek just randomly disappears, like, out of nowhere. He wakes up underneath the moon, and then, ooh, that means he's special, because in, like, what chapter was that? Chapter 6, right? Chapter 6. I don't know, guys, I don't know. So this is the one where he gets his powers and shit. So he wakes up underneath the moon, you know, and then he finds out he has powers, and then in chapter 7, he starts working on a costume. And he also gets the sword. Holy shit! He get the sword. That's only for the pure-hearted, because, you know, why would that not come up? There's also a love interest, this chick named Ashley, and I don't remember where she's at, you know. But she is described as, quote, a very pretty blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. She had a great heart and was the leader of the junior varsity cheer squad. You know, we're gonna start seeing that this guy has a type. And then in chapter 8, it's just a scene from Spider-Man when Tobey Maguire finds out he has his powers and then he can't control them, so everybody just thinks like, holy shit, you're so strong, you know, it's just that fucking scene. That's the whole chapter. The whole book is really just Brian having a power fantasy, but, I mean, you know, anything can happen in fantasy, right? Like having a 9-inch dick.
No, and dude, I got a 9-inch dick.
So anyway, later Solaro shows up, and I don't remember what page that was on. It's fucking somewhere. Yeah, wait. Yeah, it's this one actually. Yeah, right here. Oh shit, there you go. Okay. Yeah, Solaro shows up, and then he tells Martek he wants a sword, and then he's like, no. So they trade energy beams for like 2 turns, and then Solaro just kind of runs away like a pussy. And then a big ass fire happens out of nowhere, and then he saves everybody. Yay! I don't know. At this point, I just kind of gave up. Okay, James, back to you.
Around when he joined as Martek in 2006, Brian joined the internet with another website. Wanting to be an influencer of some sort, Brian owned the domain BrianDMartin.com and set out to become the CEO of 2 very successful companies and become a billionaire. At least that's what it says on his biography.
Brian graduated high school on June 18, 2002, with a 4.125 GPA. Although not valedictorian, he was among one of the top students in his class. He gave a speech to his fellow students on rehearsal and was known to be one of the most popular students at the school. Brian adopted the color black as his next favorite color because it went well with everything, and it matched his everyday getup at high school. Brian didn't dress like your normal smart straight-A student. He dressed entirely in black, with a black backwards cap and sunglasses. Everyone thought the look was cool until the Matrix decided to come out and steal the image. Regardless, it was always his image. In the 10th grade, he adopted his character, Martek. He made a novel that has yet to officially be released.
In January of 2004, Brian joined a financial group that acted as a bank, as well as gave out its own credit card.
The Global Express X card is designed to fit everyone and will allow for substantial savings over the established money transfer companies. Not only is it a money transfer super saver, but it is also so much more. We will not take advantage of the financial situation of our valued customers as many other remittance transfer companies do, and we will not heap outrageous fees for every transaction made. We will be offering completely free money transfers.
Both the bank and the X card were written to be beneficial to Brian's customers, to bring them out of the financial crisis at the time, but it destroyed the investments of his own customers. All of this was discussed on the now deleted forum, scam.com, and was strongly defended by Brian and his brother Kevin. He actually asked the users to delete the thread.
Delete, please.
Come on, guys. He said pretty please. Maybe we should stop. In 2009, Brian allegedly had created a radio show called The John Mays Show, in which he portrayed a personality called John Mays. And one of the fucking and one of the surviving recordings from the show had Brian and Angel Salgado promoting the Global Express Group.
You are listening to The John Mays Show, right here on Blog Talk Radio.
Hello everyone, this is John Mays. This is The John Mays Show. Coming at you right here from the West Coast, all the way to the East Coast of America. Yes, hello, this is The John Mays Show. You were on the air.
Well, how you doing? This is Angel Salgado.
Ah, Angel, how are you?
I'm doing great, and yourself?
I'm doing perfect, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all listeners, this is Mr. Angel Salgado. This is my guest speaker of the day. This is the CEO of Global Express Group Incorporated, and we just talked about it just a little bit. We are talking about the Pure Profit Program. Angel, great program is what I see so far. Absolutely wonderful. I just want to, you have a few questions. Again, now if there are listeners, I will go ahead and take calls when I'm ready. I will go ahead and open up the lines. Angel, let me ask you a question. What is Pure Profit?
Anyways, there were a shitload more projects like this, including MrCashGift.com, the Cash Gift University, the Cash Gifting Twins, and a couple more. Sometime in 2008, Brian and Kevin had a site called MrCashGift.com.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Brian. I just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about an honest review of the new cash gifting guide ebook or video course. Guys, I gotta tell you, it's incredible. I teach, similar things. I got my own little book too. It's not for sale, but it's for my team. It's exclusive for my team. I have some good stuff. Hey guys, I just want you to know that I'm involved in internet marketing. I've been in internet marketing for a lot of years now. I just recently got involved in a lower level program. It's called Pays Forever. Pretty awesome, you guys. Listen, instead of paying cash and stuff, you go ahead and if you have, all you need is a debit card, a PayPal account, or an Alert Pay, or whatever, and you guys can get $20 over and over and over again. It depends on how many signups you have and your referral list, and it's just incredible, guys. It's easy. You throw up your link, people go to your link, and if they like what they see, they'll sign in, join in. You get $20, and we're all happy. So that's a lower program right there, and I just got involved. Okay, so I got involved because someone else was involved, said it was doing very well. So I just got involved because it's going to make it fair for you guys. I'm the co-owner of CashGiftUniversity.com. It's a medium level area, so if you can't afford Cash Gift University, I would definitely like you to go to PaysForever.com. It's going to be the link there on the side. pays forever. Well, I guess that's about it for you guys. So 3 programs, you guys. The lowest program pays forever. The second program is cashgiftuniversity.com, and the other one is the one that I'm with, MrCashGift.com.
Welcome, and thank you for visiting the MrCashGift.com website. Right here at this very time, you're looking to do something online. Something that is going to change your life right here, right now. Well, let me show you something that's working for me and many others. There are no hidden fees or costs, and everything you know in this site will be just that. I break it down for you right off the bat on what works online and offline, and what 100% does not. In this program, under my wing, you will receive my duplication results, my secrets, not really secrets, but tips to success, and a whole lot more that you wouldn't get elsewhere.
The website was
allegedly
a scam. Brian later admitted to this in the debate with Blackbuster Critic.
There are trolls who are making shit up and stories up from a previous ED article. And what you're doing, you're talking about the whole cash scams. Listen, buddy, I got out of that a long time ago because I got scammed myself. But you don't know that. Other people don't know that.
That's
you know why?
irrelevant. You know why? Because you still presented the scam to your subscribers.
No, I didn't. No, where do you see that LifeInATent presented the cash scam to my
I saw the
fucking
video.
subscribers?
I saw the video.
What video?
Look, let me pull it up.
You mean the video that was uploaded in 2008?
The video of you telling subscribers, oh, you get $20 forever, you just sign up here, then you give your cash to me. You have a video up for your subscribers to send you money, you're going to hold the money, you're going to put it here, you're going to get cash for $20, you're going to be getting this, and then you can afford this car, oh, look at it inside of my car. Fuck.
Other people talk about the cash scamming thing, they keep on saying is scamming. I don't fucking do that anymore.
Oh, so you did it before?
No fucking shit. And it's not the whole scamming thing. I got out of it when I found out it was a scam and I lost $1,000. See, you guys don't fucking know me. And then after that, I went into depression, got into a mental fucking hospital, and lost my fucking girlfriend. Okay?
I'm sorry to hear all that, but that is very irrelevant to the situation.
But all of this pales into comparison to Brian's first real era, where he reached fame. And a lot of people don't know about Brian having another YouTube channel before FuturisticHub. But it's here. If you heard of Martek, somehow, you have definitely heard of LifeInATent.
In 2010, YouTube was a Wild West type of website. Nowadays, it's mostly ran by brands and companies. Back in the day, it was almost exclusively ran by creators either trying to make it big or just fucking around. Since it was mostly just users messing around and doing whatever, there was a lot of variety, but rant videos were also popular at the time. Rant videos were like what commentary videos are today, just a little less structured and formulaic.
My people, the douchebag known as LifeInATent has been dealt with. I castrated him, sodomized him, and circusized him over the internet.
I feel like high school should be treated the same way colleges are. If you don't want to fucking listen, then that's on you. But unfortunately, we're not like, unfortunately high school is essential to your career, so it's not like college where it's a choice. It's like if you don't do it, then you're fucked. And also, they are cooking the shit out of the dude who banned phones. I forgot, but most of the people who were like part of the bill or signed off on it, they are getting the shit cooked out of them on social media.
LifeInATent regularly uploaded rant videos and was ran by Brian. In these videos, he would give his thoughts on other YouTubers and drama in the community, or current events in general. He also made some odd videos.
Would I date a donut? Yeah, I probably would. And you're probably asking me why I would date a donut. 1, the donut doesn't talk back. 2, it doesn't nag left and right. 3, it's never gonna catch you if you're cheating. 4, you can it whenever the hell you want. This person asked if I had a girlfriend, how old does she have to be minimum? That it just depends if she's well developed or not. Next question. If I was gay, I would have sex with Johnny Depp. Yes, that's right, it's a no-brainer. Because he is just so damn sexy. That guy does not age. I mean, let's be honest. It was very sexy, Captain Jack Sparrow, don't you think?
And of course, all the girls want him. All the gay guys too. Now, thankfully, they didn't say who would be the catcher. But in this case of my mind being the straightness, I would fuck Johnny Depp really, really hard in the ass.
Oh, and quickly do me a favor and the shit out of this like button over here. And who's our Girl Scout for today? Bing bing! Oh, hello there, Rebecca Black. It looks like you just made our Girl Scout of the day, and it looks like we know what to do, don't we, campers? Here we go. We just pick you up right here, and woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Burn, bitch, burn!
Life in a tent is so goddamn hot, I swear I would do him if he were here right now. I swear I would just cover him in peanut butter and...
Yeah, be careful what you wish for.
This channel existed for Brian to upload skits and reaction videos. However, these videos were not popular by any means, so he turned to using clickbait as a method to fame. He often decorated thumbnails with content from viral videos, and where a clip from the video would be shown and then express his thoughts. This extended Brian's watch time as well as view count. He racked up hundreds of thousands of views with this method. Towards the channel's death, Brian had garnered nearly 13 million views.
Pretty good.
Around March of 2010, Brian applied to the YouTube Partner Program and was rejected. So, many of his fans and friends angrily flooded the support forums for YouTube staff to express their thoughts.
Alright, YouTube. 3,300 subs and 150k video views in 7 weeks, and denied a partnership for likely the best run channel on YouTube. How in the holy ucking hell can you deny a channel that has nothing breaching the rules? An amazing following of dedicated supporters, and unique content from two twin brothers. You have shit channels like Dawson Ray and Shay Carl, and What the Uck, and you deny a unique channel that takes a shit on all of them put together. Grow some balls, YouTube. You have a lot of people pissed off at you for this move, so you better rethink and force LifeInATent to be a partner soon, or boom, you burn to hell for being stupid, the terrorist.
Eventually, staff must have gotten so pissed that they caved. It actually let Brian into the program, monetizing the LifeInATent channel. However, in Brian's eyes, he still wasn't making enough views, so he put on his thinking cap, and he had an idea. We know YouTube, but do you know YouTube? It was a forum back in the day that offered purchases of bot accounts, which would send out views, subs, and likes. Brian, using his big brain, went to the site under the name Martek and asked for 10,000 bot accounts. Well, he fucking bought them, but remember that 1,000 bot accounts are $90. 90 times 10? It's $900. So just remember that number for later. This isn't a great approach because it's not a continuous growth. Sure, the bot accounts will watch, but what after? No real people are watching anymore. So what does Brian do now? What any logical person does, of course. More clickbait, and during this time, in December, his peers start to notice his clickbait, and they have some things to say.
So you're just talking about the video. You're not actually showing the video. Ah, okay, well I don't want to hear your opinion on the video. I was actually hoping to see the scary prank gone horribly real bad.
HappyCabbie, or Paul Garrett, was one of the first creators who criticized Brian, most often on the fact that Brian didn't show the whole video he talked about and used clickbait thumbnails. The two went back and forth for quite a while until Paul's channel was taken down. It was back online a few days later. After the channel was taken down, Brian messaged him about it, saying he was shocked that he was terminated. Of course, Brian would go to another YouTuber's comment section and brag that he was responsible for Paul's channel going down. Brian attempted to silence critics by spamming his own comment sections with random information with bot accounts. Therefore, viewers would have a harder time seeing the constructive comments because the bots had taken up so much more space. Brian also bitched with Brett Keane for a while, an early YouTuber who later would be outed for plagiarizing, false flagging, as well as abusing his wife. He's still active to this day. I'm not sure why it started, and videos between the two have been lost to time. The only thing that's left is Skype recordings between the two, where Brian threatened to murder Brett.
But you did. You said
it doesn't fucking matter. Do not fucking play games with me, okay? I don't deal with your fucking bullshit. I don't deal with your fucking drama. If you fucking get in my goddamn fucking business, I will end it.
There are also some chat logs that got recorded, but all of these are small compared to the next section. This is probably what started the internet's universal hatred of LifeInATent. On October 8th, 2010, a 14-year-old named Eric Douglace uploaded a video where he declared war against everyone who hated Justin Bieber. he made incredibly ridiculous threats to anyone who opposed him, such as threatening to hack anyone on the site who continued to ridicule him.
We're gonna get your IP, and I can get this information. We're gonna find out who you are, the users of the IP, where you live, and we're gonna get your photo, and we're gonna blast it on the internet, okay? All on our site. It will be full of Justin Bieber haters. We'll have your phone number, your address, all this stuff. And we can get, you'll probably be getting a lot of prank calls and stuff as well, and I'm sure that's the last thing you want, okay?
It got pretty popular. The rent community as a whole saw this as a threat to free speech, and Brian was one of the first people to respond to him. On October 10th, Brian uploaded his first video responding to him, where he said Eric should die.
He wants to put a website up, and these people are going to go to the website, all the haters of Justin Bieber, and they're going to say all these death threats, and he's going to catch their IP and throw them in jail and get in trouble, blah, blah, blah. Shut up. You can't do shit. Ever heard of the Data Protection Act? That's illegal, motherfucker, and you better fucking know that. And if you don't, you should. And I don't wish on very many people. But you, son, took the cake.
This isn't the only time Brian would make threats to the young teen. Many people recall Brian going too far, as he was threatening to physically assault Eric. Eric later replied to him on October 14th.
You know, I know who you are. I've looked up your criminal record, and I know your past. I know who you are, and I'm declaring war against you now.
On October 16th, YouTuber Outback Zack, now known simply as Zack James, and the real Brody Fox, replied to him. Unfortunately, the original video was never archived, and around this time, it looked like Brian and Zack were partnering up against Eric. But according to Zack, he was just trolling with Eric.
So back in this day of YouTube, it's pretty cringy days, right? And me and this one kid named Eric Douglace were just kind of fucking with each other, going back and forth, creating content off each other. And then LifeInATent Brian just kind of like came in and just kind of made himself part of the situation and was trying to like get us to go back and forth more with each other. So what was funny is he was nice, but he was already like coming in, and if I recall correctly, he was already coming in and trying to like manipulate us to get more content out of us or something. It was a really interesting situation.
Eric also published a video on his thoughts about violent video games, but it's not terribly important. What is important about that is Mr. Repsion made a response video to it. He's someone we'll talk about later. Finally, on October 20th, Eric published a video saying he would be suing both Brian and Zack. Brian responded to both videos about him, mostly with threats, go figure, but he also threatened to counter-sue against Eric. Zack also uploaded a response the same day, but unfortunately, it wasn't archived. On October 22nd, Brian hosted a Blog TV stream where he was, quote, hacked by Eric Douglace. The stream wasn't archived, but Brian did publish a video with Kevin on the morning of October 23rd after he got his account back. He says that he was hacked, and that some people believe it was really just for show.
I was stupid enough to not change my password because, yes, I was hacked 3 nights ago by a Trojan, about 52 of them, and I'm sure there were keyloggers involved in this hack. And currently right now I am still wondering what is it that Eric wants from me, or what is it that he is going to do.
The same day, Outback Zack's YouTube channel published a video called, quote, I hacked Outback Zack. On October 24th, Brian made a video explaining what happened, where he says that he had accidentally installed a keylogger from Eric Douglace that originated from an antivirus called Viper. Most people assumed he was lying. He also claimed that he won the war, and that he'd be contacting local authorities about the incident.
Yes, I did get hacked, but it wasn't like a major hack. It was more like a keylogger. For those of you who don't know what a keylogger is, it's basically some program that installs on your computer and logs all your keystrokes. You know, that's how they'll get your email and your passwords. I personally didn't even know that keyloggers could do anything like that. So approximately 2 to 3 days before the hack, I did have Trojans on my computer. I was told by a friend to download something called Viper. And yeah, it got rid of the viruses. But what I didn't do is change my passwords and emails. The reason for this is it was very late at night that I did my deep scan for the virus. And after I got rid of it, I was too tired and I went to sleep. I had to work the next day.
The same day, Eric's autistic friend, JaxFilms1, also known as Josh YouTuber, and Benjamin McGarry, uploaded a video talking about the events. He said that him and Eric have been getting comments asking the kids to kill themselves, and that's just too far. Kevin also got involved, but the only record of this is from Encyclopedia Dramatica, so take these quotes with a grain of salt.
Because he's telling the truth, you moron. I'm his twin brother, the guy to the side of him. I don't take shit lightly at all, and I'm a realism-seeking person. I saw the keylogger on his system, and not to mention, it once happened to me in my website. Also, your username is a hate username, which will likely be removed once YouTube is notified. I'm sick of jealous morons like you trying to seek a conspiracy on something that could so easily be done with a keylogger. Again, probability, which you have 0% credibility in. You don't know me, and you don't know him. The absolute only one that knows me is me, and him is him, plus me. Did you know I have a medical problem which may kill me by the age of 35 or 40? No, you didn't, did you? So guess what? You don't know a thing about anyone, nor have credibility to assume such. Freedom of speech only goes so far, but it most certainly does not go as far as labeling people. Do you get what I said? You jealous morons just annoy the hell out of me, and for me to be pulled into this really pisses me off to no other. When a hate video talks about money involved, it becomes a jealousy trait. Again, I'm a real scientist, and I know the pattern when I see it. Your pathetic attempt, a jealous trait found in the emotion of jealousy. The only credible source to this will be me, with the final word. You know what is awesome? Any publicity is good publicity. Ever heard of that? Even though you believe you're hurting LIAT, you're turning people to check the channel out. So guess what? Thanks for being a marketeer for the channel. Want a cookie for your efforts?
Alright, this is to all the haters of LIAT, LifeInATent channel, saying that, oh my god, he wasn't hacked. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna say a big old you to you. Alright? I'm his twin brother, and I am sick of this goddamn shit that's going on. Not to mention, people are going to my personal email, not just the YouTube PM, my personal email, and harassing the motherfucking shit out of me. Because this shit, I'm telling you right now, is 100% real, what I am saying. Keylogged, hacked, whatever it was, this shit happened, the shit was real, it's now affecting me, and you piece of shits out there are f***ing morons. You got this f***ing channel out there that's like life in a, I don't know what the f*** it is. You're fighting me, you think you know shit, you think you know him, you think you know me, but you don't. I mean, did you know that I have like medical conditions, huh? Inside my body? Like I said, you don't f***ing know shit. This whole thing is a conspiracy theory. It's like a damn church, okay? But I'm just telling you right now, I don't f***ing like people that spread their f***ing beliefs. I don't care if you believe in Allah, God, or even this whole LifeInATent bullshit that's going on right now. I don't fucking care. So I'm sick of hearing this shit. What you say is your own fucking opinion, and that is fucking that. You keep it to your fucking self, you say it, and you move on. Not like you make a whole bunch of fucking series and like, oh, let's put a channel out dedicated to this bullshit to try and start shit so that you can be known.
Brian continued to talk about the situation until Eric made another video. On November 1st of 2010, Eric published a video where he says that he's had the cops talking to him because of his behavior online, and he blames Brian for reporting him to the police. He also says that he's been abused by his father, and he'll be going to therapy for that, as well as for the comments he's been receiving online with Ben. Finally, he says that he'll be quitting YouTube if users who sent threats apologize to him. The same day, Brian posted a video seemingly celebrating the fact that Eric said he was caught by the FBI.
Oh, and Eric, I'm glad you got caught. I still want to hear the story on what actually happened. They shouldn't have let you go. Happy trails.
On November 20th, Eric posted an apology video that has unfortunately remained unarchived. From this point, the war would be over, and Eric Douglace would fade into obscurity. He did later post a video in December, but that's been deleted, and the only surviving copy is an edit by Martin from Trolls News.
You better watch out, get ready to cry. You'd better go hide, I'm telling you why. 'Cause Santa Claus will take you to hell.
Eric Douglas's final video was titled Farewell, which was, once again, lost to time. Based on descriptions, you can really only assume that it was a video where Eric revealed his truth. He was, in fact, a troll the whole time. He was not a Justin Bieber fan, he just did it for the lulz. He went on to Trolls News on Christmas Day of 2010, where he talked about him trolling the internet.
I chose Justin Bieber haters as my trolling target because, number one, Justin Bieber is he's a very hot topic of discussion. He's always, 90% of the time, he's on the front page of Twitter. Secondly, at the moment there is a plethora of Justin Bieber haters, and most of them if you look at the demographic, they're adolescents, and basically they're the ones who really, when you think about it, that they have a lot of power on YouTube. They control what videos are on the front page, and so on and so on. So I kind of knew that this whole thing would create a lot of controversy because I was trying to take advantage of that specific group of people. I knew they'd respond to the character I was portraying, and I knew they would respond to the message my character was trying to get across.
And I'm going to confess right now. My confession is going to be that over the past entire, I don't know what it was, a week, I don't know, that I've been doing this whole war thing, it was all a publicity stunt. Yeah, all the threats that you heard and everything like that, the videos. So anyway, if you don't believe that this whole thing was just, I mean, the thing is, I wanted the trolls out there, you would call them, the people out there, I was going to take away your rights for your DMCA, or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know. DCMA. Like I said, DCMA, DMCA. I know it's DMCA, but everything like that. Now my nose itches. Yeah. Booger. No. Anyway. So anyway, that I would take away your rights on the internet, the fair use and everything like that. You guys were all like, oh my god, he's doing this. So what happened was you played directly into what I thought you would do. And what that was you mirrored all the videos, okay? So my face was everywhere and everything like that. Now, because of this, people came to my channel and they decided to check me out. Now, some people didn't like it. Oh well, screw you. The thing is, you come to the channel and you see it. And you see what this channel really is. So over the years, you've seen blogs and websites about me that threaten people. Well, let me tell you something. Possibly that's true. It is. But the reason why I have not been convicted in court for this is simply because I have told the police each time, yes, I've been visited before, each time that it's a publicity stunt. And guess what? They leave. They don't care about publicity stunts. And over the years, it just became, that's it, second nature to the police. And that's what it is for this one too. Second nature. Anyway, the whole thing was a publicity stunt, and unlike Eric Douglace, yes, Eric Douglace, I don't know what he was doing, weird stuff. Eric Douglace does not provide you with life-saving information. I do.
After this, Eric's channel would be terminated for suspending community guidelines. A user named Werewolfy theorized that he later tried to return on another channel in 2011, but there's no proof that this happened. Eric's tale pretty much ends there. He's really only remembered for his epic win. But Ben, aka Jax Films 1, unfortunately has a bit more to be said. Sometime between March and September of 2012, Ben had made multiple bomb threats to landmarks and locations by phone across the United States, including Columbine High School and LAX International Airport in Los Angeles.
The threats would be forwarded to police in Northern Ireland, and in 2016, he appeared before Belfast courts.
In April, Ben would be charged with 23 counts of bomb threats, but was eventually spared jail. Instead, he would have 2 years of probation and have to complete 70 hours of community service. Because, quote, there was a low likelihood of him reoffending and that he did not present a threat of serious harm to the public, as well as that Ben is autistic, he was ultimately given softer repercussions. Some users on Encyclopedia Dramatica theorize that he has now transitioned, but no proof has been presented for that. Someone also started LARPing as Eric online a few years ago, and that may or may not be someone named Joshua Dufferina, but that's beside the point. After Eric's admittance, Brian sought another person to war with for profit and attention. At the time, YouTuber Boxxy, otherwise known as Katie Wayne, who was famous for being one of the first, quote, e-girls, as well as starting a war on 4chan that ultimately led to its temporary shutdown, just started a new account on YouTube called A New Hope. Brian
allegedly
decided to make up a rumor about Boxxy's new account being fake. According to Brian, he knew the real Katie, and she said a year prior that she wouldn't ever come back to the internet after the 4chan war. Nobody believed his lie, and he actually started receiving death threats because of the video, leading to a worsened reputation.
The reason why I took down the video. The video went up and it caused quite a stir here on YouTube, and I actually didn't want that. I wanted to make a video to report in the campfire, to talk to the campers, and to hang out and have fun. Yes, a little drama is okay along the way, but a lot of you guys started pulling up these ridiculous threats that was doing nothing but pissing me the hell off. And I'm not talking about threats like, oh, LifeInATent, you're a faggot. LIAT's a fag.
go bone your mom. No, that's not the type of shit that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real shit here. The type that says that I'm gonna fucking kill you. Or the type that says I'm gonna shoot you. Or I'm gonna find out where you live and fucking kill you. That shit right there pisses me the fuck off.
Apparently, LifeInATent is getting plenty of death threats from 4chan. In his video, entitled New Boxxy is Fake, he obviously claims that New Boxxy, account A New Hoppy, is fake, because apparently he talked with Boxxy once before, about a year ago, and she said that she won't come back, and anyone who would claim that she is Boxxy is just fake. I don't think that counts, because about a year ago I said that I won't be awesome, and if I would be, I'm fake, and look at me now, yeah, right. Further proof were messages from A New Hoppy, where she supposedly admitted that she is a fake, and CopperCap convinced her to make this video. Of course, if you say something like this about a person who is named to be a Queen of B, which was called the Internet Hate Machine, there is a big chance that what will you get is hate and death threats. Now there are numerous videos which are saying that LifeInATent is full of shit, showing how easy it is to fake receiving a message from someone, and other arguments showing that what LifeInATent says might not be true.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys a little story here. It all started when I went ahead and uploaded this Boxxy video, and I said that it was real, and she was sending me messages. A lot of you guys believed it, and I'm really sorry that you guys actually believed that, and I really am sorry about that. But this week, all I wanted to do was just troll once. Just troll once with CopperCab. That's it. Okay? Because CopperCab's a friend of mine, and I just wanted to troll. That's the truth. Just a troll, and that's it.
Seeing all of this, the troll group Alliance of Demons, who was around from early YouTube, became probably one of Brian's biggest enemies after Brian started mass flagging their videos. Ones that called him out for having too much computer time. When they researched Brian, they found all of his past deeds, like his era of cash scams, Allen board posts, and usage of bots. And so they talked about their findings, like any good scientists do. Brian tried to silence the press, but it didn't turn out the way he hoped, since this video is on the internet now. Had it not been for the Alliance of Demons, a lot of information before LifeInATent probably wouldn't have been around anymore. So thanks, but it gets worse. Much worse. Because the next event we talk about is probably the best documented event of Brian's past ever on the internet. On March 11, 2011, a devastating earthquake hit Japan's east coast in the Tohoku region that was so large in scale that it caused a tsunami. Approximately 20,000 souls were lost. 2,553 were reported missing. Nearly 500,000 people were forced to evacuate. And Brian made a fucking video on it.
Hey, what's happening, campers? Alright, check this out. Japan, I mean, yes, you've got the technology, but I would never, ever want to live in your country. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because you got earthquakes, okay? That's why.
Hoping to be the first to report, Brian uploaded a video titled Japan 8.8 Quake the same day. Brian reported on the incident and closed out the video by saying the viewers should, quote, thumbs up for epic earthquake.
Cannot believe it. Anyway, thumbs up this video for epic earthquake. And I'm not trying to make a joke of this. This is a pretty epic sized earthquake. It's a 8.8.
If there was a moment where Brian universally became the most hated YouTuber ever, this would be it. This didn't sit well with the community. People made video after video making fun and criticizing Brian for his exploitative behavior. Seriously, everybody hopped on this train.
You deserve all this hate you are getting. You bring it upon yourself. Get the fuck off the internet before you hurt yourself or hurt someone else or cry more. Put your damn shoe on your head again. That was hilarious. You are just a terrible human being!
Fellow YouTuber Blackbuster Critic, aka Jamin Williams, challenged Brian to a debate, in which Brian generally looked poor in his defenses. Public opinion starts to shift on Brian, and his past becomes more documentable. Pages about him are created on sites like Encyclopedia Dramatica, Rational Wiki, and KiwiFarms. In 2011, a page was created on Facebook titled, quote, Life Ends in a Tent, and made to spread awareness about Brian and his past, as well as mock him Originally, the fan page was only for people against LifeInATent by posting screenshots, links to exposing LifeInATent videos, reopenings of LifeInATent channels, and more. LifeInATent was lured into this page by accident. Discovering all the information regarding himself could ruin his reputation. He slandered the moderators and fans of the page, but always ended up butthurt after each failed attempt. One of the most notable fails was on June 16th, where he got so pissed to the point he was commenting random and disturbing words. In response, he began slandering and mass reporting the moderators and admins of the page. Because of this, on June 22nd, 2011, LifeInATent was terminated, along with the accounts of the moderators by false reports made by Brian himself after failing to influence the page. On March 17th, 2012, he announced on Facebook his final farewells to the internets and spoke how he was trolling and won everything. In April 2011, LifeInATent was terminated from YouTube due to multiple severe violations of YouTube's policies. However, the last available snapshot of the homepage on the Wayback Machine is dated for April 8th, 2011, and that was the end of LifeInATent. Until MeganLeeHeart helped him out a bit.
Chrissy Barmore, also known as MeganLeeHeart, was one of, if not the most prolific reply girls in YouTube's heyday. Reply girls are a type of YouTube user who would often exploit the video platform's algorithm by using suggestive thumbnails for videos, thereby earning them many views. Really, they just use a lot of clickbait. The best modern example would be users like Sniper Wolf, where there's a crazy thumbnail and title, but nothing in the video is actually of no originality. She created her first channel, Chrissy for Dictator 1, on January 10th, 2010. Ooh, just short. None of her videos were ever archived, so it's unknown what she uploaded, but it's not entirely relevant. She found LifeInATent through bot advertisements that Brian was paying for, and she checked out his channel. She became a fan of LifeInATent by March and started talking with Brian on the website through DMs. She even joined a group dedicated to him, which was of course managed by him. She was also part of the messages to YouTube support that were asking for LIAT to be led into partnership in March of that year. By the end of 2010, Chrissy and Brian were officially dating. She ended up going to visit him all the way from her hometown in Georgia to California. When she arrived, Brian asked her to stay, and she simply never went back home. Chrissy also started appearing in LifeInATent videos.
I had moved in with Brian, I think I left that same year. I left home. It was still in 2010. And I had went to California to visit him. And then when I got over there and stayed a little while, he just asked me to stay.
On April 26, 2011, she created her next YouTube channel, Viral Chick, but nothing really happened here. She would later deny owning it. She created her first Megan branded account on May 18th, 2011, MeganLeeHeart. Chrissy often uploaded response or react videos to many other videos by popular YouTube channels, such as Epic Mealtime, Yo Mama, College Humor, Machinima, etc., usually several times a day. All of her videos contained misleading thumbnails, which violated YouTube's policy, but yet her channel remained. Most of her reply videos would later start appearing on the channel Megan Speaks, which she created on August 9th, 2011. It didn't take very long for Megan to get herself into trouble. See, online, Chrissy and Brian seemed to share some personality traits. They were both known for being internet tough guys. If anyone dared throw criticism of Megan her way, she would respond back with completely worse messages. Megan claimed to be the first reply girl of YouTube, despite traces of the cliche existing far before she started. She believed so strongly in her claim that she actually attempted to deplatform other reply girls, or anyone who said otherwise. And this is where Brian comes in. Now, before I go any further, I do need to spoil the next hour for a bit. Sorry, bad luck. Turns out what most of MeganLeeHeart said wasn't actually said by Chrissy. And the reason why I need to say this right now is because over the next hour, you might have a very strong opinion on someone who, at the end, could be completely oblivious. So for now, Megan is a persona, an account, and Chrissy is the actual person, and I'm going to refer to them separately. I'm not going to spoil who the ghost actually is, you're just going to have to wait for that. On July 2nd, 2011, a Colombian college student from Montreal named Alejandra Gaitan created a YouTube channel simply known as The Reply Girl Reviews. She would later go on to create a more successful channel in the same month called The Reply Girl. It was the exact type of content you would expect to see on MeganLeeHeart's channel. reply videos. Nothing really new or unique, just commentary. A specific trick that Alejandra and similar creators used was copying the tags of the videos they were replying to, and repeat the process. It sounds fairly simple, but YouTube wanted to recommend videos close to what viewers had just watched, and this happened with the help of tags. So if someone wanted to watch a viral video, Alejandra's reply would appear in the sidebar, without fail. Brian also claimed in a Skype call with HappyCabbie that Chrissy and Alejandra were even friends at one point. Sometime in July of 2011, the two allegedly had a falling out. Alejandra had presumably been making negative comments about Megan, and she replied.
Just to answer your question, I guess the only thing I was a little, irritated in is because the only reason why I guess I'm so not close to Alejandra, but I do know of her, is because Megan's channel inspired her to make a channel. They were, sort of friends in the past before all this drama. And she's friends with Ted, who's Reaction Response King. And they're all three are in a circle, a small circle. So that's kind of how I know her anyhow, for the most part. And that's kind of how I have a pre-connection, I guess you can say, with her. Just because of the fact that they used to get along. Megan and Alejandra used to get along. But they might still get along as long as all the drama's passed.
From that point on, the MeganLeeHeart and Megan Speaks YouTube channels would start leaving negative comments on Alejandra's videos, but mostly when they started to gain traction. This attracted Paul, aka HappyCabbie, and he got a Skype call organized on August 4th with Brian to ask him to leave Alejandra alone. Brian also reveals here that Kevin had made lewd comments towards Alejandra. The two agreed that Brian and Chrissy would leave Alejandra alone, but this promise was later broken. On September 10th, 2011, Jack Lou, also known as Super Smash 43 and T-Rex Atheist, uploaded a video detailing a conversation from the same day he had with Brian on Skype. That said, he was thinking about creating an attack on Alejandra. The same month, someone started a thread accusing Megan of being a criminal. On October 1st, the MeganLeeHeart music account sent a message to Paul Garrett in YouTube DMs.
Hi, I'm going to send you a message and then I will tell you exactly what I am doing. Until then, please do not block me. I'm writing it to you now. I don't want to comment anymore because it's too much drama. Thanks. What I am currently doing right now. HappyCabbie. What I am doing right now on this matter is I have contacted the network and explained to them how I am the victim here. I don't see where my post on Facebook is any of your concern to make public lies about me in videos. You sit there and tell people I threatened people and that I owned other accounts, and I did not at all. Chrissy for Dictator 1 was my first ever YouTube account before I moved to these ones. I'm sending you the link here, and that shows my comments on her Facebook. Now I know for a fact because of this, Brian is going to act very fast on it, and I will say that you are starting drama all over again that isn't needed. I will also say that nothing I said was on YouTube. So you took a personal Facebook issue and posted it to YouTube, and it wasn't even a big deal of what I said. So with that said, what I'm doing is that I am personally going to complain to the network about your video as bullying and harassment. I see you can't be flagged, so it can't be flagged as bullying and harassment, because it is clear I have not threatened or harassed anyone on YouTube. If you do make any more videos about me, I will press the network to take action on you. I am not looking for a fight, but if you want to play some hardball, then we can. My deal with the one you are defending was kept on Facebook, which is a private issue. She copied 2 video topics. She does video reviews. Okay, fine. But 2 times I did a vlog about topics that have no videos and she turns around and copies me. That is not acceptable, and that is why I do not like her and never will. Nothing will change my mind, and if I want to continue telling her to stop doing my personal topics, I have a right to do so. Here are examples of latest in the links below. I never said there was a video. It was my Megan Speaks show, which I speak about things that are on my mind, and all of a sudden it is copied an hour later. I do not appreciate it at all, and I will not sit here and watch her copy my topics, especially if it wasn't a viral review. That is to me harassment. If she doesn't leave my topics alone, then it will get worse. I will continue to tell her to stop, and there is not a thing you can do. What you should be worried about is Brian, who will do a lot more. You are pissing off the wrong crowd for no reason, and I guarantee you he will do something about this video you uploaded about me. You should probably leave me alone in videos, and it's my business who I want to dislike, especially on Facebook. If you make another video about me, This is what I promise. I promise I will have Brian talk to his attorney, whom will contact Machinima and have you off the network. I will then go ahead and talk to your network by myself and ensure you stop bullying me. I see you are trying to make a bad name for me just because I'm getting a lot of subscribers and I am seemingly better than your friend with videos. That is going to be addressed too, that you are friends with the one I personally have a problem with and you are purposely making videos about me which are not true. I'm going to do something about this and it is none of your business or anyone's who I choose to dislike. I kept it off YouTube so there isn't a thing anyone can do, but you uploaded a video and make private matters public. So yes, I will take action. Reply to me, but I am being very serious when I say this. But you better not harass me and bully me on this website ever again. One more video and I will complain.
Before the message was sent, Megan had a spat with Alejandra once again, this time over video topics. Alejandra had allegedly copied video ideas that Megan had for vlogs, and Megan commented on this on Facebook. After this, Paul reported on the situation with a YouTube video that's now been deleted. Here, Paul accused Megan of bullying and harassment, as well as owning other accounts and threats. Megan once again says that she will be complaining to her network. But Paul is really only interested in squashing the beef between Alejandra and Megan. Megan was very obviously upset, and Brian stepped in right after to tweet and tell Paul that he had been reported to Machinima for his behavior, a network that they were both partnered with at the time.
At HappyCabbie. Hope you know you were just reported to the network. She has a right to tell Reply Bitch, not to copy her personal vlogs. Megan will be emailing your network and hers with proof your claims are lies. I've sent a twit pic so you can't deny it. You're a dead man when I get a hold of you. Megan doesn't do shit. I was the one that posted on her Facebook, you dumb fat fuck.
That last tweet is important, as it's only more evidence to a claim we'll make later. Megan reiterated that she would not be ignoring Alejandra, and Paul really shouldn't be making videos about their beef. On October 2nd, Paul posted 2 threads to his WordPress site about Megan. He also posted a video on his YouTube channel asking creators to visit Megan's channel, pick out a video subject from there, and reply to the same video.
But nevertheless, this here is your mission for the day. If MeganLeeHeart considers it harassment when you do a video of the same subject that she's doing a video about, then guess what your video project of today is? That's right! We're all going to go to MeganLeeHeart's channel. We're going to find a video on a subject, and then we're going to upload our own videos on the subject.
He was obviously very excited.
We're going to have some fun today. You're going to have some fun today.
The next day on October 3rd, the Megan Hart music account sent a slew of different messages to Alejandra on YouTube, letting Alejandra know that Brian wouldn't stop harassment unless Paul stopped talking about Megan on YouTube. At this point, Alejandra was lost, so she contacted Paul once again. Megan and Paul got into contact and started working on a truce, but not before Chrissy, Brian, and Kevin created a parody video of Paul relating to the situation.
Well, I'm a fat guy on the internet, and I like to bully little girls online. Would you like to ride in my cab, little girl?
Truly comedy gold. By October 4th, the two had come to a truce. Chrissy, as well as Brian and Kevin, would cease all contact with Alejandra, and Paul would take down his video where he accused Chrissy of being a bully. And so, here ends the drama with Chrissy and Alejandra. Chrissy had another brief stint with Alejandra after accusing her of harassing her in YouTube's help forums in December. But that didn't really go anywhere. Sometime in 2013, Alejandra would make every video she ever published on YouTube private, and change all of the channel's descriptions to read, "The Pursuit of Happiness." Nowadays, she's pursuing acting and traveling, and hopefully lives drama-free. What's interesting above all of this is in a private conversation, Chrissy doesn't even remember talking to Alejandra. Hey, I just gotta clear something up. Alejandra, the reply girl, when did you two actually first start talking? Where Chrissy said, I don't think that I have ever really talked to her. In November of the same year, HappyCabbie published a video explaining that Laura Tickled had been mass reported for spam. Laura Tickled, also known as Laura Defined, Laura Sparkling, Laura's Therapy, Laura Plushie, Laura Blissful, Laura Charming, Laura Captures, Laura Capturing, Laura Winning, or just Laura O'Donnell, was one of the biggest reply girls alongside Alejandra and Megan. She had also been active on YouTube since at least 2007. In the video, Paul explains that an account called I Laughed at You had been reporting videos from Laura, which probably went on until the end of her career online. A video later uploaded by Chicken Doodle Sauce explained that the owner of this account was actually Brian. This is evident through one of the videos I Laughed at You posted, which showed a screenshot on one of Megan's videos that had a note underneath saying that the video was public, which is something only an account controller can see. An anonymous answers post also confirms that Megan and Laura did not get along. In the same period, Brian also created a thread on the YouTube support forums about Laura. Unfortunately, in April of 2012, Laura would seemingly disappear off the face of the internet and never return. Although a new persona would rise from the ashes. Candy K, also known as Barbie Doll Goddess and Snapchat Storyteller, who is a real jack of all trades but primarily a mukbang content creator. However, her interactions with Brian and Megan end here. Besides Alejandra and Laura, Megan regularly beefed with many other content creators on YouTube, but mostly just reply girls. The MeganLeeHeart accounts on YouTube often seriously threatened and intimidated competition. The account's poster really was above no standard. However, it's not like her competition was nothing. The MeganLeeHeart brand had to deal with some serious problems, as around the beginning of 2012, reply girls started to become known all across the site. Names like Laura Define, Jessie Candy, Girls Just Want to Reply, and Hey Lovely started to appear more frequently as they abused the system. On February 23, 2012, HappyCabbie posted to his blog explaining that Megan had taken it upon herself to threaten a user for copying her tags, when she is guilty of doing the exact same. In actuality, the user had just reviewed the same video that she did.
Do not copy my description. It is rude and disrespectful. If you ever try me, bitch, I will make sure you in cold fucking blood. I know where you and your family live. I'm not fucking kidding. You don't see me fucking with you in your life, so don't fuck with mine. If I ever see you do this again, I will have you hacked. Bitch, you do not question me. It is rude. If I want to make money on this site, I don't give a shit. I will crush you and any other sluts in my way. I have connections with people who can find your IP, hack you, and even you if we wanted. So close your channel and we might go easy on you, bitch.
In February of that year, many creators started to express their disdain on reply girls. Psychic Pebbles, Ellen Rose, and Stephen Williams were only few of the crowd who were upset. Frugina Erido, who's been following Brian and Chrissy for years now, also commented on Replygate here. Even off-site, the scandal was going viral. On the official Yogscast forums, Lewis Brindley of the group made a post saying that reply girls were harmful to their videos, as it was a loss in views for the group. The specific problem with reply girls was that they would often create responses to popular videos, copy the tags, and then be listed in similar videos. Many people saw this as unfair considering the videos that they were replying to often took a long time to create, versus the replies only took a few minutes, and still managed to get a fair amount of views while also profiting monetarily. Of course, Megan would be lumped in with all the other reply girls and did not take well to the criticism. She didn't respond well to any of the videos about her, but a video uploaded by a user named Joe, also known as the Michigan Beer Drinker, is a bit more important than others.
But anyway, this goes out to Megan Speaks, the reply girl, whoever the fuck is making these videos. I'm sorry, when I click on a video and I want to see maybe, some related videos that have something to do with Minecraft or something else, and all I see is your tits or your Photoshop enhanced tits over here on the freaking the side for related videos, it annoys the fuck out of me.
After Joe posted his video about Megan, he included a thumbnail that Megan had used in one of her own videos, and captioned with, "You suck." Eventually this got back to Megan, so she turned to a friend at Machinima, Ricardo Mendoza, who said that he would strike Joe's video for using her likeness.
But the problem is, a YouTuber this past week, Joe, made a video criticizing Megan, and in his thumbnail included a picture of Megan, right? Mm-hmm. So what happened the next day is, Machinima filed copyright infringement
because they used the picture?
Because he used the picture of Megan in that thumbnail. However, if you go to Megan's YouTube and you see her thumbnails, she has like Brad Pitt, the Batmobile. She has like all these, copyrighted images. So basically they're being hypocritical and breaking the rules by doing that.
A few days later, Ricardo reached out to Joe and told him that the video had been struck because of the thumbnail. Joe changed it, and Ricardo retracted the claim. HappyCabbie, however, was not pleased with Machinima's abuse of the system, and made a video about it, where he said that he wished to no longer be associated with Machinima. Only a month after, in March, did Megan also lose her partnership with Machinima as well, which was allegedly due to HappyCabbie's influence. She even talked with Chris O'Neill about it. The same month, the Daily Dot published an article by Frigina which revealed that Brian had purchased bot views to send out to users, using Kevin's email address. The proof is in a PayPal receipt that was provided by an employee of the company who sold the views. He spent nearly $1,000 on the gay ops, which supposedly ended up going to a group named Dire Boris, who later had their account terminated after suspicious activity. Brian had bought the views after the duo made a video about reply girls. At least that's what the theory is. Boris later tweeted to a YouTube manager named Bing Chen about the debacle, and said, quote, "Please fix the view bot issue, it's used for framing." Dyer and Boris later revealed that Megan had sent multiple messages the day they got terminated. Things like, "I know you're getting terminated today. How do you feel?" Someone named Lee, who was supposedly MeganLeeHeart's manager, denied the accusations and said that Dyer Boris was actually trying to shift blame to Megan. Lee also said that the two had threatened to expose documents about Megan in private messages, but they didn't save them. Megan also allegedly claimed the same thing in a video, but it was never archived. Megan also reached out to William Hyde, aka the Will of DC, declaring that she had proof the two had been botting, and that one of them was a YouTuber known as FPS Russia, aka Dimitri, who was LARPing. Of course, there was no proof of this, and Dimitri even tweeted about it. Alejandra also made a video claiming that Megan had botted Dyer Boris, but it was made private shortly after. It's worth also adding that the same day, Alejandra posted a video showcasing some of the threats that had been made to her by Brian and Megan. I'll just show some of those right now. Allegedly, Brian also used botting to frame the Yogscast and HappyCabbie, but this isn't confirmed. Unfortunately, Dyer Boris gave up on trying to get the channel back, but Boris would later go on to start another channel, Boris Respawn. Amid the other controversies, Brian stepped in on his Twitter account to defend Megan online. He took it upon himself to threaten critics of Megan, and told them to meet him at VidCon. Allegedly, Hank Green even commented on the situation, but we couldn't find anything about that. In May of 2012, Megan also allegedly posted on 4chan, but this might be some sort of gay ops. There really isn't anything important here, it's just kind of funny that the reply girl is on 4chan. The same month, Vice published a video interviewing Alejandra and her life as a reply girl. They also showed some controversial comments from Megan. Sometime in 2013, the video would be taken down, along with any references to by Vice. Additionally, in the comments, spam comments were left by the Time with Megan account, as well as Mr. Internetable, an alt account by Brian, which we'll get into later. The video had also been flooded with spam comments from various alts and sock puppet accounts from Brian, like Martek Majestic and Tell Me Internet. Oh, look at this is familiar. In December of 2012, Ellen Rose, also known as Ickle Nelly Rose, had commented on Megan once again on her blog, alongside a video on her YouTube channel. While the video nor the blog directly mentions Megan, it features striking resemblances in behavior, as well as images featuring comments made in Megan's name and Brian's. Ellen explained that she had been getting comments from the two on her channel and continued harassment, even after all the reply girl drama back from 9 months prior. As far as we know of, though, the comments ended here. On March 4th, 2013, Brian announced on his Facebook that he would be getting married to Chrissy on April 19th, 2013. However, Brian would later say he was calling off the wedding on his Facebook. But the two did in fact get married
on April 19th, 2013.
I hear they went to Brazil for their honeymoon. Okay, back in January of 2012, Brian and Chrissy became aware of the Megan Speaks page on Encyclopedia Dramatica, which was not very nice, its critiques. An account on the site named Expose You All came along and started making edits to Megan's page, which were obviously very biased and in favor of Megan. Most people assumed it was just a sock account from Brian. Well, in August of 2013, Chrissy uploaded a video speaking on a supposed 40-year-old Australian stalker that she had for around 2 years. He also had allegedly been stalking teenage girls on the internet. In the same video, Chrissy says that the stalker had even gone as far as to say she was married, and she did not take kindly to rumors being made up about her. It makes sense when we remember that the wedding announcement from Brian was made on his private Facebook account. More than likely what happened is this user, or others, commented on her engagement after it had been leaked, and Brian and Megan scrambled to hide it, allegedly. While it could be made up, the stalker did have an actual identity. Only a few weeks later did the Time with Megan YouTube channel upload a video revealing that the situation was over, and a post was made to her Facebook account. The post was accompanied with a name, Benos, also known as Joe Somebody 01 or Ben from Australia. Benos is also Lazarus on Encyclopedia Dramatica, which is evident through certain sections of Megan's page on the site, as well as his own page. So the stalking may just be Benos teaching a lesson to Megan. Strangely, in another conversation, Chrissy doesn't even remember having a stalker.
My stalker?
You had a stalker like 10 years ago that you were putting up on Facebook.
Oh, it was... Oh my god. Like, the stalker thing was online trolls that Brian would be posting about.
Okay. As in, like, what? These accounts were talking to you and it was really Brian the whole time?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that I in particular, like, I could be wrong because I'm not involved in, like, the conversations of these things, but I think that these were people that I suspect that Brian was maybe threatening and things like that. And then I think these were probably
under your
my
name.
Yeah, under my name, my channel and things like that. And I think that these are people that he kind of connected the dots that were probably posted on, like, Encyclopedia Dramatica and things like that. And then I remember he told me to, like, make a video addressing the stalker and stuff like that. And I still don't know who exactly the people are or if they were real.
I got you. Because for a second I was confused of, like, how could that work? Because you actually, like, one of the videos, it was you talking, but that makes sense.
Yeah, he kind of just told me, like, everything to say and stuff and was like, hey, you know, like, these people are posting stuff about you online and it's not true. But, like, to be honest with you, I think it's just people that he pissed off online under my name. And then maybe they were posting stuff or things like that. But no, the only stalker I've ever had, like a legit stalker of mine, has been Brian Martin.
Right after the stalker debacle, Megan uploaded a video stating that she would be switching YouTube networks, since hers, Creator Republic, had dissolved. She also said she'd be looking into networks outside of the United States, and she'd be back to regular uploads soon. But the day for more uploads never came. Her Facebook account pretty much died here too, and any Megan-related accounts became memorials for a time. Many videos on the Megan-related accounts would become private sometime in 2015. But why did the Megan brand never return? It's likely due to a channel owned by her husband becoming very popular at the time, but we'll get to that later. But for all intents and purposes, MeganLeeHeart stopped posting online on August 19th, 2013. Chrissy decided to pursue cosmetology for a bit in her life and abandoned YouTube entirely. Her and Brian later got divorced in 2019, and it was pretty messy. Chrissy even claimed that Brian was stalking her. Many users believe that Chrissy's accounts online have all this time been actually manipulated by Brian, which, based on the evidence that's come forward, that's not an unreasonable claim to make. One of the most damning pieces of evidence is actually a screenshot from when I tried to reach out to Chrissy for an interview.
Just leave him alone. He's not doing anything wrong right now. You people need to stop. Everything anyone is saying or wants to say just makes it worse, because you're all lying. He's not even a bad person. You all are the ones making him look bad with the bullshit you make up. Leave us all alone. We aren't into that bullshit. Thanks. Everyone knows where you live. You wanna threaten us, we will fucking go to your house and take you out. Don't think you are going to fuck with us, you little bitch. You stupid KF little cunt. Just a warning. If you don't leave this entire family alone, we will you. And don't fucking think we are joking. Stick to your own life before you lose it. You will get it. California. And you even dare to push any of us around, you mentally retarded, they, them, fucktard. You will be any defamatory statements in your film. You try and stop us from suing the fuck out of you first. After that, we'll leave.
According to Chrissy, she was told what to say in the videos on YouTube, and Brian was really the one who would make statements in her name. He was her PR director, so to speak. It makes sense when you refer back to a testimony from Zack James that she was a sweet, shy girl when they first met.
I don't want to say necessarily nice, but more like polite and shy. Yeah, I will say just by the outbursts, it definitely did not seem like her. Unless she's like that, I just wasn't aware of it. But no, she was just very polite, very shy. Seemed like she didn't really feel like she, I don't want to say not like she didn't belong in a setting, but you can tell that she didn't really feel
like fish out of the water kind of thing.
Yeah, fish out of the water kind of thing. That is a good way to put it.
In reality, Chrissy is a somewhat nice individual. Nowhere close to her comments online. And it's because these comments aren't hers. They were all made by Brian, allegedly. In fact, the MeganLeeHeart Facebook account, as of now, is being operated by Brian. And now, she lives a life free of Brian Martin. But there's still one more person to talk about before LifeInATent ends. While Brian tweeted about VidCon, his twin brother Kevin made a video also threatening to fight people at VidCon who disliked Chrissy.
I'm going to be going to VidCon this summer, and they're having it at the Anaheim Convention Center. That's right down the street almost. You come to my state from out international or any other state, you come to my state and you're a troll to anyone. I already sent a message to Laura Tickled and everyone else. We're fine. If I can send one to the reply girl, would be cool as well. And you know what? It's their channel. Let them do what they want. I'm understanding that it's, bad economy and stuff like that. But I'm letting you know, look at this face. If you ever have a problem with these girls and you have a problem with this video, I'm going to be at VidCon. And if you see me, you come up to me and tell me it. And I guarantee you that you need to think twice when you do this, because if you do come up to me, think really, really hard what your consequences will be, because I'm telling you right now, someone with OCD like me and a multiple personality disorder, I will beat the fuck out of you, no questions asked. Short temper fuse here, okay?
But Kevin has flown pretty far under the radar, so who is he? Kevin Douglas Martin is a self-proclaimed senior meteorologist and founder of a few different weather websites. Even though he has no degrees or officially recognized education in the weather field, and a horrible history, he is known to use the internet to release frequent weather alerts warning of impending strange weather. He's been known to get it wrong a few times too. He uses a personal methodology that, to this day, he hasn't released to the public. He's extremely infamous in a small corner of the Storm Chaser community because, just like his brother, he threatens critics and detractors. One of the earliest ventures Kevin had with Weather Online was his own organization, the Southern California Weather Authority, which was formed in 1999 when he was only a freshman in high school. The original website registered in 2001, but available archives only go back as early as
2009.
In 2001, Kevin also founded the Ontario Weather Service, which was registered for a website in 2004. While Brian pursued his own ventures of business and finance, he still assisted his brother in a lot of his own career. He's listed on the site as early as its creation, and probably helped his brother with site design and other tasks. Here, Kevin crowned himself as the founder and chief meteorologist. The organization showed belief in chemtrails, which Kevin prides himself on being the only meteorologist to believe in such, and promised merch of chemtrails and the site itself. In 2007, Kevin and the Ontario Weather Service declared war against the National Weather Service, which would later go on to become one of his biggest enemies.
We here at the Ontario Weather Service have decided to go in battle against the local National Weather Service in Southern California. We have forecasted this area with amazing results, and we don't get a dime for it. We don't get paid for it. We don't get anything but visitors to the website. We are sick of the National Weather Service missing forecasts. We warned in a very good, timely manner. We are now sick of it. We will issue warnings, watches, advisories when we see it. We will not listen to anyone that tells us not to, even if the government gets in the way. This will be the biggest story of the meteorological history. We are against them, and we're putting our foot down for the last time. We will not listen to a bunch of people that came from out of the state and don't go out on the field and study the weather as we have at the Ontario Weather Service. We would like a news story on this. We will come down and do one if possible. We will not stop until we show the public the right and true forecast for them. We are here for the people, not a paycheck, like the NWS is. I'm serious when I say this. We will not stand for the NWS's office anymore.
Someone named Scott replied with the legendary comment, "Don't be gay." As of June, he called off the war, citing that he was busy attending college for meteorology. Prior to that, Kevin was working a security gig with Brian. However, the domain expired in 2009. Bad luck. As for the Southern California Weather Authority, that didn't get a website until January of 2009. It was originally launched under the domain SoCalWeather.org, which in February of 2010 started redirecting to
SCWXA.org.
The website had many different posts on it from all kinds of names who were reported to be employees, but most of them just actually being Kevin making posts in other people's names. He also denied global warming on the site. A few different names were mentioned. Employees like Cameron Venable, Nicholas Gumina, Melissa Jensen, Chris Scragg, Ben Clark, Nick Mitchell were all more than likely just pseudonyms for Ride and Storm. Although, we know that Kevin had at least one employee. Ricky Lukacs was a teenager from Yucaipa who worked under Kevin at the Weather Authority, and was given the title of lead forecaster. In 2009, 16-year-old Ricky was charged as an adult for 10 counts of arson that resulted in nearly a dozen fires. The New York Post even covered it, which we'll link below. It was crazy, guys, it was insane. Kevin later defended his employee, telling authorities that Ricky was only at the scene of the fire to take photos, and that he's just really obsessed with weather. In 2010, Ricky pled guilty to 10 fires, but his adult charges were dismissed in May. Unfortunately, Ricky perished in 2012 of causes we don't know, but we know that he is missed. He died when he was 19. Rest in peace. On April 14, 2009, the Palm Springs aerial tramway in Palm Springs had closed early due to predicted high winds, but wouldn't affect the tramway the following day. On the 16th, a user named Hiking Joe had posted a long-winded message claiming that they were in fact the one who issued the forecast, with a hurricane wind speed warning. They also claimed that they only started working there a 10-day prior. However, a few users like Alan K were quick to clock that it might be Kevin claiming this success. Not only that, a user named Pedo pointed out that the user had been promoting Kevin's websites all across the Mount San Jacinto forum. The link they included led to the first post that Hiking Joe had made, which was only made a minute after they had joined, and was promoting the Southern California Weather Authority. It was revealed here that Kevin had been posting from the same IP address as Hiking Joe, as well as Kevin claiming that he had started working at the tramway running their website. The same day of Hiking Joe's post, Kevin had posted literally the exact same message, word for word, on another forum called palmtalk.org. Kevin admitted to this later in the thread and said that the tram knows what he could do to work there, although users still went and made fun of him. Kevin would later talk about this incident on his YouTube channel sometime in December of 2010, where he claimed he saved nearly 1,000 lives.
Okay, I waited a little bit of time to see everyone post videos about me on YouTube, saying that I'm a fake weatherman and all that stuff. Well, I kind of want to show you guys that I'm a real weatherman. I actually work for a mountaintop. It's one of my 3 clients. Can't show the other 2 clients, but due to security purposes, but one client I can show you. Link is below. So any of you out there that are like, oh my god, fake weatherman, let me tell you what I did. I took the job from a degreed meteorologist that was there for 5 years because I know the area. So, one of the managers came up to me and says, I know you don't have a degree and stuff, but I've talked to my big boss, and we would just want to bring you on to the team and be the lead meteorologist up there. So anyway, there's my credentials down below, okay? It is an actual client on the video forecast that I do, and anyway, let me tell you a little bit of what I did there. I saved a lot of lives. We had windstorms up there in excess of 100 and some miles an hour. I closed the tram down ahead of time, the very first time in the history of the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway that they closed down from a weather forecast. So, I mean, they got forecast. They used to get it from the National Weather Service until they hired me. So I issued the warnings up there. Saved about 1,000 people back in April 2009, I believe it was April or May 2009. Well, we had a lot of wind up there, and they wouldn't have been able to come down. And they probably would have, got hypothermia or something inside the mountain station because the electricity went off as well. It was very, 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 very dangerous to be up there. So I gave the word the wind was coming in. I gave them a window. They got everyone down on time. They started unloading everyone down off the mountain after about noon. And I saved about 1,000 people that day. Anyway, like I said, the link's below.
Brian would also claim Kevin worked there in a Life in a Tent video from around the same time. However, Kevin might not be lying when he says that he has some involvement. When navigating to the official Palm Springs Tramway website on an archive from April of 2009, the tram weather link redirects to the Southern California Weather Authority's official website. This was set up well before April, though. The partnership lasted at least until October of 2010, with lingering code of his being on the tramway website until at least September of 2012. Despite this, Kevin's name actually doesn't appear on the tramway website, and he's never been officially recognized as an employee. In all references to him, Kevin is recognized as a designer and manager, not a lead meteorologist for the tramway. In January of 2010, Kevin launched another weather website, theweatherspace.com, and claimed himself its senior meteorologist. Here he reported weather, but as well as published articles under various pseudonyms about figures that would be regarded as enemies to Kevin. The same year, some still photos and video of a UFO spiral had been dropped onto the website. But Kevin later admitted to hoaxing the material and named a Kevin Adams as the owner of the site, and said that the material was CGI graphic test files that were accidentally posted by a reporter named Betty Morgan, who was deemed the site's space news editor. After that failed to save face, Kevin said that he had purposefully made the hoax to figure out who's more gullible, Americans or Europeans. After that didn't work, Kevin said that he did see a UFO and was warned to keep quiet about it, which he reported about himself on the Weatherspace YouTube channel.
Now, an interesting thing on the story is that Martin retracted. He's saying he was told to keep quiet by an unknown visitor to his residence yesterday afternoon, and that he no longer wanted to be included in this UFO sighting over Western Canada. Now, Stephen Murray, he contacted the Weatherspace after Martin had come forward. He says that Martin is lying about it. Someone came to him, meaning Stephen, on Sunday, and he told him to keep quiet. Personally, the photos look pretty convincing to me. In fact, the photos probably look the most real out of anything.
The same year, Kevin had become quite famous to his fellow storm chasers. An anonymous blog was started to alert the public about Kevin's behavior towards others online, his history of cash gifting, and photo thievery. Besides the Alliance of Demons and a few mirrors, this is probably one of the first sources that tried to document not just one, but both Martin twins. In late July of 2010, Jim Saueressig II, a storm chaser from KansasHorizons.com, had found out that Kevin had posted photos belonging to another storm chaser named Chad Cowan from ChaseTheStorms.com. In response, Cameron Van Napel wrote an article on the Weatherspace, claiming him a storm chaser bully. On the article was yet another stolen photo, this time from Jim. Kevin also blamed Jim for a blog that was started in efforts to expose Kevin for various things, but apparently it didn't belong to him. Although in the past, Jim did have a blog that was allegedly taken down by Brian. On August 1st, Kevin attacked Jim on his Facebook page, where he admitted to stealing photos from Jim. On the article were comments from established storm chasers such as Reed Timmer, Danny Neal, and Chuck Dowswell, except these were just sock comments. None of the comments had actually been written by these individuals, and once the actual Danny Neal found the comments, he wasn't pleased. Danny asked Kevin to remove the comments made in his name, but Kevin said he wouldn't be removing them.
Your name will not be removed. I didn't even put it there, and I will not be removing it. Take this formal letter to the Chaser community, and don't give me cease and desist garbage. I don't listen to shits like you that talk like that. Chaser community, I, Kevin Martin, am gonna take matters into my own hands. Because of the following websites. These two websites are deemed freedom of speech by the blogger website, in which there is nothing I can do about it. A simple law enforcement call also has not done justice. Because of this, the entire Chaser community is in danger. Their work will be taken, sold, profited, what have you. Justice will be served, and if these sites are not taken down, this war will only get worse. I am in direct war against the Chaser community, and half of you are lucky I do not live out there, or I take this with fists and beat downs into the field. And trust me, a guy like me, you don't mess with. So this is a direct war on the Chaser community. If you do not want any part of this war, please email my office and plead your case on why you should not be a target. A Chaser wrote these two blogs, and Chasers are a family, and Chasers will pay for what I've lost. Money and sanity over the years because of this. You don't screw with a mind of mentally such as myself. That is dangerous both to the offenders and to myself. You just do not play with a loaded gun, because in the end, that gun will backfire on you. Go fuck yourself, Kevin. You have 24 hours. I'm not involved with that. I don't care. You used my name. Illegal impersonation charges will be filed. I bet you had no idea I was a government employee, did you? Okay, Danny. I do respect where you're coming from. Can you prove you work for the government? If so, I will remove it. Not. Lol. I know where you work, and you are right. You are a government employee. But let me tell you something when I think about government. Thumbs down, knock all of you out, go fuck yourselves, and I hope someone wastes you all away. The government is a controlling piece of shit scare tactic move. Now guess what? This Martin ain't fazed by you or anyone you call government. I'm not removing shit, and you can go fuck yourself. Also, I'll be contacting your employer, because a government worker should not be telling a citizen to go fuck themselves. You take my warning seriously, son. I want both sites gone, or there will be restitution on all of the Chaser community's work. You are all my slaves until justice is served. This is not a fucking one-way street where I get the shit end of it. Hell no. Kevin Martin will not stand for that. Lol. My employer go ahead and contact him. Let more people in on my case against you. As of now, this will be the last contact I will have with you. What is funny is you cannot prove the name is you. Can you? Another Danny Neal could easily post that, correct? Yes, exactly. Without contact information embedded or a website, this Danny cannot be linked to you in law or in court. Nice try, sucker. I'm just saving everything you are typing, no worries. Yup. Lol, you cannot prove it is you, asshat. I cannot prove it is either. I approve comments unless a website can be linked directly to you. You are swimming in hot water and would never win a thing against the great Kevin Martin. Famous in all points of life, famously good looking, hot as fuck, muscular, and better than you. Okay, bye. Exactly, you piece of shit. You cannot prove it as you, can you? In the law, you must prove with evidence that this name is you. Do you hold the fucking copyright to your name? No, but you do to your website, and if the person stated what website they were from, it would then link you to the imposter. Now, go fuck yourself. I win. As always. Yeah, I am smiling right now, and you are lucky to have my attention, as I am the great, known, powerful Kevin Martin. Know that name well. It'll haunt you for the rest of your pathetic life.
Unfortunately, Kevin didn't get the hint. On October 17th, 2010, Kevin registered for YouTube under the name Weatherman Kevin. Here he marketed himself as the twin of LifeInATent, as well as made forecasts on the site, but occasionally got into drama. He had publicly involved himself in the Eric Douglace drama, but also was infamous for using the DMC takedown system to try and remove mirrors and commentary of his own videos. On January 6, 2011, Kevin would upload a rant reacting to a viral video of a supposedly angry Muslim KFC employee, and Kevin made some comments that could be portrayed as racist.
Now the only thing missing in this video is a knife to cut people's heads off. I kill you! Silence! Silence! Stop fucking comment! Silence! Stop fucking comment! Silence! Stop fucking comment! I kill you! And the pussy gets dragged away. Happens all the time. Now I really don't know what to say about this video other than silence! Holy shit. Australia is just this continent down there that, you know, no one really wants to bother with and war with. And then you got the Muslim people thinking they can move into the country and start their own laws and open up their restaurants and say, you can't sell f***ing bacon? Well, I got 3 words for you Muslim people out there for the bacon. Nom 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 nom. Silence!
Otherwise, not a lot of this channel was archived. In 2011, Kevin started the National Weather Force on a website as well as Facebook, which would later become a recognizable brand of his. Here he reported on weather across the entirety of the United States, not just California. This was also the same year LifeInATent first went down, and upon learning this, Kevin wasn't happy. On another LifeInATent channel, Kevin created a response video and threatened Google and demanded answers as to why it was suspended.
You know, my face is right here, and you're going to see my face very shortly, in fact. Next week, if you do not give exactly why you terminated him, I and him, especially me, will be showing up at your office in Palo Alto. Up north, it's not that far of a drive, about 6-7 hours. You realize how pissed off I am, and you realize exactly what I will do to you if you do not get rid, first and foremost, get rid of the slander blogs, and even tell us what happened. I won't put up with you terminating people's accounts. You are not the god of the internet, therefore you will not control people's lives.
The video remained on YouTube and seemingly didn't get a response. Later in June, the National Weather Service issued a statement about Kevin, one to the public and one to employees, asking them to stay away from Kevin. He was obviously pretty pissed and allegedly posted a video on his website that depicted various NWS offices being blown up, although the original is lost media. Afterwards, he posted a letter in response. Sometime in the same year, Kevin became aware of a page about him on Encyclopedia Dramatica and was reasonably upset that it contained his docs and threatened legal action against the site. According to a few ED users, Kevin filed a butthurt report from them in an attempt to get them to take down the page. I don't really believe he did. I don't think you should either, but it's pretty funny nonetheless. Needless to say, ED did not take down that page. Bad luck. Shortly after, Kevin made a video declaring war against ED. In the video, he made frivolous threats against users moderating his ED page, but it didn't really go anywhere.
Oh, seriously, campers, I mean, look at this. Kevin Martin in bright red letters on all the pages of Encyclopedia Dramatica.
If you come to my house at all and you try to me, I've got defense mechanisms that will wow your ass out. And by your ass, I mean it will rip you a new asshole. First and foremost, if you knock on the door, there's a dildo aimed right where your asshole should be. It will shoot right into it. Doesn't matter if you're wearing any layer of clothing, it will bust right through that little pretty asshole of yours. Guy or girl, it doesn't matter. You tried to me, I've got sexual shit that will beat your ass to hell.
And you know what, Encyclopedia Dramatica? You can keep that shit on there all you want. But I'm telling you right now, it's war now.
Only a day after, an anonymous user had apparently hacked into Kevin's YouTube account and made a message for Kevin saying that he would be subject to the SOPA Act. Afterwards, Kevin deleted his entire channel off of YouTube. In August of 2011, users at the site NowHurricane.com had been reporting on Hurricane Irene, which had been causing massive damage across most of the Caribbean and east coast of the United States. Kevin had also been reporting on the weather space, and a representative named Zachary Lassiter had written an article on Kevin, who he believed to be capitalizing on the hurricane. Zach also talked about Kevin putting out false reports as the NWS, and the report they had issued about him. Ever since then, Zach claimed that Kevin and Brian had been harassing Now Hurricane, and writing false reviews of products he had made at his company, Zesty Labs. He actually doxed Brian's email address in the article. Zach also reported that Kevin had harassed Dr. Greg Forbes of the Weather Channel on Facebook a few months prior, which was discussed on a forum called Storm2K, as well as Kevin's letter to the NWS. However, there aren't screenshots of any of this, and no proof has survived. At least 4 articles were written on Now Hurricane about Kevin and Brian, but those are the only ones that were archived. In reality, there were probably many more written. The harassment had gotten so bad that in September, Kevin had called Zack and threatened to take down the site by contacting WordPress and Amazon.
This is going to your hosting provider, and I'm in full contact right now with both your host and ISP, as you were with mine, of course. Nothing ever happened with me. You kind of screwed up there. Like I said, your hosting provider, Amazon, everything, it's all going to be gone this week. So you have nothing and no one to blame but yourself. I suggest you take your meds, up the dose, and get help. Later, bro.
Zack eventually released a cease and desist towards Kevin and Brian, and the two calmed down a bit. And now we're up to date. In 2012, Kevin posted his message to Megan's critics, but otherwise stayed silent for most of the year, although his story isn't finished. In February of 2013, Kevin started a fundraiser to raise legal funds. He wanted to sue the National Weather Service and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for damages to his health as well as his reputation. He linked an article proving that NOAA was doing shady things, although that didn't really relate to his case. By June, the fundraising page had disappeared, and in September, he filed a formal complaint pro se with the Central District of California. He claimed that Laura Furgen, a former deputy director of the National Weather Service, had written and released internal documents which were meant to stay private and contained misleading content. However, it was dismissed the following year because he failed to properly serve Laura, and he failed to show cause as to why it should remain a case. In March, Kevin once again threatened Encyclopedia Dramatica and took to Twitter to let them know that war began. The pages hadn't been taken down yet, so presumably he was still pretty upset about that. One of Kevin's greatest enemies that has stayed a bit silent is the HAARP, the High Frequency Active Oral Research Program, which operates in Alaska. In July of 2013, it was rumored that HAARP would be shut down and possibly closed due to a lack of funding. The Weatherspace.com, however, had claimed that they had signed a 1-year contract with HAARP and that Kevin would be placed in control. An article by the Anchorage Daily News had shown that Kevin was lying, and the shutdown was only temporary and was due to contracts being reassigned. Kevin quickly wrote his own article and claimed that a writer had made the first article to promote his own column, but his identity would remain hidden. About a month later, a troll called him and inquired about the article.
It's very known in the world that the technologies that are used by the American government are affecting the weather, and people like you and your collaborators' HAARP status, they are telling the truth and explaining to people how the weather is changed by the government, and now you are having problems with the server.
Yeah, it seems like most of the problems are starting more that I'm partnering with HAARP status and the chemtrail forecast sites. Basically giving them a house like for servers and space so that they can run faster and more efficient. But ever since I started doing that, because the HAARP program does in fact manipulate the weather, I basically had more of an attack from the government.
Prior to this, he said that he used HAARP as a device to attract more listeners, and that no one would take him seriously unless HAARP was mentioned. In August of 2013, Kevin, and eventually Brian, learned of Kevin's page on the Rational Wiki. They attempted to remove many sections of the article and threatened legal action against users of the site. Eventually, Kevin went straight to the source and messaged the Rational Wiki's operations manager. In the message, he threatened to put out an article on his website accusing the Rational Wiki of hosting child. If this is not taken care of, we will put an article out with libelous stuff on it about your company, including hosting CP. We are connected to Google News at theweatherspace.com, and we will most certainly make your site a living hell for not listening to us. You are to remove what we tell you, and I am the CEO of that company, and I have that power to publish a libelous article about your site. We will accuse all staff members and it will go on the top search engines for your site. We will further encourage all to not associate and or donate to your site. Do you really want to start a war with me, son? So, you fucked up. I told you to remove the page Kevin Martin. If it is not removed, this will not be removed. In 10 minutes, it will be on Google searches and Google News. Do the right thing or I will destroy you. Is it worth it? No. It shouldn't be if I'm going to destroy you. In October, Kevin had criticized the Weather Channel as well as many other amateur weather fanatics on Facebook. An anonymous group called the Weather Police had joined around the same time and started mass reporting users like Kevin and any other people who broke their code of weather. The following month, Kevin had reported on theweatherspace.com that his personal Facebook account, as well as related accounts, had been shut down. A pissed off Kevin planned to leave around 2 a.m. to visit the Facebook campus in Menlo Park on November 13th, looking for answers. He did visit the campus, but police officers were tipped off that once he arrived, things might turn violent, so they quickly removed him. Kevin did return to Facebook's campus in 2014, but we'll talk about that later. In January of 2014, Aaron Tuttle, a former meteorologist in Oklahoma City, made a post on Facebook talking about the weather space and called Kevin a nut job. As expected, Kevin replied with threats. He continued on, but Aaron ignored him.
Remove your comment immediately, or I'll have FB remove it for you and give you a strike. Never mention my business or name again. You have less than 12 hours to remove the garbage post.
After the 12 hours were up, Kevin sent him a message letting him know that he had written an article on theweatherspace.com accusing Aaron of being a child.
Aaron, you're gonna love the article that is being written about you. You'll see exactly why you should ignore me. I'll give you a hint. To know you like little children. This will hit the search engines in a few days. Trying to make me look bad and potentially lose revenue to my site and business? Meteorologist Aaron Tuttle of Oklahoma, former Coco TV weatherman, a child. Meteorologist Aaron Tuttle is formerly the Coco TV Oklahoma weatherman. He has since left the industry, but there are interesting things to talk about. Meteorologist Aaron Tuttle is questioned on being a child. Meteorologist Aaron Tuttle follows other Facebook pages that are ran by inspiring beginning weathermen. Children's pages are what he enjoys following. One such young forecaster got a message from Tuttle.
I said he wanted me to come over and he'd show me more of his gadgets,
he said. Tuttle is likely soliciting young boys to come over to his house for other reasons, or so we think.
Aaron removed all the posts and references of Kevin in the weather space from his Facebook profile, and in a later tweet mentioned pursuing legal action. TheLostOgle.com had luckily archived most of the incident, and the article is still available for anyone to read. Later in February, Dennis Mercereau wrote an article on the Daily Cause about Kevin promoting a historic winter storm that would affect more than half of the United States' eastern coast, where he also disproved Kevin's predictions based on GFS models. Afterwards, Kevin tried to contact Dennis through Facebook and demanded that he take down the article because it was misleading. What happened, according to Kevin, is that it was actually published on a site called Northeast US Weather, which rents server space from the Weather Space. He claims that the site overloaded the Weather Space's servers and redirected back to its Facebook page. Shortly after that, Brian tried to contact Dennis and threatened him on Facebook.
Read my comment, you stupid motherfucker. If you don't want to get fucked up, I suggest you never defame Kevin's character again. If you ever fucking release an article and attempt to hurt him, I will fuck you up worse than you can imagine, and your life will never be the same, you fucking clocksucker. Lie about Kevin to drive traffic to your shit site and article, and I swear to God you will regret the fucking day you fucked with my brother. You fucking hear me, asshole? I'm worse than Kevin. I won't sit around and act professional in words. Hang the fucking words, you fucking asshole. You don't know what the fuck Kevin does, and I suggest you never try and defame him again, because I'll make sure you'll never feed your family ever again. Try and test me, you fucking asshole. That is my twin brother you're fucking with. Also, I'll be on the lookout for your big news, and believe me, I have long arms worldwide, and I will fuck your little shit plans up if you continue. Again, test me and see you get fucked up late. Oh, one last thing. If there is a tornado confirmed in the LA area or in SoCal with this system, I am taking your article and personally getting my attorney on Kevin's behalf to sue the living fuck off of you. Then we'll see who's fucking laughing.
In May of 2014, the Weather Space had shut down, and its Facebook page had been shut down as well. And from around May to October, Kevin attempted to use a slew of different domain names and websites to continue his weather career, but kept moving to different sites for whatever reason. According to Kevin, Facebook had been shutting down any pages that him and his associates were making, and either Facebook was responsible or someone was mass reporting the accounts. Either way, Kevin couldn't keep a website or a Facebook account around this time for much longer than a few days. In July, Kevin returned to Facebook's campus, where he protested outside with a bullhorn and screamed at them, which was also recorded. Dennis Mercereau wrote another article, this time detailing the event. where he also included a letter from Kevin. He had written a public letter on an alternative news website called Before It's News, where he accused Facebook of many wrongdoings against him.
In November of 2013, Facebook shut down our pages, totaling over 100,000 likes, with no reason as to why and no appeal to be given. We paid them hundreds of dollars in Facebook ads, only to be shut down a short time later and have our money taken. I announced I was going to their HQ to my email list of over 1,500 people, and a troll/hater called Menlo Park PD up to tell them I was going there to shoot the campus up. Upon arriving, I was greeted in force by the police and told to leave and never come back. Later, Joshua Young's account was disabled for no reason at all by Facebook. Joshua had friends and family, some he may never get a hold of again. Every time he tries to get back on Facebook with a new account, it's disabled. Facebook is not allowing him back on and not stating why. Likely, it is because he is part of former theweatherspace.com. Today, Facebook shuts down any pages we develop for our weather forecast business for our thousands of viewers, or want this available to them via Facebook. Either Facebook is doing it, or Facebook has a major security flow where someone that hates us is filing false reports, getting our pages off and accounts removed. We know that Facebook is not helping us, and that I've been an advertiser. I pay you guys money for many months, so this is terrible business ethic. Being what me or my team does is not harmless to you or anyone if back on Facebook. Helping resolve this should not be an issue, nor will it hurt your company. Not helping will hurt your company, because I have at my disposal alternative news sites with hundreds of thousands of people a day willing to read what you did wrong, and many media outlets waiting for the call to interview me in front of your campus. Facebook will look bad to all with cancer, autism, Asperger's syndrome, and furthermore business by stealing money from me for Facebook ads only to shut my pages down and not refund me. I pay for likes. What is my money going to do for me when I can't utilize those likes paid for? The BBB will be contacted about your advertising techniques, and because I paid money to Facebook, the report will be filed with the BBB and deter others from buying ads from you. If you are a security guard reading this, you need to give this to someone upstairs that is in charge of user operations on Facebook that can help, because you are not in the position to say yes or no to what I am saying on this letter given to you. You are not in the position to move the company into a volatile position, as I'm going to do today with media and the people. You can tell Josh and Kyle to leave, but I assure you this will be a mistake, as what I said above about the live stream, media, megaphone, stories to hundreds of thousands of people, and even affecting your future advertisers by me deterring them from buying from you. Do not be the security guard that makes Facebook look bad in the public eye. This is being recorded from when Joshua and Kyle stepped in to what you do from here on out, so the people know how you handle customers of your site. Since we pay for ads, we are customers looking for answers and resolve. I am on standby outside, and my staff inside that you got this from are also on standby. I'd like to resolve this peacefully, legally, and morally correct on all sides. I am willing to have them or you to come get me on the corner of Willow Road and the highway adjacent to your campus on the bike path sidewalk. We can then all sit down like mature adults and work this out peacefully. Disclaimer, this is not extortion. This is free speech and right to protest on public grounds to show how a company treats customers, people with cancer, and people with mental disorders whom already have social issues, only to be kicked from a social network where that may be the only place they can meet people without having to go in large crowds or forced to meet in person. Thank you for reading this. The choice is now yours.
When he tried to enter the Facebook headquarters, he was removed by security, so he opted for protesting on a public sidewalk. Nothing much else happened past that. In August, Dennis once again reported that Kevin had issued a statement on Weather Alert Central, one of his new pages. He urged readers to share the post and warned that in the next week, a hurricane would be hitting the southeastern coast of the United States. Of course, many believed that Kevin was just crying wolf. However, he made the fatal mistake of tagging famed meteorologist James Spahn in the post. Upon seeing the post, James called Kevin a scam artist and said that he provides false information. He was called out on air by the Weather Channel, and even the National Hurricane Center vaguely commented on him. Kevin issued an angry tweet to James's podcast in reply, where he got 3 likes. Impressive. In September of the same year, Kevin started issuing severe thunderstorm warnings from his Facebook page that very closely resembled those of the National Weather Service. He told his near 30,000 readers to completely disregard severe weather warnings issued by the National Weather Service, and trust only his own. The original text is lost to time, unfortunately. In response to this, a person named William Assel created a petition on change.org that asked for laws restricting severe weather watches and warnings to be made by the federal government only. Former Florida Senator Marko Rubio still has yet to respond. The petition was also addressed to former President Barack Obama. Kevin wasn't happy and filed a counter-petition which was cleverly named "Ignore Petition to Pass Legislation Restricting the Issuance of Severe Weather Watches and Warnings to Federal Government Agencies Only, and for Facebook to stop terminating Kevin Martin." This petition was addressed to President Obama, Senate members John Rockefeller and Mark Begich, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, and Facebook. Dennis wrote one more article on Gawker about the event, where Kevin copied the article word for word, link for link, to his own website. Then Kevin called Gawker's legal department and said that Dennis had copied the article from him in an attempt to get him fired. Of course, legal didn't believe a word of it, and he left an angry voicemail in response.
"You're such a fucking bitch. Fucking cunt. I don't even know. I could call you every fucking name in the book. Yeah, this is Kevin again. I did hide the material just so that I could see it, and I am going to be using that. So it is behind a wall where only the admin can see it. Of course, that's me. Nothing you can fucking do about it, you fucking cunt. But I'm gonna let you know that what you sent that says you're not in any way, in any facts, no. You guys will fucking remove scam. You'll fucking remove fraud. And you'll fucking remove the hoax bullshit. You will fucking remove that shit. You're gonna have me on your fucking ass. You got me?
The same year, he also created Triforce Weather, which was also very short-lived. What we're really wanting to pay attention to is the Southern California Weather Force, which he created in November of 2014. From now on, he'll be mostly operating on this and the National Weather Force. In December, Kevin used a variety of sock accounts on Facebook to threaten the National Weather Service and its employees, while posting images of crosshairs on satellite snapshots of the office. He also said things like, "Endanger the public and I endanger you." Employees at NWS San Diego were informed that management had increased security in the perimeter, and authorities were actively investigating his threats against the agency. Kevin was surprised when, all of a sudden, he got a visit from the FBI. It's almost like they don't like it when you threaten their people.
Okay, and what happened on the Facebook page?
Me talking shit. And guess what? That's not against the law.
No, it's not.
Not at all.
Nope. And so, were you the one who wrote anything on the Facebook page under what username?
A bunch of them. God, I got a bunch.
Okay.
That's also not against the law.
Okay. All right. And did you write it to the National Weather Service?
Yeah, I write it to everyone. What are you talking about?
And what did you say, sir?
Basically that they are probably using taxpayer money to buy Facebook likes, and I'm going to put a stop to that. Again, not against the law.
The original description read,
"The National Weather Service sent FBI agents to a weather forecaster of NationalWeatherForce.com and Southern California WeatherForce.com, attempting to scare him into not talking smack on the National Weather Service on their Facebook pages when they deserve it. This has been a long, ongoing battle, and this shows you how to assert yourself. Video the situation and send the FBI back with their tails between their legs in less than 2 minutes. Heck, no one had to answer questions, but to show you how to handle the feds in 2 minutes, this is how you do it and send them packing. No feds will tell us how to forecast weather and silence us against the inaccurate forecasts at NOAA."
Nothing else really happened after that, though. Kevin later uploaded a video to NationalWeatherForce.com bragging about the incident, saying that he was above the law.
Do I take pride in it? Yeah, I actually do. I enjoy it. Why? Because I get away with it, and I will get away with it. The FBI can kiss my ass. I will always get away with everything I ever do. Why? Because I'm above the law. Above it. When you are above the law, it means you do things at the law level.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
In January of 2015, Kevin told ABC 10 of San Diego that he won't ever be arrested, because he does his threats in a way where it screws with their mind mentally. It also appeared on local news, but it's now considered lost media. Kevin and Kyle Lomax also started a channel together called Asperger's TV that was fairly short-lived, although it seemed like the two really wanted to do big things with it.
Ask me about my wiener!
Kyle Lomax, also known as Kalo, is a YouTuber and content creator who's known the Martin twins for over a decade and is Kevin's best friend. Occasionally, he used to create videos with Brian and Kevin. That's about it, though. In March of 2015, Kevin was arrested for soliciting prostitution and delaying a police investigation. The story goes that Kevin had been texting a phone number that was a decoy. He hosted a live leak stream with Kyle Lomax and found an ad for prostitution that he believed to be a sting operation by the local police. He thought it would be funny to text the number to see what's up and find out if it really was a sting or not, and left to go meet up at a hotel with an escort. When he arrived to meet the escort, he was arrested and then site released. Kevin said he recorded the incident, but apparently couldn't give away the video because it had been deleted by police. He later returned to the scene and impeded the investigation by officers. He refused to leave and wanted to film what was happening, and was arrested once again for interrupting. He was then again released on citation around 11:30 p.m. on March 11, 2015. In the video, he called it a false arrest. He was sentenced on February 19, 2016 to 50 days in county jail, while serving 36 months of probation and pays $609 in fines. He was convicted of a misdemeanor, soliciting a prostitute. Under his specific probation conditions, he had to start wearing an ankle bracelet by the end of March, complete an AIDS education course, serve 10 days in a work release program, and never browse the site Backpage.com again. It used to be a site similar to Craigslist, but it became most popular for its adult services section, which authorities and watchdog groups said was used for prostitution and sex trafficking ads.
On November 4th, 2015, a post was made to the Kevin Martin Exposed blog, which alleged that he had been sending around an extortionate email to random people on the internet.
Hey there! If you want to keep your cheating and life secret from your significant other, your family, your friends and work contacts, then pay very close attention to this email, as what we demand is non-negotiable and you might ruin your life if you decide to ignore this email. You must send exactly 1 Bitcoin, BTC, if you pay within 48 hours, approximate value 230 to the following BTC address. If you fail to meet the 48-hour deadline, you must send exactly 5 Bitcoin if you pay after 2 days but less than 6 days 23 hours from send time of this email to the following BTC address. On the 7th day, if you do not pay the non-negotiable amount, your significant other, family and friends along with your employer will receive copies of all the hacked data screenshots, credit card transaction logs which include IP address, billing name and address and messages and profile from the cheating sites you used to be unfaithful. If you do not pay within the time frames we have set forth, this data will be in the hands of the people you wanted to keep your cheating secret from. We are aware that you probably don't have Bitcoin, BTC at the moment, so we are giving you this time to get BTC and pay us. If you think about reporting us to authorities, feel free to try. But it will not help. We are not amateurs. The best thing that can happen, they will go publicly about it. We will, again, get some free publicity. But for you, you will be ruined, the damage will be done. It's a one-time payment. And you will not hear from us ever again.
It's funny looking back on this. This was 10 years ago. Bitcoin was wildly inexpensive. Keep in mind that other than the email, nothing else is provided, so it could just be a total nothing burger. Still, it'll be a callback later, so we're just gonna put a pin in it. On April 6, 2016, a post was made to the Kevin Martin Exposed blog that alleged Kevin owned a site called fundmethis.com. It was a site that lasted for a few months in 2016, which was believed to be a sort of scam. The claims are that it was a fundraising site like Give, Send, Go, where campaigns would be published under a different name and cause, and in actuality, it was going to Kevin. Allegedly. Keep in mind that we only ever hear this from a blog that set itself up entirely to trash Kevin, and it's the only place that it's discussed, so it's all allegations for now. Upon finding the site, as well as yelladin.com and joyyoungstories.com, the OP decided to investigate the IP addresses of the site. Upon further inspection, they found that under the same IP address were sites that Kevin had owned. National Weather Force, DFW Storm Center, Southern California Weather Force, Chemtrail Forecast Network, HARP Status Network, and NC Piedmont Weather were all hosted on the same server, which was based in Montreal, Canada. Not only that, when DNS records were returned, Kevin's contact email for the National Weather Force site also was returned.
The post also claimed that he had taken in $15,547 through a campaign related to the San Bernardino shooting in 2015. This was also posted to beforeitsnews.com through an author named Just View It. The OP claims that this user is Kevin, but I couldn't find any definitive evidence to say that's true. On May 5th, 2016, the Kevin Martin Exposed blog alleged that Kevin had once again reported on beforeitsnews.com, this time to slander fellow storm chaser Will Assel, who started the petition from earlier. Again, it is important to say that no definitive evidence of who Just View It is, so this is still an allegation for now. Although the post is very obviously biased towards Kevin and Brian, and presented no evidence for their claims. On July 10th, 2016, the Kevin Martin Exposed blog posted one last time, and reported that Kevin was planning to run for president of the United States in 2020. This isn't a joke, by the way. There was an actual Facebook page for it. I don't know if he actually ran for the race. It wasn't archived, so I don't know what's beyond that one post, but he did actually say that he wanted to. One of Kevin's posts on the blog showcased him buying a domain name for his campaign and his support to the Marine Fund ran by the website. Kevin and Brian are actually avid supporters of the military, so I don't doubt he probably did donate something. That'll win him over some votes for sure, totally. In 2019, Kevin was attacked after being mistaken for a local child that was active in the area. Even CNN covered it. It was wild, guys. It was wild.
Good evening again, everyone. I'm Carolyn Johnson.
And I'm Robert Kovasik in tonight for Chuck Henry. That case of mistaken identity leaving an man fearing for his life. He's been beaten, attacked, and strangled.
But even so, he tells NBC4's Tony Shin he is ready to forgive.
And it could have been worse. I could have been shot.
Kevin says ever since the sketch was released in May, many people have mistaken him for the suspect. So he spoke to police detectives to clear his name.
Ultimately, he was interrogated and ruled out as a suspect prior to the attack, but he still got beat up. He also founded the Arizona Weather Force the same year. In 2022, Kevin had a brief encounter with Eric Neal from skiplook.com. Eric is an investigator covering skip tracing, OSINT, predators, and auditors. He first encountered Kevin after making a video on child predator John 2B, who was featured on To Catch a Predator. He had recently violated his parole on narcotics charges, and Eric was reporting about it. Kevin left a comment on the video under the National Weather Force account that said, "Not your goddamn business, bro." The comment was removed soon after, and Eric made a video talking about the incident. The same year, he also became the subject of news after he published a tornado watch for Cochise County in Arizona. A Skywarn observer named Donald Lowry was fed up with Kevin's warnings and reached out to Cochise Sheriff Mark Daniels about him. He wrote in a letter that Kevin's warnings shouldn't be brushed off as a harmless hoax. There's nothing else I could really find relating to this though, so kind of ends here. In 2024, Kevin created a few more weather pages. He made the Houston Weather Force, Northern and Central California Weather Force, and Florida Weather Force. In June of 2024, a user named The Intrusive Cat had posted a TikTok video with their pet cat while they washed their dishes. Under the wholesome video, an argument broke out between Kevin and a user named KP Zool, or Kristen Brown. What exactly happened is unknown, but Kevin had at one point replied with a comment, "You do not speak to men like that, woman. You're lucky I don't know you."
Again, this is why we choose the bear.
Kristen showed off the comment in a later video, and Kevin replied with, "Kevin Martin of nitwit. Ryden Storm is my meteorologist name. Try me, bitch." Where Kristen showed off an article detailing Kevin's prostitution charges from 2016. Kevin's account is no longer on TikTok. It was probably banned at some point after 2024. In 2025, he made a whole bunch of pages within 24 hours that I'll just list off right now. The Midwest Weather Force, the Southeast Weather Force, the Southern Rockies Weather Force, the Northern Rockies Weather Force, the Northeast Weather Force, the Mid-Atlantic Weather Force, the Northern Plains Weather Force, the Southern Plains Weather Force, and the Central Plains Weather Force, all made close to May 27th, 2025. That about wraps it up for Kevin. He remains pretty silent online, but did create something big back in 2023, which we'll talk more about later. One more small thing. On February 11th, 2012, Kyle Lomax created a channel called LIAT Parody, which re-uploaded old LIAT videos, as well as made some videos with Kyle parodying Brian. This channel eventually got deleted, probably because YouTube assumed Brian was controlling the channel. So on November 23rd, 2012, Kyle created another channel called LIAT Parody. This time, the I was instead a lowercase l, as to try and ban evade. However, the channel went undetected by YouTube staff and remains up to this day. The channel did the same thing, re-uploaded videos made by Brian from such channels like Tell Me Internet, Sir LIAT, and LIAT Reborn. It's just something worth noting. Say or Not to Say was another LifeInATent clone where Brian posted daily news and rants. Its earliest activity was on June 22nd, 2012, but we're not entirely sure if that's the day it was created or not. The first video was uploaded on June 24th called My Minecraft Story, but it was never archived. Only 4 videos managed to get archived, which aren't of note. This is really just another account that Brian used. YouTube terminated the channel by September 15th, 2012, probably for ban evading. Brian also created a gaming channel around the same time, on June 19th. He called it I Don't Give a Fuck Games, or IDGAF Games. In the channel's short history, he played Minecraft and Happy Wheels. He very often copied tags on the channel from other videos, probably as a way to gather more views. The channel, unfortunately, never broke 10,000 views. And that is the end of LifeInATent. Or was it? Because on June 3rd, 2025, the LifeInATent YouTube channel was reinstated out of nowhere. 184 videos that were previously thought to be lost to time were suddenly back up on YouTube. Of course, the archive artist quickly cemented those videos in history, and KiwiFarms picked up on it too. Funny enough, all the videos say that they were uploaded on June 3rd. It's as if the metadata for all the videos were wiped, like they are in fact brand new uploads. However, original links go to the videos now reinstated, so maybe a bug? Brian thinks that because of a limited pilot program from YouTube that allows terminated creators to make new channels, that LIAT came back. But that's for new channels, not reinstating old ones. Plus, it's only available to certain creators that would have probably gotten an email anyway. That's also for political opinion, not for Epic Earthquake. And that really was the end of it. Or was it? Yeah, it was. It's done now. Kevin's brother did follow his steps, and ended up
allegedly
making another channel on YouTube. One you may all be too familiar with. It's what we've been waiting for, and now it's finally here. I'd like to introduce you to FuturisticHub.
On October 25th, 2012, Brian Martin
allegedly
returned to YouTube with a new channel, FuturisticHub. It was met with much praise at first, reaching 1 million subscribers only 4 years after it was created. The channel peaked at nearly 4 million subscribers and was reportedly created by Holly Bone when she was 12, about to turn 13. Although, Brian Martin has admitted multiple times that he was the creator/owner of the channel and brand.
What's going on, everyone? My name is FuturisticHub, or Hub, as most of you guys know it. I do very cringe, very meme, very offensive, like Minecraft animations. Now, I'm not saying I'm not cancer when it comes to my animations. I know they're cringy as hell, so I know that. Trust me, I know. And I know I made Minecraft porn like 4 years ago as a joke. We've talked about this.
Who is Holly Bone? Well, just keep her in mind for now. We'll come back to her later. FuturisticHub was, or rather, is, a YouTube channel and a brand that mostly operates in making parody animations of famous pieces of media, including Minecraft, SpongeBob, Sonic, and Mario, just to name a few. But sometimes a bit more taboo stuff would be uploaded.
Excuse me, you're not supposed to be in here. This is sexual education. Mouth is that way. I'm gonna need you to get on this table real quick, and I'll need you to turn around nice and slow.
Want to see my tits?
Boy, do I ever. Pop those cubes out.
Hello? Anyone here? Wait, what are we doing again?
We're doing the Touch My Body Challenge.
Jiggly. Do these jiggle? Over slightly for me, please.
Nigga, move the damn pencil already.
Oh, damn.
This channel was primarily targeted to kids, so a lot of Brian's fellow creators saw him as a perfect candidate to make fun of. Many other people hopped on the trend to make fun of Brian and his Minecraft escapades. We'll come back to them making fun of Hub later, though. Before we dive into the world of FuturisticHub, we need to talk about a different event, one that will shape the rest of Brian Martin's online history. This is Marko Princip. Marko is a longtime internet figure originally from Serbia, and he's made many partnerships and deals across YouTube's heyday. He's always been an investor and managed quite a bit of entities under his belt, but he's most famous for Team Noble, a gaming group that was formed in 2010 that featured Penguin Zero, Keemstar, Only Use Me Blade, Keep the Heat, and others. It featured gaming videos from all the featured creators and was one of the most subscribed channels of the time, ending with over 200,000 subscribers. However, sometime between 2012 and 2013, the channel would go down, with Marko filing for involuntary dissolution by government order in September of 2012. A few people tried to revive the channel, but not much success there. In early 2012, Marko showed interest in starting another company. He came across a guy named Brandon Keating, who, like Marko, was an investor in the YouTube scene. Brandon was also a YouTuber himself, being the long-gone figure I Shan on You, who published rants in just general variety.
I really like your videos, Mr. Shea Carl. The videos rock. Sometimes I'll put them on my iPad, and I'll watch them on my iPad when I'm taking a shit, because we don't have books in there. And you know, when people read books and take shit, it makes the book smell nasty. But since the iPad's not a book, it doesn't smell like shit. And I get a laugh while I'm taking a shit. And I like turtles.
I don't understand these people. You know, are you going to go out in town and find people with headphones on, and that you can hear something that belongs to you, and you hear it coming out of their headphones, and you gotta smash the fucking headphones off because other people can hear it? It's not like they're gonna record it or download it and replay it in their CD player, because obviously somebody's fucking talking. Yato Horisho!
Man, that guy's weird. I like it. That's why I'm subscribed to him. You don't gotta take my word for it. Go check out his channel. He's got plenty of videos and entertainment for you to watch. He puts out videos regularly, and he's just a downright cool guy to talk to. So I definitely recommend you check out I Shat on You.
Marko reached out to Brandon for a business offer, a membership agreement in a network company. Brandon agreed to invest $1,500 for a 30% share and voting power in Game Guide LLC. The company would also have YouTube channels, sponsorships, and projects under the wing of Game Guide, except for Team Noble. That seemed to be on the way out already.
We were all part of the YouTube community. This was at a time where, you know, the community was so small. I think like all the big channels were like 500 channels, right? There was a time when I was in the top 500 most subscribed, and I think that was like 200,000 subscribers. So, you know, we kind of all knew each other, and I ended up pivoting off of YouTube, and I started an MCN. And at that time, you know, I was still talking with Ty and talking with Marko, you know, and dropping money into the, I guess, the industry, like investing in channels, signing channels. And Marko came to me, it would have been early 2012. So this would have been after I sold my company to Maker Studios. He came to me in 2012 asking me to invest in the channel. So I was always talking to him, giving him advice on YouTube and shit like that for, you know, a couple years before that.
2 months later, Marko reached out to a guy named David Tyler Moss for an investment in a brand new YouTube channel. Ty Moss is a tech guru and vlogger known for his eponymous tech channel, but was also known for being a pioneer in digital content investing. Ty signed an agreement with Marko where they agreed to become partners in business. Ty invested $1,500 in the VideoGames YouTube channel in exchange for 30% ownership of Game Guide LLC, 30% of brand, channel, website, and app revenue, equal say in business decisions, and the login to the channel. By the agreement's terms, it was to be governed by Texas law where Marko lived. Somewhere between all of this, Brian also became partners with Marko, and by his own testimony, was promised half of the VideoGames brand's ownership. It's unsure definitively when Brian entered the eye as a partner to VideoGames for sure, as most of what's happening before 2014 is just testimony. In May of 2012, the world officially became aware of video games after Jason Michael Phillips, also known as Wicked Shrapnel, announced that he would be going to E3 that year thanks to Marko. The channel was created in 2006, but posted its first video games brand video on May 26, 2012. Its introduction. At E3 in 2012, Marko also talked about the channel to Mr. Pro Mods. The channel originally featured creators like T. Martin, Only Use Me Blade, Wicked Shrapnel, and Obey Alliance, but only grew in the years as it opened up submissions. Video Games was a community channel, so it would feature videos from creators that weren't necessarily a part of the channel but still wanted to grow. Creators would send in their own videos and be featured on the channel, usually in promise of money and views. At its peak, Video Games had over 3 million subscribers and lasted quite a bit longer than Team Noble. The channel posted regularly until 2019. Things seemed to be going fine for the creators in its first weeks. By June 5th, it had already earned nearly 60,000 subscribers. Things were okay until Marko met a certain creator. On June 10th, 2012, Brian and Marko made a contract with 14-year-old Andrew Levinger to assist in uploading various clips to video games submitted by other creators. Part of this agreement involved Brian and Marko providing the password to the channel to make uploads remotely, since this kid lived on the other side of the country. Andrew was considered a third-party contractor and not permanent staff of the property. On January 15th of the following year, Andrew and Marko had a spat about the fees that was owed to Andrew. He thought he wasn't paid enough. Later, on the 27th, Andrew, still pissed about not getting paid, impersonated Style Hall network manager Leah Cohn to try and prevent Brian and Marko from making a contract with the network and video games. Basically, the kid fucked them out of a huge deal. It picks up when, on the same day, Andrew demanded $10,000 from Brian and Marko, or else he wouldn't give back access to the account. He changed the password on the 29th. With his parents, Andrew entered into a contract with IGN's YouTube channel. Here, IGN would promote video games through its network and pay them a share of all the ad revenue IGN generated, but Brian and Marko never approved it. On October 12th, Andrew forged Marko's signature on a settlement and release of his interest in video games to Andrew. This kid nearly scammed Brian and Marko and seized the entire business for himself within the span of a year. Video Games was running successfully too, and never stopped regular uploads. After this, Brian and Marko entered into a partnership agreement that listed they would become joint legal owners of the channel and divide the profits from the settlement between themselves. Brian and Marko later filed a complaint and claimed breach of contract, conspiracy, fraud, conversion, tortious interference with business contract, tortious interference with future economic benefits, fraud and related activity in connection with computers and unlawful access to stored communications in November of 2013. In the initial complaint filed by Mark Allenbaugh, their lawyer, Brian is also addressed as an owner and creator collectively with Marko. And in return, Brian and Marko demanded for an injunction between all parties, the return of the channel, and $450,000. On or about May 2012, plaintiffs collectively and exclusively created and designed a YouTube channel denominated Video Games with the following URL. Video Games provides the best in gaming entertainment where visitors voluntarily may submit digital clips or videos of their gameplay for posting on the channel, and thereby grant plaintiffs a perpetual non-exclusive worldwide license, not ownership, to display, promote, or modify your video for commercial use. Plaintiffs are able to commercially exploit videos posted on the channel by allowing third-party commercial advertisements to be displayed during the playing of the videos. Since the inception of Video Games, plaintiffs have remained and do remain the 11 sole and exclusive owners of all intellectual property in video games. And it's not terribly important, as it got dismissed by stipulation in January of 2014. Andrew transferred all interests, control, and passwords to Brian and Marko, and him and his family received $30,000 in exchange. What is important is that it's the start of a long legal battle involving the channel, Brian Martin, and Marko Princip. During all these issues, Ty had a problem with getting paid on the 15th day of each month, as per their agreement. Ty goes on to allege that Marko failed or refused to make payments owed to Ty, but Marko says that he dutifully paid Ty as the money came in. Marko would later approach Ty towards the end of 2012 to terminate their agreement, where Ty asked for an outrageous price. Marko would later admit that he stopped paying Ty to put aside money for negotiating an end to their partnership. In November of 2012, both Marko and Brian contacted Ty, and Brian introduced himself as Marko's business partner. He accused Ty of extortion and informed Ty that his contract with Marko was void. In June of 2014, Marko emailed Brian confirming that he owned 30% of video games. But after all the incidents discussed, plus not having regular communication with Brian and Marko, Brandon and Ty filed a petition and application for a temporary restraining order in Texas state court against Marko, Brian, Game Guide LLC, and video games as a whole. Brian and Princip tried to transfer the case to federal courts under diversity jurisdiction, as they thought they'd have an advantage in their home state of California, compared to having to deal with Texas law. Although, this never happened. The case remained in Texas. There's a lot of court yada yada that doesn't really matter. We'll talk more about all that later. After a jury deal, Brandon and Ty each received $2.1 million in compensation, plus $5 million in punitive damages from Brian and $3 million from Marko Princip. The court also removed Marko and Brian from the partnership and confirmed the YouTube channel is partnership property. Brian Martin and Marko Princip were found liable for fraud, conspiracy, and other claims in federal court, resulting in a grand total of $18.6 million owed.
Of which Brian only owed $12.6 million.
Marko won't matter much from now on, as post-judgment efforts have exclusively been filed against Brian from this point on, mostly because Marko doesn't have any other recoverable assets, so he was considered judgment-proof. This basically means that he still owes money, but he doesn't have anything that could be claimed as compensation. No houses, cars, etc. Many figures who had also been featured on the channel came forward about their experience once the final judgment had been revealed, including Ali A, Quebble Cop, Vicstar123, White Boy 7th Street, and Lost in Place.
Justice has been served in the online gaming community. We need more of this. We need more justice being served, alright? Marko, you scammed me out of a hotel room, you motherfucker. Alright? You made me sleep in Keep the Heat's apartment with like 8 other dudes for the first night. Me and X-Jaws had to buy a hotel with your smelly ass. And what goes around comes around. 20 million. Where you gotta get that money from? Where you get? How the fuck are they gonna pay $20 million? Video Games got sued. Channel with 3.3 million subscribers. There's some shady shit. I never got involved. Looking back on it, I should have got involved. They offered me to get involved. I should have took the deal that they offered me, because then I could have sued them for 20 mil. But at the end of the day, there's only one way they can pay this debt. BJ.
Martin and Princip allegedly owed each of these creators thousands and thousands of dollars. Even Keemstar reported on it.
That's right, we're talking about the YouTube channel, youtube.com/videogames. The channel with 3.3 million subscribers is a community channel that was owned by Marko and Bryant Martin, aka FuturisticHub, aka LifeInATent, aka Vince from Video Game. Brandon Keating and David Moss have won both a $20 million award and controlling interest of the YouTube channel Video Games after suing their former partners in the project, Bryant Martin and Marko. Allegedly, Bryant Martin and Marko committed fraud by reneging on a 2012 agreement that gave Keating and Moss partial control over the revenue from Video Games videos. The defendants not only avoided making payments according to the lawsuit, but kept the plaintiffs entirely out of the loop. At one point, Marko even handed control of the channel to a child without telling Keating or Moss what happened.
It was obvious he was happy about the outcome. About 3 months later, Brian uploaded Aliens in Minecraft 2, 3D Minecraft Animation Life, in which Keemstar is depicted as a character and receives an anal probe from the aliens.
Fuck this, I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up. I'm not starting my fucking cell. You fucking stupid bitch!
Let's get right into the anus.
P.S. This whole thing will come back later, so just remember it. It's possible that the drama with Keane got so bad he was going to quit, or it was also because of the pressure from the VideoGames lawsuit.
And for the next story of today, guys, we have one here from FuturisticHub. Now, this guy is a YouTube animator with around 1 million subscribers on his channel. He makes Minecraft animations on his channel. He actually tweeted this out today. He said that he might be quitting, and he says in here that he might just quit animating forever. He's not really sure, and honestly, guys, that is fucking huge. This dude has been making videos for such a long time, and all of his videos are animations, so I don't know if he's just gonna quit his YouTube channel as a whole.
On January 9th, 2015, Brian created a YouTube channel called TopTrends that followed a similar trend of channels at the time, making ranking and top 10 style videos. The channel was originally owned by Brian and featured his voice, but other people he knew were on the channel as well. Kevin, Chrissy, and Jonathan Miller, also known as Ask a Gangsta, were all featured as narrators for the channel.
What's going on, Top Trends? You know, could it be that aliens that we call Greys are not extraterrestrial beings at all, but us?
From a woman hiding in your kitchen pantry to one of the largest self-inflicted massacres in human history, we're listing 5 of the creepiest, disturbing, but true stories of pure horror.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to TopTrends.com. Today we are bringing you the top 10 celebrities who are addicted to video games.
In a world where everything has questions and sometimes more than answers, a world where secrets remain to be locked, the world we live in today has some of the most interesting events of the past and the many questions that still exist today. Join us as we reveal the top 10 conspiracy theories.
Many of the videos uploaded would also have a tag in the description saying that the channel was created by FuturisticHub. The FuturisticHub channel would also appear on the Top Trends homepage. One person specifically, however, was a very important figure to the channel. Cameron Grant is the supposed owner of Top Trends and a former uploader for video games. Before Top Trends, Cameron had his own YouTube channel, Granty, where he often uploaded GTA content and gaming scene updates. The channel would become mostly inactive once he started working on Top Trends. Cameron started appearing on the channel around the end of 2015, and from there on became the face of Top Trends. After Brian and Marko lost control of video games in 2016, Cameron has sent a strange message to Brandon Keating on Twitter. Brandon sent a few updates to Cameron where he revealed that subpoenas had shown Brian to be the original owner of Top Trends. Cameron eventually responded in 2018 where he admitted to having just told a message Brian wanted him to tell. "I just said to you what Brian told me to say, to be honest. He told me lots of bad stuff about you and the lawsuit. I don't know what's the truth and what's not, and he is a compulsive liar and control freak. Regardless, I have no part of Top Trends now as I've been kicked off amongst other things I've mentioned in my tweet. He also has threatened me with a lawyer if you check my most recent tweet, something he always does to anyone when he doesn't get his way. It's truly pathetic, and I now fully know why he has no friends and no one likes him. He destroys every relationship and friendship he has. And I have made a new channel with a friend called Trendcrave, so we are working on that. I'm just glad to be done with Brian and his constant unpredictable shit." Top Trends has since been terminated, and Cameron now lives his life working on motorcycles and cars. Around the same time, Brian operated a channel called DramaHub. It was pretty much the same thing as Drama Alert or any commentary videos from around the time, but with Brian's special touch. Eventually, the channel became inactive and rebranded in 2018 to CraftTastic. It featured videos that were very close in style to FuturisticHub, and the name CraftTastic didn't last long either. In 2020, the channel would rebrand to Boxxy and became a bit more of a variety channel for Brian. Boxxy would go under at some point before 2023, so unfortunately it didn't have a long life. While Brian was operating FuturisticHub, his tendencies from LifeInATent carried over. Many of his fellow creators saw Brian as a subject of mockery and wanted to make fun of him. At this point, Brian would have been more unhinged than when he was on LifeInATent, resorting to swatting, death threats, and other means to take down anyone who criticized him. Creators like Leafy and Daniel T Gaming had talked about Brian, but their videos were later deleted. Brandon Asher, also known as Basherverse and Toasty, was a YouTuber who was famous for his allegations in pedophilic history, but before that, played Minecraft online. Around
2015 and 2016, Brian
randomly started beefing with Asher on Twitter, where he famously let it slip that when he was 19, he dated a 15-year-old.
I can't take this serious anymore. What started as a criminal debate is now turning into a personal issue we shouldn't even be bothered with. We're human, we make mistakes. Here's one for you. I lie to people if I don't like them. I hit people who get too close to my face. I have stolen $10 from my mom's purse when I was 11. So what? Why should this matter? Here's a good one. When I was 19, I dated a 15-year-old and took care of her having 2 jobs and actually took care of her mother in the process. Who cares? No shame. Nobody is going to judge me, nor should they over Basher. Screw that.
On May 7, 2016, Keemstar, host of Drama Alert, claimed that Brian had stalked him, along with Zombie Unicorn, Costiff, Pro Syndicate, Quibble Cop, and Leafy is here, aka Calvin Vale. Leafy, at the time, was one of the biggest creators in the YouTube commentary scene, peaking at nearly 5 million subscribers. However, Leafy had allegedly made a video about FuturisticHub's softcore Minecraft porn, which was never archived to our knowledge. Brian was pretty pissed off about this, so he bought the domain leafyishere.com and had it become a redirect to his own YouTube channel. Keemstar claims it was from stalking and later showed DMs from Brian where he admitted to buying the website. The site had been redirecting since at least late April. In another URL from the site that contained a text file called robots.txt was a redirect that led to the Content Cop episode about Leafy by iDubbbz. The site had been redirecting to the FuturisticHub YouTube channel at least until 2019, whereafter, in January of 2020, it was bought by Perfect Privacy LLC for around 6,000 USD, and has been circulating owners ever since. Mudahar Anas, aka Some Ordinary Gamers, made a video in July of 2016 talking about Brian's infamous Needed in Minecraft animation that clearly depicted Minecraft sex without a censor. Mudahar also tweeted about the video. Brian saw the video and DM'd Mudahar angrily, threatening him and demanding he take down his tweets. Mudahar, being a hero, did not take down the tweets and told Brian he wasn't removing shit. A strange account named An Animation God 4 years later replied to the same thread saying Mudahar should shut the fuck up and stop talking before some bad shit happens to you. Remember this account. It'll come into play later. On May 5th, 2017, Twitch streamer Ice Poseidon was swatted 6 times while live. Fans of the popular streamer believe that Brian was responsible, as the FuturisticHub YouTube account was in the chat at the time, demanding viewers to call the cops on him.
Laughing my ass off, I just called Toyota about this guy. Someone called the cops on him, Jesus fucking Christ. And then FuturisticHub allegedly posted the address where Ice Poseidon was at.
There is no public access to call logs, but Brian obviously did want police to go to Ice's location. Later, Ice was talked to by the police and luckily ended up leaving. Krushina Erdog also wrote an article on the situation, updating everyone on Brian's status in the last year. On February 16th, 2018, commentary YouTuber Optimus uploaded a video titled The FuturisticHub Rant, Part 1, which was critical of the FuturisticHub channel. Afterwards, the FuturisticHub and TopTrends channels began spamming comments across Optimus's entire channel, most of them being negative and insulting his videos. Brian also joined the Discord server of one of Optimus's fans to argue with him. Sometime in 2018, YouTube commentator Daniel T. Gaming made a video critical of FuturisticHub that didn't seem to be afraid to comment on the real nature of Brian's animations. However, Brian threatened the small creator with litigation, but the video was actually taken down by Daniel himself. Luckily, another user, at NathanMajwiga9378, archived the video on their channel, which was uploaded on February 26, 2018. LS Mark also uploaded a video about FuturisticHub in May of 2018, when he had only about 5,000 subscribers. Upon release, he was messaged by Brian, who demanded that Mark pin a comment that he had written that claimed the entire video was satire. A representative and a friend of Brian, TopTrends, told LS Mark that FuturisticHub is open to using the DMCA takedown system on YouTube to silence critics. When asked why, TopTrends replied that FuturisticHub only takes down videos from stupid people. LS Mark got into contact with Brian on Discord and asked if he was aware of all the hate he gets. The account replied moments after at 3:35 a.m.
Makes me uncomfortable when people talk to me about kids. I ignore those liberal saps. Libtards mean nothing to me. Conservative thinking is the way to go. Trump won because of people who hate on my content.
On January 24th, 2020, a video titled Sonic the Hedgehog Movie in Minecraft 3 featuring Goku and Baldi official Minecraft animation series was uploaded to the FuturisticHub channel and featured a character called Sinos.
It's Sonic, spelled backwards!
According to Brian himself, it's a deranged version of the famed Sonic the Hedgehog. Sinos features very pointed ears, a single buck tooth, green or red eyes, and appears to have no arms when in his full form. Coincidentally, a few days before, on the 21st, Users at PREN11 and Wikipixel on Twitter, formerly known as WikiWaka250, had created art of a character very similar to Sinnoh's that they both called Snock. On February 22nd, Brian, or an account named FuturisticHub on KYM, created a page for the character Sinnoh's and apparently knew that the character Snock existed. As he wrote on the page, on January 21, Twitter user WikiWaka250, aka Wiki, an artist in the community, decided to take this character and create art from it, and the meme was spread. Artists joined WikiWaka250 and created their own versions of Sinnoh's. For a while, drawing a character similar to Snock or Sinnoh's was a trend, and Brian seems to feel responsible for the trend, as apparently, the character of Sinnoh's was created on January 20th, a day before Wiki and Ariane did their art pieces, according to himself, of course. Later on the 29th, Ariane made a tweet claiming that Brian had approached them about the character, threatening them with legal action. Supposedly, he felt the character Snock was stolen and that Sinnoh served as the basis.
And I saw this tweet here that says, "This bastard literally got his so-called legal team to threaten me and Wiki about a shitfest of a character. He's literally threatening an artist who has like 1,000 supporters and he has millions of subs. We can get harassed at any time now with this issue." And that's really what this comes down to. Honestly, considering all the circumstances of the situation, this literally seems like a case of this is someone who, for whatever reason, doesn't like the fact that these people did fan art inspired by his work, and now he's falsely threatening them with legal action. I say falsely because, let's be honest here, this is Sonic fan art. Even Futuristic Hub's work was a derivative of Sonic. He doesn't own the rights to Sonic, so he has no right whatsoever to any, claim of ownership or anything like that. He very much has a character inspired by Sonic, let alone trying to silence them, as well as attempting to claim you have connections with Sega. And apparently that's what was happening, because these artists started to come forward with their little story about the situation, and he was like threatening them to silence them and stuff. It was really ridiculous. But we have some screenshots here of a conversation that apparently happened on Instagram.
Good afternoon. This the Futuristic Hub legal team. We are understood that a friend of yours and you are claiming ownership of a character named Snock. We also see that a user Wiki has blocked this Instagram, but we received the latest images from him, and they are quite upsetting. While we are not prepared to start legalities with anyone, we want that user to cease his actions or we will file action against. And this is not limited to filing against for his threats to falsely accuse this brand of theft. However, a defamation lawsuit could affect said user with their threats. We are reaching out to you because he has claimed you and him both are attempting ownership of a character that was not created by you. We are reaching out to you because he has claimed you and him both are attempting ownership of a character that was not created by you and him, and the remarks he made were frivolous, and his arguments were not valid on a legal standpoint. Please reach out to your friend Wiki and have all actions ceased. We will await action. Thank you. We are not interested in harassing anyone, and your photo wasn't needed to be taken down. We are sorry you took it down. This was a message toward a user named Wiki, which has since been resolved. Thanks. Also, please remove your Twitter posts about this brand. It is strongly advised, unless you would like a case filed. We do not see why you are doing this, but please be advised there are laws that you have broken here regarding defamation. The verbal use in your tweets does not align with what we've said.
I wouldn't mind if they owned the original character these artists inspired off of, but you yourselves ripped off Sonic with this logic. It's not the first time they have tried to pull this stunt. One of the artists went as far as hiding, concerned they would be targeted. This is actually the original right here. This is what they were inspired by. This still image right here in a Futuristic Hub video. Which, like, who cares?
In April, previously mentioned user, an animation god, got into a slap fight with another user, Decania. The theory is that they had seen what happened with Snock and was responding to it after seeing that Brian
allegedly
does in fact use a model they created of Baldi from the property Baldi's Basics. In a different thread, an animation god claimed that Decania is lying and that the model is totally 100% seriously belonged to FuturisticHub. An animation god DM'd to Kanya, and the two argued in DMs, and the account praised FuturisticHub. We'll see more of this in a bit. On April 23rd of 2020, YouTuber Salty DK Dan wrote on Twitter that he wasn't fond of FuturisticHub's softcore Minecraft porn being available on YouTube. Many of his viewers took this as an implication that he would be making a video making fun of the channel. In response to the tweet, Salty received an email from Brian. Not too long after, an animation god began replying to Salty, as well as others who had replied to the first tweet. Although, because of their praise to Brian as well as the timing of their replies, users started to question if this was Brian himself. The owner denied the accusations, but screenshots and tweets came forward from prior to the event that had the owner explicitly stated that they were FuturisticHub. Hilariously, after the proof came out, the account disappeared. In August of 2016, streamer Emmadorable, now known as EmmyOK, had a public beef with Brian over Twitter, where she spammed his DMs. She called Brian a child predator and a pedophile, where he asked to be left alone. The same day, she was banned on Twitch, and many people rallied to Brian's side. The original tweets are now lost, but from what we found, what happened is Emma accused Brian of selling nude photos of Emma from when she was a teenager. Brian replied on August 19th, claiming that he would be exposing Emma for her past as a cam girl in a public response.
What's going on, you guys? I just wanted to talk to you guys about the drama that's happening. It is old drama, but this girl, this cam whore, I met her on Twitter or whatever months ago, and all year she's just been obsessing me because she won't leave me alone. She literally won't leave me alone. So I asked her when I initially contacted her, what the hell is the deal? Like, why are you obsessing over me? She got upset and started talking about respect and shit. So when people saw me beefing on Twitter about it, this was months ago, someone DM'd me and they showed me like that she was a cam whore and that she has a bunch of public photos of her nude, and I was like, wow, damn, okay, well that's crazy. So I told her, you're the last person to talk about, you know, respect. And so she doesn't even respect herself. She's selling herself for coins. And it was ridiculous too. So I told her, listen, you stop lying, stop, and just leave me alone. And if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to show the world that you're a cam whore. And that's what I did, like literally. And she says that that's blackmail and blah blah, and she got all pissed off in a hissy fit. And I don't care, because she won't leave me alone. And I was pissed off about that. And then so now what's happening is she's continuously just saying my name and she's name dropping me. She won't leave me alone. She said in the defense that those nudes from Chatterbait is child pornography from when she was like 15 or 16 years old. And we know goddamn well that this was from October 2015, those nudes were, and she was like 18 or 19. But she lied and she used that to say, oh, I'll call the police if you put those out there or you tell everyone and stuff like that. She's a liar. She's literally a liar. And you know what? It's sad that people are eating this lie up from her because of the simple fact that most of them are white knights and most people just want a piece of that ass. So they'll be like, oh, it's okay, Emma, it's okay, we believe you. Yeah, you know, hey, can we have some of that pussy, by the way? And that's what's going on. And it's really disgusting because now she's calling me a child predator with no proof whatsoever. Like, I'm a married man. I'm very, very happy with my marriage. So, Emma, if you're watching this, leave me the hell alone. I want nothing to do with you. I don't care if you're the best looking girl on the planet. I will never be with you. Ever. So just please stop lying, dude. Like, seriously, this child pornography stuff, that's disgusting. Literally just disgusting. I'm disgusted in you.
In DMs, Brian also said he would be suing her for the matter, which never happened. Around the same time, Emma received a lot of backlash, and a mysterious hate account called Emma Whore was registered to the platform, showing Emma's previous history on a website called Chatterbait, as well as posting sexually explicit photos and videos of her. She had attempted to hide this, and people mostly focused on that instead of her claims. Not only that, people rallied together to find her nudes and explicit photos, rather than entertaining the allegations made by her. Emma would make her Twitter account private the same day. Around May of 2020, the two would interact once again. She tweeted on May 20th, 2020 that she had been doxxed and swatted by Brian. After this, her friends were messaged by Brian, asking for her dox, as well as on Discord, where he said that he would be sending her a cease and desist letter over email.
I'm not interested in her excuses. She has no right to attack people out of spite. She was sent a warning. Hey Emma, you have an issue? I'd like your email so I can send you a case order now on defamation for your mention of my brand. I believe you know the laws here, and by stating that this brand is a man, and 40 years old, then going back and saying 30, not realizing what you're saying. I have grounds, have a case against you. You were given a warning, and now you're crossing lines. Send me your email, and I'll have my legal team reach out to you. But you will not keep the drama going, and you will keep this brand off your drama.
In April of 2021, a user named David Plex Talks on Twitter had apparently been saying some controversial things about Brian, and later was DM'd by an account named Wildcraft with David's supposed docs. But David later confirmed it wasn't theirs. But who is Wildcraft? Just remember this account for later. It will come back. Throughout the years, some wikis like TV Tropes, the YouTube Wikia, Terrible TV Shows Wiki, Awful YouTubers Wiki, Unanything Wikia, Bad YouTubers Wikia, the Villains Fanon Wiki, and the Minecraft Animation Wiki have all attempted to document Brian's history online, some succeeding, some not. But one thing they all have in common is the fact that Brian has
allegedly
threatened every single one of them and has attempted to vandalize articles, as well as make sock accounts to spam edits and comments. Somebody also made them a villain in their Fanon story. Good shit. Around when drama alerts started to pop off in early 2013, Brian used his Mr. Internetable account to dedicate his time to Keemstar. At the time, Keem's accounts on YouTube had all suddenly disappeared, and Brian took credit for this in a video uploaded on January 12, 2013, as well as a video sometime before. In the same video, he claims that the reason he's going after Keem is because Keem posted Brian's personal information online, as well as harassed members of his family. Brian later says that Keemstar actually blackmailed him by going after Megan if his channels go down.
Yo.
Alright, let's try this again. Okay, so you want me to remove my video?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's just put it this way. Could you... Yeah, I'm gonna record. I'm gonna remove it, but under the condition that you please, even though you and I both know that I did it to your channels, please don't go after Megan. Come on.
Look, all I'm saying is if I get another... Okay, see this new channel that I have? If this channel goes down, I'm going after Megan. Like, you gotta know that. You've taken down 12 of my channels, videos of me and my daughter. I have not done anything in response to you. The first time I said Megan had AIDS, big deal, right? That's the only thing I've ever done in response to you. At this point, you have damaged my creation so much that I have to do something back, all right? So if I lose another fucking channel, right, I'm going after Megan.
But you didn't do anything.
If someone goes after Megan, don't fucking think it's me. Because if I go after Megan, I'm not a pussy. I'm going to fucking say, let's go after Megan. All right? So if someone else goes after Megan, don't jump to conclusions and try to take down my shit if it's not me. There's no beef between me and you. But if I get taken down again, I know who did it. And I'm going after Megan.
I understand. Well, you're blipping out. What if YouTube does it and I don't?
What if YouTube does it and you don't? Then I'm going after Megan. I'm going after Megan.
Right.
I'm going after you. I'm going after Megan. I'm going to do whatever I can. And I know you're recording this because I recorded you trying to blackmail me. All right? So when
you recorded me?
Yeah, I've been recording every call that we've had. I've been recording you.
I knew it. You lied to me. You lied to me.
Of course you did. You took down all my channels. You lied to me and said we had peace and you took down my channels.
Holy shit.
Listen, just hear me out. You, for some reason, you think I'm some dumb idiot or something. Like, but I'm not. And I think you're smart too. But the thing is, you take your fucking knowledge and you use it towards shit that just fucking hurts you, hurts your girlfriend, hurts everyone around you, hurts your family. You never fucking try to listen to me. I tried to give you legit advice. The reason why I was recording these conversations, I need to protect myself. I got someone literally trying to blackmail me.
That was a joke, though. Like, come on now. Seriously? You're actually going to... Oh, my God.
Blackmail me, and you told other people.
Wait, told other people what?
That you were going to blackmail me.
Yeah, it was a joke, because you're the one saying that you're rich, so I decided, okay, well, I'll ask for money and see what you do.
So you know for a fact, if that video was, or the recording ever went, like, into a court of law, no one's going to think it was a fucking joke,
Well,
bro.
yeah, but I know that.
Sit there and try to convince a court all you want that it was a joke. No one's going to fucking believe that. They're going to think you were blackmailing me.
But I know, but it's not against the law. It's just a simple joke. I mean, if they ask us, like, yeah.
Blackmailing is against the law. That's stupid. Why are we even arguing over this?
I don't even know. Let's stop.
It will be solved by you leaving me the fuck alone and not taking down my channels. If a channel goes down, I'm going to know it's you no matter what. And I'm going after Megan. I'm going to fucking make sure that you and Megan, the people that have been attacking me, that I fight back. all right? The first thing I'll do is go to the police and try to get something done there.
More than likely what happened is Brian's information appeared on an episode of Drama Alert, and Brian didn't like that. He ends the video with saying that Mr. Internetable would most likely be taken down, which it was. He apologizes for taking down Keemstar's blog account on YouTube, but threatens the newest Drama Alert account. Within the next 72 hours, Brian said that Drama Alert would go down. On January 15th, Brian uploaded his next video where he revealed that him and Keem agreed on a truce. He was weirdly kind to Keem and apologized to him and his fans about the war. He also says that he's been working with people to try and get the channels back for Keem. He says that he backed down because he preferred peace with Keem and wanted to just be friends instead. However, this time of peace wouldn't last long. In early June of 2014, Keem planned on relaunching his Minecraft server, YouTube Craft. He partnered with VideoGames for the server, where him, Brian, and Marko talked regularly. During a dispute about ownership percentages for the Minecraft server, Marko offered Keem VIP passes to the X Games in Austin, Texas. Keem invited his friend Dylan and said that Marko would be paying for the tickets. These passes were incredibly rare and valued at $1,200. However, the passes never arrived. As X Games gets closer, Keem tweeted out asking other creators if they've had problems with Marko at all in promises. At least 10 creators had supposedly hit up Keem and said that they were owed things by Marko as well. Keem says that unless he's paid the money he's owed for the tickets, he'll be running a story on Drama Alert. Marko paid Keem the $1,200 and the situation quietly resolved itself. However, another situation started around the same time. On June 8th, Cameron Daw of Spam404 reached out to Keem to let him know that Drama Alert was in violation of YouTube's terms of service and got his channel taken down. Spam404 is an internet safety service company that focuses on helping people and businesses identify, report, and block abusive or malicious online content. However, throughout their history, they were responsible for flagging and reporting thousands of YouTube videos and channels. Later, Keem tweeted that Marko was responsible for Drama Alert going down, not Spam404. The VideoGames Twitter account would later confirm this. Keem also revealed that Marko was attempting to take down Keemstar's Twitter account. During this, Keem would send a slew of different tweets about Marko and Brian, revealing their shady past as Team Noble's owner and LifeInATent, respectively. He also shared conversations that he was having on Skype with Brian and Marko. Brian, of course, was not happy about his name being linked to LifeInATent, and he let Keem know what he thought of that. Keem later uploaded audio recordings of Marko, Marko's friend Ryan, Hi Crazy Teddy, and Keem. The original was deleted, but many people re-uploaded the call. In the call, Marko confirms that him and Cameron Daw of Spam404 reported Drama Alert in an attempt to silence Keem.
Teddy, are you ready to left?
Wherever it is, yeah.
I took him down, okay, and I didn't. Ryan, tell him what I did.
Who Keem?
Yeah, I did
He
it.
took Keemstar down because he had personal drama with him and he didn't want to have to deal with him in the future. So he took his channel down. Quick snap of his fingers, Keemstar is now eradicated from YouTube and possibly soon to be Twitter as well.
Yes, we're working on the Twitter right now.
2 days later, a lawyer working for Brian named Mark Allenbaugh sent a cease and desist letter to Keem related to the video Keem uploaded, but no further action was taken. Keem went on to his podcast later in a week to talk about the drama with Brian Rizzo, aka Only Use Me Blade, and the situation quieted down afterwards. Brian has allegedly been stalking Keemstar since. Before 2015, Keem had tweeted a few times about Brian, but nothing major came of it, really just trying to connect FuturisticHub to LifeInATent, and that was a name that was still sour to say at the time. But on September 20th, 2015, Keem, out of nowhere, started sending mass tweets replying to followers of FuturisticHub that Brian was tied to the name, as well as to the VideoGames brand. In the midst of all this, Keem shared videos asking creators about their experiences on him, and it definitely didn't fall on deaf ears.
Brian Martin, aka Vince from VideoGames, aka LifeInATent, aka FuturisticHub, is a psychopath and a stalker. He stalked multiple YouTubers, Syndicate, fucking Kossoff, all of TK. I'm trying to think of, well, there's so many. He tries to flag people's channels and shut them down when he's banned on YouTube for botting. And there's literally articles about this. The dude's a con man. Just to give you a rough idea of how crazy this motherfucker is, FuturisticHub, aka LifeInATent, aka Bryant Martin, aka Vince from VideoGames, was banned from UMG Cali because he threatened to go in and shoot up the place because me and TK were there. He was literally banned from the event for threatening a mass shooting. This dude is fucked. Futuristic Hub is such an attention whore. During the Basher situation, it was such a big story, he wanted it to be about him. So he put out this thing on Twitter, I'm sure I have a screenshot or someone has a screenshot, saying that when he was 21, he was fucking some 15-year-old girl and how he fucked the shit out of her and it's not a big deal. Cause he like literally wanted the story to be about him. This dude is fucked. He is fucked, people. There's so many of us YouTubers that Bryant Martin, aka Futuristic Hub, has threatened, like, to shut down our channels, threatened to kill us, like, so much crazy stuff that this dude has done. I think we should get everyone together and make a video sharing our experiences with this dude and demand YouTube does something. This guy is banned on YouTube. How is he even here?
In December of the same year, Brian posted a tweet longer about Keemstar, which aimed to expose Keane for sexual exploitation of a teenage girl. Brian said he'd work on a video with someone, but this never came out. It's possible he meant aliens in Minecraft. In February of 2016, Brian was supposedly hacked by an individual named XTM, and the Futuristic Hub Twitter account started posting incredibly violent messages about Keemstar's daughter. He recovered his account 2 days after the fact, but didn't remove the tweets until 5 days after they were made. Some users believe that Brian is lying, considering he has a track record of lying about being hacked. This also coincides with the fact that Brian also had conversations with an individual named XTM Lols a month prior. The user does seem to be into hacking, but nothing more than a script kiddie. They also seem to tease at the fact that they were the one responsible for making the messages about Keem's daughter.
He specifically said that he doesn't know who hacked my account, which I obviously don't know who hacked my account, and I'm still wondering to this day what it was.
All I wanted to do was just troll once.
Subject.
Just troll once with CopperCab. That's it.
Later in March, Brian went on to appear in an interview from a Call of Duty commentary creator known as Chosen, where he is explicitly referred to as Futuristic Hub.
To add on to that, we actually have another person here, Futuristic Hub. He is the CEO of the YouTube channel VideoGames and VideoGames.com. So, Futuristic Hub, what do you have to say about Keemstar and his channel?
Well, regarding his YouTube channel, and it does say in the About Me section, it says that he's not allowed to possess the YouTube channel or even be on YouTube, and the reason why is because he's been banned off of YouTube. And it stresses very clearly on the Drama Alert YouTube channel that he cannot be on YouTube, and it does say that when you're terminated, you are not allowed to possess it. But YouTube honestly doesn't really care if you've been terminated. You know, there's a lot of YouTubers out there, a lot of large YouTubers who have been terminated. Well, I hated him ever since, I guess, 2009 or 2010. He was a troll back then, that I can verify, but he was very abusive. And a few years later, after, I'd say somewhere around 2012, when a lot of his drama and my drama was pretty much over, we were friends, we got along, we talked on Skype. In fact, it was the nicest thing that he's ever said to me was when I created Video Games and Futuristic Hub in the same year. He told me, you know, you've got great content, you're a fantastic animator, you've got a lot of talent, you're gonna make a lot of money with what you're doing, so keep on doing it. And I was really, really impressed. And then, so throughout 2013, he was still carrying that niceness of him, and we got along. And then 2014 rolled through, and Video Games YouTube channel was just incredible. It was very, very, very on and popping. And so, as large as it was, he wanted to get in on it because he was just starting to get Drama Alert off the ground. Finally, able to keep a YouTube channel, and he wanted to do a Minecraft server with Video Games. And I was like, okay, let's do the Minecraft server. And I was all on board with it. He's like, oh yeah, you know, Hub, we're gonna make thousands and thousands, we're gonna be rich. And I'm like, okay, cool. And my partner in Video Games, which is actually the original founder of Video Games, Marko, I'm the co-founder. Marko also has a history and really doesn't like Keemstar. He found out about this and he's like, nah, I don't want anything to do with Keemstar. I don't want Video Games or anything to do with him anymore. So that's a no for me.
This will be important in a little bit, so just put a pin in this. In May of that year, Brian announced that he would be filing a lawsuit against Keane and Drama Alert, and this time he would definitely follow through. The original videos are now lost, but thanks to the Ultimate Gooner, they're still able to be found in one place on YouTube.
Wanted to announce a class action lawsuit against Drama Alert. If anyone has been affected, myself included, by this shit channel, please contact me ASAP so we can get this started. Yeah, somebody called the police on me last night and I wanted to verify if there's a police report.
We can do that. What address were the police sent to?
Well, actually, they called from the internet, said I was cyberbullying. His name is Daniel Keane. I will not participate in any way, shape, or form in the bashing and attacks against Keemstar. These channels out there are making tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars bullying people, and you guys aren't doing a thing about it. What goes through your mind when you're hiring, or other people that you hired are hiring, the policy members who aren't enforcing the rules? iDubbbz destroyed Keemstar. I'm destroying Keemstar.
This kid right here is a fucking crazy stalker fucking fan, alright? I've known him since 2010. He cammed up on Battlecam and said he was gonna kill himself unless I got on a fucking call with him. And now he's saying I like fucking stalk him and shit? This dude follows me, but not only that, literally entered into my fucking giveaway.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You and Brian Martin. Fucking leave me. I'm gonna call the police on you. Leave me the fuck alone.
Are you seeing this? Oh my god, it is lit over on YouTube right now and Twitter. We've got Grade A Under A messing around with Keemstar, exposing him for the pedophile that he possibly is.
In response, Keane said he would be getting a restraining order against Brian, and he would be talking to his police department. In June, Grade A Under A would drop his 2-part documentary on Keemstar, which was made thanks to Joey Salads, and presumably thanks to Brian. The video exposed Keane for a lot of things, as well as what Brian alleged back in December. This will be ironic in a little bit, though. In March of 2016, an anonymous individual living in Jackson County, Missouri, was on the receiving end of either abuse, stalking, or harassment from Brian. The individual is listed as an acquaintance, so more than likely it's someone that Brian knows online. A police report was likely made, and on March 28, 2016, they went to Jackson County Circuit Court and filed a petition for order of protection listed under adult abuse. The judge reviewed the case and scheduled a hearing for April 12, 2016. At the time, Brian was living in Texas, so authorities were asked to personally serve Brian. On April 6th, he was served by Collin County Sheriff's Deputy Butch Thornhill. He asked for more time on April 11, 2016, and was given another month. On May 10th, the scheduled hearing happened, but Brian did not show up to court. Because he failed to appear, the court entered a default judgment and issued a full order of protection. The court ordered that Brian must not abuse, stalk, harass, or contact the petitioner in any way. He also must stay away from certain places and not be allowed to own a firearm. The order was short and expired on November 9th. An interesting note is that part of the original petition was a minor child info sheet being filed, so it is quite possible that the petitioner was anonymous because they were a minor. However, we'll never know the full details. This is all relevant because it came from an account that impersonated and mocked FuturisticHub and openly talked about Brian and his online life in 2017, known as FuturisticHub 3D. He also allegedly threatened a woman from Pennsylvania online in 2017, but no more information was provided. In response, an account against Keemstar and seemingly defending Brian was created and made a series of intense tweets. Let's have a look at those. Considering Brian's usage of sock accounts in the past, it could be operated by him, but there's no way to know for sure. The account messaged FuturisticHub 3D and believed Keane was behind the account, but they denied the accusations. An account claiming to be Kevin also weighed in, but was later suspended, probably for threats. The public feuds between Keane and Brian seem to end here, but there's probably a whole bunch of info hiding somewhere. Daniel Sulzbach, also known as Mr. Repzion, has been one of Brian's enemies ever since his days as LifeInATent. Back in 2010, when Eric Douglace was trolling the internet, Daniel was actually one of the people who got in on the drama. He actually responded the same day that Brian did. As for the responses, he made 13 of them, where he did acknowledge Brian was involved. On September 7th of 2012, 15-year-old Amanda Todd posted a video to YouTube telling her story of being a cyberbullying, harassment, and sexual exploitation victim. Unfortunately, Amanda left this world on her own terms on October 10th, 2012. Daniel reported on the story on October 12th and shared his sympathies on the story, as well as his own experiences with suicide. One of the issues people had with Daniel's video was the fact that he chose to monetize the video, and many people saw this as exploiting the suicide of a teenager. Brian saw this as immoral. How ironic. He believed Daniel was trying to capitalize on Amanda's death, and shared his thoughts through death threats to Daniel.
This is Mr. Epsilon, the guy you've been threatening with death threats, so I'm gonna slit your throat and all those wonderful things.
Sometime later in the month, Daniel entered Skype calls with Troll Posse members and Brian, where the two went back and forth arguing. They talked about the whole situation on call for a period of 2 days.
Hey Daniel, you know you're making this worse on yourself, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just making it
Also,
worse.
you're in the same network as Megan, and you know that you get fucked up, right?
Oh, absolutely. I know she's in Baker's studio. Perfectly.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you continue, by all means go for it, but you do know that YouTube is for different content, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you continue breaking the guidelines, you're going to lose your channel. You know that, right?
Absolutely.
I'm not really sure what this is all about, so I'm just going to sit back and listen.
Around the same time, Brian sent death threats to Daniel on his Facebook account, as well as an admin named Hector for the account. In 2013, he continued to send threats to Daniel, but was especially upset that Daniel's Encyclopedia Dramatica article had gotten cleared, but his own remained. Around the same time, someone tried to vandalize Daniel's page, a user by the name of Repsian Buster. Many speculated it was Brian, but he said he believed it to actually be an account shared between 4 people. He also confirmed he doxed Daniel. In 2016, Daniel covered the video game's case result and its monumental loss, and also talked about his history with Brian. Brian started harassing Daniel over Twitter DMs after Daniel told a story on Twitter. Brian had allegedly posted a photo of Daniel's 1-year-old nephew and advocated for his nephew to be back in 2010.
I don't even remember what it was. But from that point, when I wouldn't do what he asked me to do, he flipped his shit and he went out of his way to dox me. That was the first official dox incident I ever had, where my family's house was doxed, the address was given out, my mother's phone number was given out. It's still out there, still leaked. I don't know why. Like, they thought it was my phone number, I guess, and they leaked my mom's phone number. She starts receiving calls from this fucker, really vulgar, disgusting, explicit voice messages from this guy, and other people that he was involved with. And then what really hit the mark for me, though, was the fact that I don't know how this fucker did it, but he got photos of my sister, of my brother, of my grandparents. And what pissed me off most, and I can finally talk about this because at that current time in 09 and 010, I didn't want to give this guy the attention that he was trying to get out of me. Because, you know, when people go to this level, they're trying to get a rise out of you. They're trying to get you angry. They're trying to get you to react and make a video about them, of how upset. Like that, you know, I'm not going to feed the troll or feed the toxicity of that type of person who wants to get satisfaction out of causing me grief, because that's what it was doing. And this was a bad point in my life, too. This was back when I was, like, converting out of religion, and all this stuff was happening with this fucker. Like, this guy was doing it at the worst possible moment of my life. He posted a photo of my 1-year-old nephew. My 1-year-old nephew, right? Of a child, a minor, on the internet, posted on this web page, and he had my address where I lived. He had my phone number and a graphic explicit threats. And you know, typically I don't fucking take threats seriously. When someone threatens me on the internet, I don't take it seriously. But making a threat to somebody, specifically saying that I want you to, like, I'm paraphrasing, but from what I can remember, it was like, here's his address, if you live near him, break into his house, throw rocks in their windows, shit like that. And if their nephew is there, I hope he gets raped. And then it went on to say, I want him to get raped. It was really fucked up shit. And I wish that I had that page that was originally up back in 2009, 2010, but it's no longer there.
This is a very serious claim to make, and it is presented without evidence. Brian wasn't happy with it anyway, and threatened Daniel and said he'd be suing him for defamation. Daniel also covered Brian's threats to sue in a later video. The point is, FuturisticHub has been receiving criticism for years at this point, and Brian has been beefing with people for quite a while under that name. But I think we've been talking for a while here. I think it's time to take a break.
So let's get into this. Brian first joined the internet as Martek, and he would go in multiple forums pretending to be this Martek character, which is basically like his superhero, his self-insert. And you're probably wondering, what did he use his self-insert for? Was it to do something good for society? No, he went in forums and kind of asked how to grow his dick size. But hey man, to each his own. And even better, Brian even wrote his own fan fiction for this character Martek. Now, I don't know if anyone has the book, but please link it to me. I wonder what the first adventure was like. Was it Martek, How to Grow Your Dick Size? And he's just flying with a cape and it's just swinging everywhere. I'd actually read that. I pay a lot to read that. Now, before his fame, one of the biggest scandals Brian got into was this cash gifting site. Now, if you're not a dumbass, you don't do shit like this because number one, it's a form of fraud. And number two, if a dude is LARPing as his own OC about how to grow his dick size, trying to get you into cash gifting, it's probably a scam. Also, Brian would team up with this company called Global Xpress, which would help do these scams too. Obviously, it failed and, you know, he had to make Minecraft porn to pay the bills. Now, what you're gonna see here is Brian's trying to be a huge businessman. He's always trying to make it big in the business. A good example of this is when he LARPed as a radio host. And I'm pretty sure nobody wanted to tune in, so he kind of gave that up too. Now, what you're going to see here is Brian was determined. He was gonna make it big, and he did. He would create his channel LifeInATent. He would make a whole bunch of skits and reaction videos, and crazy enough, I actually watched this channel when I was growing up. Now, Brian's magnum opus is his Minecraft porn, but listen, LifeInATent is definitely second place. And crazy enough, these skits are actually funny, and they do have a lot of potential. He has so much talent and he chooses to do stupid shit. Now around this time, Brian met a girl named Chrissy and he ended up marrying her. Which sounds great until you realize Brian was 25 and Chrissy was still a senior in high school. I don't know about that one, man. Now also with this channel, you're probably wondering, how did it get big with Brian? He's failed at all these previous endeavors. Well, he tried the two infamous methods, clickbait and bot accounts. But what really got his channel popping was the drama. This is what almost everyone knows Brian for, starting drama. And he was pretty damn good at it too. He was beefing with YouTubers such as HappyCabbie and Keane. I don't know if I said that right. His most infamous beef was with a kid named Douglace. And this kid, he loved Justin Bieber, but he also said if you hated him, he would end up doxing you. And the people on YouTube at that time were not too happy with that kid, and they fucking hated Brian too. Brian meeting Douglace was like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Now here's the thing with this kid. It turns out he and his friend Bryn were just rage baiting. Brian was dead ass serious. It should be obvious if a man who makes fan fiction and goes on forums talking about growing his dick size, it kinda should be obvious he's not rage baiting at that point. Now what made their whole beef notorious was Brian was saying crazy stuff to Eric. Brian was saying he would give him a Shitler mustache. Just flat out awful shit. Another controversy Brian got in was talking about a huge earthquake and event that killed over 2,000 people. So you're probably thinking Brian talked about this respectfully, right? It's Brian. He ended the video off saying, "Here's a thumbs up for an epic earthquake." You just can't make this shit up. Now pretty much everyone who was a fan of LifeInATent, at this point they were turning on him. It was like exploiting a tragedy. So after this, his channel was terminated and anti-LifeInATent channels were popping up. He tried to make multiple alt accounts. He was trying to ban evade, but it would not work. Now, Brian did come back to the internet with his girlfriend, Chrissy. Now, hey, if you haven't really found a moral at this point, at least do shit with your girl. But unfortunately, she became infamous too. Now, Chrissy would end up doing something that a lot of YouTubers were complaining about around the 2010s. She would make those reaction comment videos where it's the girl with her boobs out and shit. So now, Chrissy is public enemy number one, and Brian is also public enemy number one. And this is why comment videos are kind of turned off, because girls with their titties out decided to comment on every video, and then eventually YouTube removed it. Which kind of sucks. It was such a good feature. Now, there is a lot of speculation that most of the stuff Chrissy was doing wasn't really her fault, as it maybe Brian influenced her. But yeah, man, this whole situation was pretty big at the time. All you need to really take away from this event is that Brian was going to get into a lot of drama, and everything right now is kind of the precursor to everything that's gonna happen. People kind of think Chrissy didn't say most of the stuff she did because Brian managed her scripts and comments and kind of checked her channel the most. So most people are kind of like, it's probably more Brian than Chrissy. Now there's 4 events I want to talk about to really hone in the crazy shit Brian was doing. Now his brother is kind of infamous for beefing with the own government. Now Kevin, Brian's brother, threatened to bomb a national weather service business, and he got a trip by the FBI from it. He also was beefing with other weather channels, and he did a hell lot of more crazier shit. Also, in 2015, he got arrested for trying to bang a prostitute. I mean, I wouldn't know anything about it. So now we get into the peak of Brian's career, FuturisticHub. Ah yes, the channel with the best Minecraft porn on YouTube. the channel that made some of the best crossovers on YouTube. This, in my opinion, was Brian's peak. FuturisticHub was probably one of the biggest animation channels at a point. He was also involved with a channel called VideoGames that kind of helped his channel grow. This is a process you'll see a lot in 2012's era YouTube that companies like Machinima would do. You would just collab with other YouTubers or collab with bigger channels, and then it would help your channel grow. The key people you need to remember is Brian, Marko, David, and Philip. These guys were all investors, but Marko was the big boss. If Marko ran out of toilet paper, you'd have to use your tongue. Marko had this 14-year-old kid named Andrew to help him upload videos on the channel, who ended up changing the login after Marko wasn't paying him enough. Now, Brandon and Ty weren't being paid fairly, and they got really pissed, so they sued too, and they added Brian to the lawsuit. Brian and Marko were very fucked. And you're probably wondering, how much do they owe him? It wasn't 50K. It wasn't 100K. It wasn't even 5 mil. It was 20 million. Everybody was talking about this. LIAT, Quebblecop, and even Keemstar were commenting on this event. You owe 20 million? Brian was also beefing with everybody on the internet. He beefed with Basherverse. If you know, you know. He was beefing with Mudahar. He was beefing with Ice Poseidon. He was beefing with Optimus. And even LS Mark. And even crazier, Brian was getting to a point where he was beefing with Keemstar. They got so out of hand, Brian was beefing with Obama. Nah, I'm just playing. I made that last part up. But, like, it sounds believable. So yeah, this whole story about Brian is just crazy, man. Brian has one of the most insane stories on YouTube. Brian most definitely helped shape YouTube to what it is now. In conclusion, whether you think Brian is a lolcow, whether you think he's a joke, whether you think he's a legend, whether you think he's cool, all we know is he dropped some of the best Minecraft porn of all time. But yeah, FuturisticHub most definitely made his mark.
This whole section is going to get pretty complicated, so we might flip back and forth. We'll also be going through mostly every court hearing. If you don't want to hear about every bit of evidence and would rather just listen to the summary of events in chronological order, skip to the timestamp above. For now, let's go back in time a bit. Somewhere between 2016 and 2020, Brandon Keating and Ty Moss wanted to collect on their judgment from video games. Brian apparently had not been paying up. That's when it hit them. An idea. Brian was making thousands, if not millions of dollars off of FuturisticHub. So one day the two thought, great, why don't we just collect directly off of that? So the team filed a turnover report. Ask the court to make Brian or Google hand over access to FutureHub and its revenue. Sounds like a reasonable plan? I'm on board. This new case got filed on July 21st, 2020, with the motion being filed that day, the plaintiffs being Brandon Keating, David Tyler Moss, and Fleetalismus LLC. Okay, should be simple to collect, right? Except Holly just fucking left the country. Sometime in August of 2020, Holly up and left Texas, claiming she didn't enjoy it anymore. And Brian went with her, sometime in September. We've heard the name before, but who exactly is Holly Bone? Born to Paul Bone and Sally Harwood on October 29, 1999, in Colchester, Essex, Holly Susan Bone is a native of the United Kingdom who, according to Chrissy Barmore, had commented on Brian's various YouTube channels around 2010, whereafter Brian fell in love with her.
I had noticed when I first met him, and I had been commenting on his channel, that there was this other girl that would comment on his channel all the time. And she went by like Wild Horse MC or something along the lines of that, if I'm remembering it correctly. Like, I remember specifically because he would always comment back to her and he would comment back to me. And I had clicked on her videos and things like that. And she just had like, you know, just some random videos of her like riding a horse and some things like that. Nothing crazy. But it's funny because that kind of stuck in my head. And then when the whole thing happened of him going to the UK, I had noticed that he had been talking to somebody in his office and it was a girl's voice. And honestly, at this point in time, when he was doing shit like this, I was just kind of in my, I'm not going to confront it, I'm just going to jot this down type thing. And bring it back up when I need to bring it up. So I just kind of kept my mouth shut, but I noticed he was talking to somebody that sounded kind of like a young girl. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever.
Holly had said that Brian was looking for talent for the VideoGames YouTube channel. Brian claims later that he had met her in 2012 on a Minecraft server, when she would have been 12 years old.
All the way back to 2016 or whenever this channel was created.
2012 when I met her on Minecraft. I was seeking talent for the video games channel. And then I ran into her. As creepy as it sounds, it's a lot of history.
Holly moved to the United States in May of 2019, and her and Brian married in June of 2019, when she was just 19 years old, and Brian was 34 years old. Like her husband, Holly was also bullied growing up, and felt like a social outcast. According to Holly's father, she struggled in school due to what they now know is autism. At a young age, she also showed interest in voice acting. Holly first started voice acting in a series called The Power from Berserk Canadian Gaming on YouTube. It was an animated Minecraft series. She had a minor role in 2014.
Okay, we give up. Is he okay?
He'll live, but he's gonna be in pain when he wakes up. This never would have happened if you had taken the shot. Why didn't you?
Well, I've never shot a gun before.
Great, so Steve's almost died for a bunch of idiots.
After, she had a role in another Minecraft animation series called The Apocalypse. Nothing special.
Come on, they're getting away.
She also had a minor role in another animation called Splitting Up.
So then what happened?
Well, I did the sweet move and...
What?
Oh, sorry. Look!
In 2015, she started working on her own show called Lizaria, but it never really seemed to go anywhere. She also had another Instagram account dedicated to the show. On the same channel where Lizaria was being hosted, she was also doing a Frozen-themed cooking show. In 2016, she played a reporter for a few seconds in a LEGO Avengers fan film.
The US Army is mobilizing on the streets. Now we don't know. Where are the Avengers?
From the creator, she also played the Oscorp computer voice and Gwen Stacy in a LEGO Spider-Man series. In September of 2016, she created a Tumblr blog to archive her days at the Colchester Institute while she was studying creative arts. Around that same time, she also created a Star Now profile for voice acting. She joined Amino in 2017, where she interacted with the pony community. Her last voice acting gig was in 2020 for a LEGO Avengers fan film. She is still credited here as Wild Horses MC. She also has a username linked with her identity on Instagram. Additionally, Holly had a Twitch page where she failed to mention FuturisticHub. It doesn't make much sense that the entire case would basically proceed in a different direction just because Holly left. Until we talk about an email from the prior year. On May 14th, 2019, Brandon and Ty's lead lawyer, Dan Wide, had received a strange email. Within the contents was a message from Holly saying that she owned FuturisticHub, not her husband, Brian Martin. According to her, Brian had been a lead animator for some of her channels and was part of her marketing team, a statement that will shortly seem contradictory. To be clear, Brian and his new wife, Holly, are claiming that she was the one who made the videos for FuturisticHub all along, and that Brian was simply a manager. The two are also claiming that she's owned the channel since its creation. However, Brian had been recognized as the owner by both Brandon and Ty, so they believe that this statement, plus the move to the UK, was just a way to avoid judgment and collection on FuturisticHub. Coincidentally, that email got sent the same month Holly had immigrated to the US and moved in with Brian. Plaintiffs filed a motion to compel compliance. That basically means it's them requesting the judge to say, hey, get your shit together, give this over. The reason that probably got filed is because they knew Brian was going to drag giving away FuturisticHub, or he would attempt to transfer its ownership to someone else. So in layman's terms, a motion to compel compliance is legalese for a paper that says, look man, I already told you to give it over, so do it or bad stuff gonna happen. On September 15th, Brandon and Ty filed another case against Brian, Holly, Carolyn, Keith, Chrissy, Marko's father Dijon, and FuturisticHub as a whole. It was another petition attempting to collect on the video games case, and claimed that Brian and Marko fraudulently transferred money, created new channels to avoid payment, and bought a house using a straw buyer, Holly, which we'll talk about momentarily. Because of this, Brandon and Ty are asking the courts for a restraining order against Google, YouTube, PayPal, and Chase Bank to stop the flow of money. They're also asking for the house before it's sold. We'll talk about the house in a bit. On September 30th, it was merged with the main case, so we'll be talking about it here. Brian has to know what's going on though, so the court scheduled a compliance hearing for October 2nd, 2020. The parties proceeded via a Zoom meeting, but there was an issue with Brian's attorney, Jamal Johnson, entering the judgment. He had not filed a notice of appearance, but so long as he did so within the following 10 days, he was allowed to stay, and so he did, and the hearing proceeded as normal. Brandon and Ty's lawyers say they've been waiting since July 29th for post-judgment discovery responses, and only one document was ever produced, a 2018 tax return. The plaintiff's attorneys asked for a court order forcing Brian to respond in full without objections. The order is granted, giving Brian 10 days to reply. One of the attorneys, Hunter Nunn, also requests $1,000 in attorney's fees, which is approved on the condition that Brian doesn't show up. At this point, another of Brandon and Ty's lawyers, Dan Wyde, brings up Brian fleeing to England, and how that might be a problem. Though the judge explains that he doesn't need to be there to execute on assets, as long as they are owned by Brian, of course. And that's how this giant case got started. Brian needed to pay with assets for the video games case, and FuturisticHub was an option. So now he is claiming that FuturisticHub never belonged to him. About half of the hearing was comprised of connection errors, and the other half was Brian's testimony. Brian joined the Zoom call and explained to the court he's in the United Kingdom. He says that his reasoning for moving to the UK was because Dan Wyde apparently wants to throw him in jail.
But we just granted a motion to compel against you. Are you here in the United States, or where are you?
I'm actually moved to the UK with my British wife. Your Honor, my reason is Dan Wyde is treating this as a criminal case. He's been abusive with my wife and myself. He wants to throw people in jail, then to collect the judgment. My wife moved to the United States to start a life in the United States, and she fled the United States because she's afraid of the system. And I had to go with her because we're both autistic. We have mental problems, and so we wanted to. I had to go with her. I came on here, Your Honor, because I wanted to defend myself against Dan's allegations. I'm not hiding. I don't want to waste the court's time. That's why I've hired representation so I can properly defend myself, despite that I have moved, Your Honor.
He also claims to the court that he doesn't own any YouTube channels, despite the fact that he himself has claimed otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, under oath, I would like to say that I do not own any YouTube channels. In 2017, they tried to do this again with these YouTube channels and say that I owned them, and the motion was denied also by the federal judge, and they're continuing to harass other YouTube channels, Your Honor. They said that they would go after any YouTube channel that the Video Games YouTube channel worked with, Your Honor, and it just feels like a big witch hunt.
He says all this, of course, while under oath. And that's pretty much it for October the 2nd. Brian is given 10 days to answer discovery, after which is the next major hearing. On October 12th, there was a small motion for alternative service by the plaintiff's lawyers, Hunter Nunn, Amos Warrenk, and Dan Wyde. The plaintiff's lawyers were asking to serve Brian and Holly through email, as Brian had given his email address during the last hearing. The motion was granted, and yada yada yada, not much else happened here today. Brian had allegedly said he did want to be contacted through email, though. That's it. What we're really looking forward to is the next hearing. On October 15th, the case had a hearing for a temporary injunction. This is the first major hearing of the case, and one that will be referenced often. The purpose of this hearing is to decide if the court should freeze or restrict access to YouTube channels and income that Brian supposedly controlled. Before anything begins, there's a long discussion over exhibits. The defense tries to limit what evidence gets entered, classifying much of it as hearsay. Judge Hoffman doesn't really care, and lets most of it in. If objections need to be raised further down the line, so be it. With opening statements, Mr. Nunn states that they'll show that Martin has been moving money through multiple YouTube channels, all linked by an AdSense account and controlled by him, and that the plaintiffs deserve an injunction to stop the assets from disappearing. The defense makes the same claim they have been for the whole case, that all the channels listed, FuturisticHub, Creamworks, BlockTastic, formerly known as DramaHub, and TopTrends, aren't Brian's at all, and owned by other people, one of which being Holly Martin. Following opening statements, Hunter Nunn calls his first witness, Brandon Keating. Mr. Nunn asks his client many questions, almost all of which are about identifying Brian as FuturisticHub. Here, Brandon also reveals that all 4 channels were tied to the same AdSense account. Mr. Nunn eventually passes his witness Brandon over to Philip Simpkins. He points out that an AdSense code doesn't show who owns an account, just who gets paid.
So if I owned those channels, AdSense doesn't tell you who owns the channels, does it?
No, it does not.
You didn't nothing about running that code in any way, shape, or form told you who owned that channel, correct?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if somebody else owns all 4 of those channels, the AdSense numbers are going to be the same too, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if Holly Martins owns those channels, then the AdSense numbers that you're telling this court would all be the same too, correct?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
What?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again, sir?
Bottom line is, when you say the AdSense numbers, the coding was all the same, you
Yes,
don't know who owns that channel as a result of that AdSense, do you?
No, sir, it does not identify the person that owns it.
Mr. Simpkins asks if Brian has ever told Brandon if he owned Top Trends, and Brandon points out how Martin once offered one of the channels Top Trends in a settlement. However, he admits that he doesn't remember Brian explicitly stating he owned it. Eventually, Brandon's affidavit comes into discussion, and Brandon revealed his attorneys asked him to write it, including screenshots of a settlement offer to walk away from Brian Martin. And that is about all that occurs for Brandon's examination. Mr. Nunn calls Brian as his second witness and seems very aggressive with his questioning. Brian confirms he's appearing from a friend's house in Essex, England, but the previous night he had stayed at a Premier Hotel Inn, and provides his email for the record. Many of Brian's answers are not sufficiently straightforward, making the process a bit complicated. After talking about residence as well as phone numbers, Mr. Nunn asks Brian what his wife does for a living.
What does your wife do for a living?
YouTube.
What does she do on YouTube?
She's the owner of FuturisticHub.
Is she now?
Yes.
When did she become the owner of FuturisticHub?
She's always been the owner of FuturisticHub.
Always?
Always. She's 20 years old. Yes. She makes kids animations. I'm 36.
Your testimony is she's always owned it.
Yes.
All the way back to 2016 or whenever this channel was created.
2012 when I met her on Minecraft. I was seeking talent for the video games channel, and then I ran into her. As creepy as it sounds, it's a lot of history.
Mr. Nunn also asks about Chrissy Barmore. Here, Brian reveals that their divorce was messy, and that he had an affair in 2018 with Holly, when she was only 18 years old.
I understand at one time you were married to Chrissy Lee Barmore Martin, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So you knew Holly well before you and your ex-wife were divorced, is that correct?
Unfortunately, yes, sir, that is correct.
Why do you say unfortunately?
Because the divorce that I had with Chrissy was an ugly divorce. Unfortunately, now I have to bring it back up. Unfortunately, I had an affair with my ex-wife, Chrissy. She knew it. She's known of Holly since 2014. I had an affair in 2018, and we divorced. It was an ugly divorce.
Brian is questioned about Top Trends and says that he was a manager on the channel, and the channel really belonged to Cameron Grant. He remembers managing it from 2016 to 2018. He also claims that he managed 20 other channels, but can't seem to remember them all. Mr. Nunn asks Brian if he's ever received payments from Google for his work on YouTube, where Brian says he's received money through an AdSense account, but not necessarily for his work, or that he got paid, period. Brian claims that he only remembers 2 instances of being paid directly by Google, adding up to about $180,000. He says the money was dispersed to many different people, and that he can't remember exactly who it went to or when it went.
Okay, so as we sit here today, you've admitted that you were paid $180,000 at least by Google, and you can't tell us where it went.
No, I can say it was dispersed by the people that I was working with, and then it ended in 2019.
Who were you working with?
Several different channels.
Who were they?
Off the top of my head, I can say that FuturisticHub was one of them, which was actually happened to have been one of the ones that I was actively managing. I mean, there's Pro Pepper, there's other such channels.
Please tell me every one that you can tell.
I would have to, literally at this time, I'm gonna have to be honest, at this time I was actually not in a good place. I have my paper here to prove that I tried to commit suicide
in January of 2019.
With all due respect, objection.
On the next exhibit is a transcript from 2016 when Brian was in federal court for the video games case. Here, Brian had testified under oath that FuturisticHub was his channel. He corrects Mr. Nunn and says that the term was misconstrued, and that it was actually one of the channels he was managing at the time.
You saw the transcript that he talked about, and you testified in the trial in federal court back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir, I remember this.
And you saw in that transcript, you testified that the FuturisticHub channel was your channel, correct?
No, incorrect. I said my animation channel as far as at the time I was actually under the wing of several channels. I was managing several channels. They happened to have said this specific channel. The term "my" was misconstrued. My autism should have said "a" or something else. I had a special connection with FuturisticHub due to the nature of how I've come to know the owner.
And in line 13, you said that is my animation channel on YouTube. Yes.
Unfortunately, it says "my." I should have said "a," or at the time I was doing management for several channels. I should not have said "my." I was under.
So what you're telling me today is the words "my animation channel on YouTube," yes, means something other than what you said in federal court.
When I was running video games, I took several creators in as my own, if that makes sense.
Mr. Nunn requests Exhibit 2, which contains a screenshot of the FuturisticHub Twitter account posting, "The extreme will always be set straight, and that is a promise. VG directors, send me porn for submission to the channel." Brian says he didn't own the account, but rather managed it, as if that makes it any better. He says that this was his tweet, but it was an April Fool's joke. He also claims that once he realized he posted it to the FuturisticHub account, he deleted it immediately. Mr. Nunn then shows Exhibit 4, which is a document showing the creation of FuturisticHub LLC, a company that Brian and Chrissy Barmore created in 2016. We'll talk more about that in trial. As previously discussed, Brian and Chrissy got divorced in 2019. However, listed on their divorce papers was the FuturisticHub channel, to be awarded to Brian, though no mention of Holly. Also of note is a certain Swiss bank account, which we shall cover in its entirety right now since it gets a little confusing. At some point, Brian and Chrissy shared a bank account that was based in Switzerland, probably for the purpose of embezzling money. Any documents related to this come up after the judgment of the 2016 case, which would make sense. However, Brian is saying that Chrissy created the account and had her documents notarized, while Chrissy says it belonged to Brian, but then was put in her name. Chrissy claims in her testimony later that she witnessed Brian creating a Swiss bank account and saw about $300,000 or $400,000 being transferred into it. Mr. Wyde would later go on to say that Brian had testified that he moved money from the same account to Carolyn, but Brian did not in fact say this. Although Chrissy says she heard that. What he actually said was that Chrissy transferred money from the account to Carolyn. Brian claims that it is her account, but she says she never had access to it. She once again says that she had no knowledge of the account. However, in Brian's defense, she says that she didn't know how much was in the account when it was awarded to him in the divorce, even though earlier she said there was about $300,000 or $400,000 being transferred to it. That's all there really is to say about the Swiss bank account. Most of the rest of the testimony is Brian confirming his financial information for Mr. Nunn and Mr. Simpkins. The next witness is Chrissy Barmore, and she is sworn in. Once she is questioned, Chrissy offers answers that contradict Brian's and seem to affirm Brandon and Ty's position. When questioned about FuturisticHub, Chrissy says that she watched Brian create the channel. She says that he owned TopTrends, VideoGames, and LifeInATent.
Chrissy, does Brian Martin own FuturisticHub?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, did he own it when you were married?
Yes, I watched him create it.
Okay, did he own TopTrends YouTube channel?
Yes.
You know that personally, you have personal knowledge of that?
I watched him create it.
When asked about Creamworks, Chrissy remembers it being an LLC for YouTube around 2016 to 2017. She also remembers Brian dabbling with cryptocurrency, specifically through Coinbase. Chrissy says that she remembers him putting a few thousand in said Coinbase account. When questioned about YouTube earnings, Chrissy claims that she believes that nearly $1 million was paid out within the last 5 years to Brian from YouTube. Chrissy is dismissed, and close to the end of the hearing, the final witness is called in, Marko Princip. This will be one of the only times we actually hear him and see him talk throughout this history. He basically wants nothing to do with this case. An interesting point worthy of note is that when asked about Holly, Dan White objects and calls hearsay. Marko claims that he only knows her as Brian's wife and doesn't know about her owning FuturisticHub or any related channels.
Mr. Princip, have you ever had a conversation with Holly Martin?
I know her as Brian's wife, but no, I haven't had a conversation with her.
Have you ever heard that Holly Martin owns Creamworks, TopTrends, FuturisticHub?
I'm going to object to that as hearsay, calls for hearsay.
Unfortunately, the remainder of the hearing is cut off there. But it's interesting that Dan White objected. Marko has been here since the beginning. Other than Chrissy, he is probably the next best witness as to who actually created FuturisticHub. Thus ends the hearing on October 15th, and the parties would reconvene 4 days later. On October 19th, there was a hearing for a comment made on the last hearing. This hearing starts with Judge Martin Hoffman informing the court that there was a comment made on the video of the temporary injunction hearing, alleging that Chrissy was pressured into testifying under oath. We have a guess as to who made the comment, but it's impossible to know for sure who could have said it. The judge is confused on how to proceed since nothing like this has ever happened in his jurisdiction, but he plans to make it private and seeks advice from the counsel. Dan White speaks up and shows screenshots from, presumably an Instagram account from a user named Martek the Great, to Chrissy's mother, Betty Marie. Dan White claims that the Zoom meeting of the temporary injunction hearing was hacked by someone working with Brian, which is the reason it ended early. The judge decides that at some point it would be best for all parties to talk about the screenshots and the now private hearing, as well as the comments. The original plan was to have a hearing the following morning at 9 a.m., but the recording of that hearing seems to have either been set to private or deleted. On October 23rd, there was a motion to seal evidence, where, strangely, the defense did not appear. This is a rather short hearing, and concerns the sealing of certain types of exhibits. The plaintiff's attorneys, Dan White and Hunter Nunn, are here to seal post-judgment discoveries to third parties and non-parties. Presumably the reason is that Brian was moving and closing bank accounts whenever they learned which banks were being subpoenaed. After a lengthy discussion, they came to an agreement. Specific documents can always be filed and sealed immediately, but future subpoenas have to be either hand-delivered or be accompanied by the court's sealing order to the clerk, so that they can either be reviewed or directly sent to be sealed. White also brings up the fact that Brian allegedly told Chrissy that his attorney had proof concerning the Swiss bank account, but he is cut off since this is not the subject of the hearing. That's pretty much all that can be said. There are no other live streams we could find concerning this hearing. On October 28th, 2020,
Brandon and
Ty filed suit against Brian and Holly again, as well as Carolyn, Flip to Freedom, JMC Property Group, and Open House Texas Realty and Investments. Open House Realty was represented by Thomas Hansen. Oh, that's fucking funny. The lawsuit was over a house Holly bought in Frisco, Texas. What exactly happened in this case is unknown because nearly none of the documents are publicly available online. But we do know the basic story, which will be cited later when it's relevant in the trial. One day in 2019, Holly was thinking of buying a house in the United States with her husband Brian. The two were living in an apartment in Texas. She talked with Brian's mom, Carolyn, and she apparently said, "Well, I'll buy that house." And then she bought the house. That's the story according to them and the lawyer. So they sued him. And there were a couple hearings that were public, blah blah blah. At some point, the house was handed over to Brandon and Ty and they started renting it out. On July 6th, the house went back up for sale, and the house was sold on September 26, 2022. The current owners have nothing to do with this case. It wasn't until October 10th, 2022 that all parties agreed to dismiss without prejudice. You're gonna hear about a house in Frisco a lot later, so briefly, that's what it was about. On March 24th, 2021, Holly posted a strange tweet in response to something that we'll cover later. People who don't think I actually didn't sue are stupid. What the hell do you call this? The account was threatening to add people to a defamation case after a certain video came out. Upon first inspection, it is in fact a lawsuit that Holly had filed, but it's a misrepresentation. It's not a defamation case, it's a copyright case. It was filed by Holly against Dan White, Feudalismus LLC, Ty Moss, Google, and YouTube. Although Holly's lawyer, Gene DeBose, voluntarily dismissed Google and YouTube on April 29th, and then filed a notice of dismissal in May. so it didn't really go anywhere. We couldn't find anywhere else to fit this in, so we just thought we'd talk about it here. It will be relevant to something else later, so for now, just remember it happened. But doesn't really mean anything yet. Now, it is entirely possible that there were hearings prior to this, but we simply haven't been able to find any. It could be that they are private, or they just never existed in the first place. Either way, we have new counsel. Jean DuBose is going to be our new attorney representing Holly Bone, replacing Philip Simpkins for Holly, while Brian is pro se. Craig Kapua is an attorney now replacing Hunter Nunn and Amos Warrange, though still working with Dan Wide. Bree West is also working for the plaintiffs. Finally, Michael Hurst is here on behalf of Google and YouTube, who are non-parties in the case. Ty also showed up to listen in. On March 22nd, another hearing was held over Zoom that discussed a few different motions. Mr. DuBose had a few to bring forward. 2 motions for new trial, a motion to modify, and a motion to quash a subpoena. Starting with the first motion for new trial, it is a response to a motion for default judgment that was filed on October 15, 2020. Substituted service was used, and the server went to the Frisco House and left the service folder on the porch of the house. Mr. DuBose is arguing that this was ineffective because the house was abandoned. Holly had already left to the UK. Holly had left for the UK in August of that year, and she had never seen the summons. In response, Mr. Kapua brings up a declaration from Holly signed on February 13, 2021. It's a declaration Holly had made in response to not seeing her summons. Mr. Kapua notes that it fails Texas statutory form requirements under Section 132.001. Mr. Kapua requests the declaration be stricken as non-compliant, and in response, Judge Hoffman suggests resetting the hearing to allow the corrected form. Next is the motion to quash a subpoena. The plaintiffs filed a subpoena to Google to hand over records relating to FuturisticHub and related channels. The plaintiffs had given the defense 2 versions of the subpoena back, which were 4 different pieces, and according to Mr. DuBose, when put together, they don't make a whole subpoena. It's missing certain attorneys, improper service details, etc. Mr. Hurst speaks up and says that Google hasn't filed an objection to the subpoena, and has complied with multiple subpoenas already. Mr. Hurst also says that more than likely, very recent documents won't provide any new answers.
Sure. It's not like these most recent documents that are being requested are going to suddenly provide all the answers about who owns the channels, and I'll tell you why. I know I've mentioned this to Judge Jordan at the mediation, and I think I've mentioned this maybe in open court to everybody else, but a user doesn't have to use his or her real name. They don't have to use his or her real email address or anything. Brian Martin or Holly Bone can sign up as Mickey Mouse with the email address mickeymouse@gmail.com and an address of the North Pole, and they can still get an account. And that's not unique to Google. Many other online services do not verify driver's licenses, passports, etc. So I'm trying to be as much help as I possibly can to the court and to the parties involved, and that is essentially you got to follow the money. Brian Martin did have one channel AdSense account, bank account combination that they last received revenue in April of 2019, and the records we already produced show that. So we've been telling, I guess, Judge Wide since October 2020.
He suggests asking the Freedom MCN about their history with Brian and Holly, and that they'll more than likely have a more revealing truth. Mr. DuBose responds that he already has an affidavit from George Avanos, the creator of Freedom MCN, which, according to him, Google has terminated because of this very case.
I went ahead and spoke with a Freedom support member, and this is the info that I got. So, Freedom MCN, the multi-channel network known as Freedom, is 100% officially done. They actually reached out to YouTube, but after some back and forth between themselves and YouTube, YouTube decided to stick with their decision and no longer allow Freedom to be an MCN anymore.
Google was apparently afraid of being held in contempt, and they cut off the MCN's connection to them. His affidavit says that revenue was going to Holly. Mr. Kapua replies and says that the plaintiffs have reason to believe that Brian and Chrissy Barmore were the only ones who were involved with FuturisticHub and any related brands. Judge Hoffman denies the motion to quash, and there is a brief discussion about modifying a protective order. The next motion is a motion for contempt and show cause for Brian, which Bree West takes the lead on. Ms. West first requests that the bailiff checks the halls and courtroom for Brian Martin. He was requested to appear in court in person while everyone else was allowed to attend over remote communications. Brian failed to show up to court. Judge Hoffman also notes that if he shows back up in the United States, he is subject to arrest.
I agree with you. The enforcement on this may be tough, but I don't agree with you that there's been some kind of defect. He's a party in this case. He's received notice of this, and he's chosen not to appear. If he comes back to the United States, then he'll be subject to arrest.
Ms. West asks the court, as an extra component to enforcement, that they would draft a letter to the State Department so that when he returns to the country, there would be a flag on his passport. Of note is that the hearing was originally set at 3 o'clock but was instead moved to 1:30 p.m. It is entirely possible that Brian never received the memo on that, so Ms. West asks that the halls be checked again at 3 o'clock in fairness to him. Ms. West goes on to explain the plaintiff's motion for contempt, the main reason being that Brian has failed to respond properly to post-judgment discovery. He was served with a request for production in November of 2020, but failed and misrepresented responses, according to Ms. West. She also requests that the court take judicial notice on Exhibits A through G and I from the plaintiffs, which are all admitted. Judge Hoffman requests proposed orders on everything that's being asked by the plaintiffs, and the plaintiffs agree. Ms. West brings up one last issue, a failure to turn over a list of non-exempt property from Brian, which was scheduled for the same day. Judge Hoffman rules that Brian Martin is found in contempt of court, and that a capias will be issued soon.
Very briefly, I'm sorry, there was the additional failure to turn over by Brian Martin his list of non-exempt property that was also at issue today, and if the court could make a ruling on that.
Court finds Mr. Martin is contempt on all of the grounds stated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the court will issue capias as requested.
With no other matters brought forward, the record is closed for this hearing. On April 30th, 2021, a hearing for a motion to strike was held. Weirdly enough, Eugene DuBose did not show up to the hearing, so the defense had no presence. Plaintiffs filed a motion to strike the judgment debtor's original answer and default judgment for liability. Basically, the plaintiffs are asking for death penalty sanctions for Brian Martin. Despite the name, death penalty sanctions does not mean that Brian is being sentenced to death. It happens when a court decides to strike a party's pleadings for discovery, which would eliminate any type of defense that said party would have. It is so called death penalty sanctions because it is so extreme that it basically doesn't let a party nor their counsel speak on their behalf. Ms. West also notes that Brian has failed to comply with many of the things asked by the court, including a failure to comply with a temporary restraining order, turnover orders, orders compelling post-judgment discovery, a temporary injunction, an order compelling turnovers of non-exempt property, and an order to compel with orders to show cause. The problem, as pointed out by Judge Hoffman, is that if they go to trial for the case, how would a default judgment matter? Ms. West argues that this is just a means to that end, and that this would reel him in to comply with plaintiffs' requests. If the plaintiffs ask for such an extreme judgment, Brian will be like, oh shit, I'd better start working with these guys. At least, that's what the plaintiffs hope for. Thereafter, they discuss Google's role in this case, and the company's understated importance at this juncture, since they hold records relevant to the case. Judge Hoffman asks for the letter to be resent to the court clerk, which Mr. Hurst complies with. Plaintiffs also request $6,000 in attorney's fees for preparing and arguing the motion, which everyone agrees with. Next, Judge Hoffman confirms that the trial is set for October 5th and confirms that it is a non-jury trial. A status conference is scheduled for Monday, May 3rd, 2021. Nothing else of note is said, and the hearing closes. There is no recorded hearing for that Monday, none that is publicly available anyway, so the next hearing is on August 6th, 2021. This next hearing is a motion to vacate previously filed turnover orders, where we have a new face joining us. Jervone Newsom is showing up on Google's behalf, presumably replacing Michael Hurst. She seems to just be here to observe and for guidance. In this hearing, the parties argue over whether previous court orders that froze and redirected YouTube channel revenue were legal, and whether those orders unfairly took money from Holly's accounts. Oh yeah, Holly's money in bank accounts got frozen. Gene DuBose starts by explaining that he can't understand under what order Holly's money has been frozen, as well as the access to her YouTube channels, which is a due process problem. He also brings up that money that was put into the registry of the court was taken out of a bank account in England, seized by the court. That was in Holly's name. DuBose reminds the counsel that the rights of a third party cannot be determined by an ex parte turnover order, per Texas law. This is relevant because Holly technically wasn't a defendant last year. When the case was filed, her name wasn't on the paper. He's gone through the record and found many overlapping orders, injunctions, TROs, Google-related orders, and it's hard to tell which one froze her funds and cut her off from the channels. We had trouble understanding it, but basically, he's saying Holly wasn't named as a defendant, she wasn't served with notice, she didn't get a chance to defend herself, and yet her assets were frozen as if she were the judgment debtor, the real judgment debtor being Brian Martin. That's why this is a due process issue, according to Jean DuBose. Judge Hoffman doesn't remember this happening, so DuBose explains. Up until this point, we've never really dived into the specifics of how Brian, or supposedly Holly, got paid on YouTube. You'd think it was solely ad revenue, but apparently, revenue generated from FuturisticHub, Creamworks, Blocktastic, and TopTrends, all of it was first going through a multi-channel network called Freedom. For anybody watching unfamiliar with the term, a multi-channel network, or an MCN, is a real relic of YouTube's past. Think of it like video games, where multiple creators would be featured and create content on one channel, usually for the sake of mutual benefit. Freedom was managing these channels from 2019 to the end of 2020. The importance of this is that since Holly is not a defendant, it's her channels and her funds and channel access that was revoked. Her rights to due process were violated. Judge Hoffman proposes a solution. They get to trial on the issue. If there is some confusion about anything not regarding her ownership, it'll be handled after the trial. There shouldn't be any order taking money out of Holly's accounts. Very suspicious that Holly all of a sudden owns the properties when Brian has said in the past that he owns them. Once he gets a judgment, now she owns it. And that's why he's frozen their bank accounts. Going forward, Judge Hoffman has no problem with Holly testifying from England. But the same courtesy doesn't extend to Brian, assuming COVID-19 and expenses didn't bar him from appearing in person. Judge Hoffman decided not to vacate any orders, per Mr. Kapua's request, and stated that he believes he can defend said orders on appeal. Judge Hoffman makes it very clear that the court needs to make a determination on who actually owns FuturisticHub, hopefully by October. According to both Mr. DuBose and Mr. Kapua, neither of them have received some of the documents they've asked for, like 1099s and documents relating to ownership and financial history. Judge Hoffman asks Google to produce documents as well as an order on the motion to vacate from Mr. Kapua, and the hearing is adjourned. From this point on, there's nothing too important to talk about. Depositions were held and a few other hearings occurred, but because they're not entirely relevant, we'll just skip to trial.
The bench trial starts with Judge Hoffman going over some important notes. Originally, the trial was going to have a jury, but the night prior, both parties agreed that they did not want one. The case they're covering right now is also not about the video games case. It's about figuring out what really belongs to Brian, and to try to figure out if any assets can be collected on in the video games case. Mr. Capua starts with his opening statements where he claims that Brian is the true owner of FuturisticHub, Wildcraft, Creamworks, TopTrends, and Blocktastic, and tried to transfer ownership to Holly to avoid debt collection from Brandon and Ty. Mr. Capua presents some key dates, which we'll quickly go over. On June 7th, 2016, FuturisticHub, LLC was formed by Brian and Chrissy Barmore. This happened 2 months after the video game's judgment was declared, and Mr. Capua believes this is the first point where Brian attempts to fraudulently hide ownership of FuturisticHub. However, according to Chrissy, she doesn't remember ever being in charge of such a business.
FuturisticHub, LLC was to be awarded. Now, let me ask you, do you remember that? Do you remember you guys had something to do with that?
So I remember telling my lawyer that I wasn't sure what all could possibly be in my name. Because I did tell her, like, I suspected that he hid money in a Swiss bank account in my name.
Right.
And she told me to write down everything that I could think of, like whether it was in my name or not. And then let's list it in the divorce decree, just in case.
Okay. So, you and Brian created FuturisticHub LLC in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
About then, do you remember anything about that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. You guys,
So,
it's basically
like
just a business entity for the channel.
Right. Yeah, I knew he had talked about creating an LLC, but wasn't 100% sure that I was involved in that. Well, like I said, there was times where I remember signing paperwork that I didn't read. It's just like, hey, you know, like, because he would just say things, you know, like, you know, hey, this is something we need to do. Like, I just need you to sign this. Things like that. But I mean, honestly, at that point in time, I was just, like, shaking my head and nodding so I wouldn't have to argue with him.
According to Chrissy as well, Brian visited the UK sometime in 2018 for a gaming convention. The same year in fall, Holly had traveled from the UK to Texas to meet Brian. On New Year's Eve of 2018, Chrissy left her husband and in March of the following year got a final decree for divorce. Only 3 months after that, do Brian and Holly get married. In January of 2020, Carolyn Martin transferred $340,000 to Holly with the intent to purchase a house in Frisco, Texas. Holly, not her own son, her own blood, if you will, right? In August, Holly had filed for divorce and retracted her filing the same month. A few days later, the two had a post-marital agreement filed and Holly returned to the UK. However, FuturisticHub was never mentioned in the post-marital agreement. In September, Holly created Wild MC Limited and transferred all videos on the FuturisticHub channel and Wildcraft channel to the ownership of this entity. And finally, in November, Holly sold the house from Frisco for $250,000. These dates are key in the plaintiff's attorney's claim that Brian and by relation Holly were committing fraud and attempting to transfer ownership to Holly so that no one could collect on the revenue from it. The plaintiffs have all the reason to believe that Brian was the true owner of FuturisticHub from its creation to the day of the trial. He also brings up a list of court orders violated by the two. Mr. DeBose brings up a different story, however. Basically, he says that Holly's childhood was not ideal with her experience with autism. However, she took immense joy in animating and started animating around 12 years old. Brian met her while he was looking for management on a Minecraft server and the two started a business partnership. At 12. Alright then. Brian also helped her with rendering since she had a poor computer. He also brings up the Minecraft porn animations.
There have been talk about pornographic videos that were on the site, and you're going to see little snippets of it. They're not pornographic in any serious sense. They're little block figures that are making motions. We'll show a little snap of that. And she made them, you know, when she was like 13 years old, because to her, they were amusing. And, you know, I think that's not unusual for a 13-year-old who first learns about sexuality to think that the whole thing is kind of strange and funny.
Mr. DeBose also claims that Google recognizes Holly as an owner of FuturisticHub, a channel account owner. Mr. DeBose says that Chrissy, Brian's now ex-wife, had given the money to Carolyn for retirement, and that was the money that Carolyn gave to Holly. Holly was in the process of buying a house in the United States when she first visited in 2018, and Carolyn just said, "Oh well, I'll buy that house for you," as a gift. Mr. DeBose also claims that Chrissy was false in her statements in the temporary injunction hearing from 2 years prior. So basically, Holly did nothing illegal, she's the owner of FuturisticHub and all related channels, and everyone else is wrong. After Mr. DeBose's statements are finished, Mr. Capua calls his first witness, Holly Bone Martin. One of the first questions Mr. Capua asks Holly is when they first started talking, which was, according to her, 2012 when she was 12 years old. Although, when asked how old Brian would have been, she can't recall. He was 27 years old. According to Holly as well, Brian's not an animator, and she's never seen him animate any videos before. She was also the one who created every video on the FuturisticHub channels.
In your opinion, is Mr. Martin an animator?
No, he's not.
Have you ever seen Mr. Martin animate any videos?
No, I've never seen Brian Martin animate any.
Is it your testimony in court today that you created the Futuristic Hub channel around October 25th, 2012?
Yes, that would be correct.
Is it your testimony today that you have created in totality all of the videos which have been uploaded on the Futuristic Hub channel?
Yes, that's correct.
So, Mr. Capua raises Exhibit 37, which we'll show in its entirety.
What's going on, everyone? My name is FuturisticHub, or Hub, as most of you guys know it. I do very cringe, very meme, very offensive, like Minecraft animations. I want to be, or I probably am right now, the most offensive Minecraft animator on YouTube. And you know, I've animated ever since I was a child. Now, I'm not saying I'm not cancer when it comes to my animations. I know that cringy as hell, so I know that. Trust me, I know. And I know I made Minecraft porn like 4 years ago as a joke. We've talked about this. What is going on, everyone? I just wanted to announce that this weekend I am uploading on the FuturisticHub channel a full explanation on everything that everyone's been saying about me. And of course, you know, they thought that they can lie about me because, hey, you know what? I can't show my face on a Minecraft animation channel. Your support means everything to me. I uploaded a brand new animation yesterday, Aliens in Minecraft 2. What's going on, everyone? I just wanted to say that I'm just sitting here and I'm animating a new animation. And I'm just sitting here animating and I just don't feel it anymore. Hopefully the quality of this new animation is good, because it's an animation that I saved for 1 million subscribers. You want to know why I wanted to do Minecraft porn or Minecraft sex a long time ago? Well, this is why I did it. And a lot of people are calling me a Minecraft porn animator or Minecraft sex director or something. And it's getting a little weird, okay? So if you guys are watching this, kind of dumb it down a little bit. The reason why I did it was because, well, number one, I love Minecraft, okay? And number two, I love animating. I want to animate something that no one would dare animate. And believe me, Minecraft isn't just for kids, it's also for adults. And because I'm the most offensive Minecraft animator on YouTube, I thought that that was just the perfect thing to do.
Okay, here we go. One more away. We did it. All right.
Hey everyone, we did it. Thank you so much. I stayed up. It's like 3 o'clock my time. Thank you so much for 1 million subscribers. This is amazing. It just amazes me that my animations would even do this. I remember back in 2012 when I started doing these animations, and here we are, baby, in 2016, and we made it to 1 million subscribers. Thank you so much. What is going on, guys? I am a famous YouTuber, and I don't say that because I want to pull out the God card and say that I'm godly for being famous on YouTube. But I want to let you guys know that I am famous, and I have generated over 1 billion views.
Ms. Bone, do you recognize the person who was making those various statements in that 4-minute video clip?
Yes, I do.
Who is it?
It's Brian Martin.
Did Mr. Martin state in those video clips that he created the FuturisticHub channel?
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. I may have watched it and saw him say things, but it doesn't mean it's true. But I don't actually hear that in it, so unless it must have just gone out the other ear. So I don't remember hearing that in that. No.
Mr. Capua requests Exhibit 3 After, which contains a spreadsheet of 80 FuturisticHub videos from 2018 to 2020. On December 22nd, 2020, all of these videos were re-uploaded onto the Wildcraft YouTube channel. Right after, Mr. Capua asks if Holly ever gave Brian login access to the FuturisticHub channel, which she says no. He also asked if Brian or Chrissy Barmore had ever filed copyright strikes on behalf of FuturisticHub, where she replies no. Holly also claims that she never had any assistance in creating the videos from Exhibit 3. On Exhibit 12 is an email from May of 2016 from Brian to Frugina Ordeaux, a reporter at Forbes who was covering the VideoGames Lawsuit. In the email, he refers to FuturisticHub as my animation channel. Holly disagrees with the statement that it's his channel.
So as he's answering the questions, he states on page number 2, the second line, I'm very careful with what I am doing on my animation channel, in parentheses, FuturisticHub. You see that?
Where am I looking? Sorry. Oh, yes, I see that.
All right. Do you agree with Mr. Martin's statement that FuturisticHub is his animation channel?
No, it is not.
So you disagree with the statement, correct?
Yes, I do.
On Exhibit 6 is an email from June of 2014, also to Frugina, about Keemstar. However, Brian is under a different name, Vince Victor. an alias we know he used at VideoGames. The email address he used is also the same from 2016, only the name has changed. Holly doesn't recognize the alias, though.
Ms. Bone, have you ever known Mr. Brian Martin to have an alias named Vince Victor?
Vince Victor, I don't know what that is. I will be completely honest with you. I have no idea.
All right. And you see in exhibit number 6, first paragraph, my name is Vince. I am the owner of VideoGames and the channel Futuristic Hub. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Was Mr. Martin one of the owners of VideoGames?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Thank you.
Afterwards, Mr. Capua asks about top trends, and Holly says Cameron Grant owns the channel, not her. On Exhibit 22 is an email from May 14th, 2019 that Holly had supposedly sent. However, in the email, Holly states that she was nice to offer Top Trends to help him. In the same email, the author also states that Brian is the lead animator for a few of the YouTube channels.
It's an email from you to Dan Wyde, one of the attorneys for the judgment creditors, dated May 14, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you see where in the first sentence of the first paragraph it says, "This is Holly, and I am the longtime owner of the YouTube channels you are asking information from." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then in the second paragraph, the first sentence, it says, "As I understand your client, Brandon," which we're referring to Brandon Keating, "was told by Brian Martin himself, his position in my brands and other brands he works with. I was nice to offer Top Trends to help him in this case, but that offer is out of the window and I will keep the brand with me." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did read that correctly.
Well, according to the second paragraph of exhibit number 22, you're the owner of the Top Trends channel, aren't you?
Well, actually, at the time, I was supposed to be hosting that channel, and I actually thought I was going to get that channel and got overexcited, but then I realized that I shouldn't have, and it didn't belong to me, so I shouldn't have said that because it was never going to be mine. I overreacted. I got overexcited, so I do apologize.
So in other words, you admit that you will write statements which are false?
Yes.
On Exhibit 9 is a screenshot of the Futuristic Hub Twitter account from November 21st, 2015, where the bio reads that the owner's name is Vince and is also the CEO of VideoGames, a position that Brian once held. Holly also never inquired about the name, and never knew about it. On Exhibit 11 is the VideoGames Lawsuit trial transcript from March 30th, 2016, where Brian admitted to have an authoritative position in Futuristic Hub. Holly still claims that it's her animation channel. She claims that Brian was lying to protect her in court since she was only 16 years old at the time, and that he does represent her. On Exhibit 15 is a declaration made by Brian in the same lawsuit where Brian admits under perjury that he animates and voices characters for children who watch YouTube. Holly doesn't agree with the statement of animating, but she does agree that his voice was used. On the next page is a statement claiming that Chrissy Barmore was hired by Style Hall, a defunct marketing company, to create a YouTube channel, which became Futuristic Hub. However, it is possible that this statement was made to shift blame to Chrissy. Judge Hoffman calls for lunch, and the council breaks. Once they reconvene, Mr. Capua directs Holly to Exhibit 17. On this exhibit are payment receipts from Google that are all addressed to Brian Martin. Most would presume that these are for Futuristic Hub, but because it's not explicitly stated in the documents, Holly doesn't agree.
So that's your belief that these two payment receipts are not for the Futuristic Hub channel, but for other channels Brian Martin had involvement in. Is that what you're telling the court?
That, and as well as Futuristic Hub, yes.
On Exhibit 19 are documents provided by Google for the Futuristic Hub YouTube channel. An owner is identified as Brian Martin with the same email address that he used to talk to Frizina. On the following page are account holders. Only two are listed: Chrissy Barmore and Brian Martin. Holly is not mentioned anywhere on here. On another page is a counter notice to a copyright claim made against Futuristic Hub. This is fair use. They have no right to claim entire animation works for fair use. This is my animation, and it is my copyright. As such, thank you. I swear under penalty of perjury that I have a good faith belief the material was removed due to a mistake or misidentification of the material to be removed or disabled. At the contact information, the author is listed as Chrissy Martin. Mr. Capua notes that Holly said earlier she never gave anyone the login, and that the login is required to file counter notifications.
To who prepared this counter notification for the Futuristic Hub channel, and it says Chrissy Martin. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
All right. So how could Chrissy Martin, which was Brian Martin's wife at the time, file a counter notification on a Futuristic Hub channel, which you say is yours, but at the same time you testified earlier that you never gave anyone the password to the Futuristic Hub channel, so they couldn't have access to file this counter notification?
If I'm being completely honest with you, I don't even know what this document is. This is the first time I've actually seen it, especially here. I don't know what this is, so I don't know.
Further down, another copyright claim is listed for Futuristic Hub, which was once again signed by Chrissy Martin. Mr. Capua's line of questioning is interrupted by an emergency alarm blaring, with later reports stating that the courthouse has been evacuated, reported by Judge Hoffman's father of all people. The hearing is suspended until a bit later. The hearing picks back up with another stream from Judge Hoffman, and Craig Capua continues his line of questioning to Holly. Mr. Capua continues on Exhibit 19, which is emails and copyright notices linking Brian to Futuristic Hub. On March 26, 2018, a letter from Disney Enterprise was sent to Brian Martin in response to a counter notification he had issued. Apparently, Brian had used a song from Disney in one of his animations, and Disney had the video removed. In the letter, Brian is implied to be the owner of Futuristic Hub multiple times, and no correction is given. Furthermore, in the response letter from Brian, he gives no correction that Holly was the one who made animations or videos. He also claimed himself as an independent artist. Holly claims that Brian was usually working on business stuff though, and that she wasn't involved in those matters, or that she would know about it. On another page from the same exhibit in 2014, a counter notification was issued by Vince Victor, an alias we know to belong to Brian. It was probably for the same issue of copyright. Mr. Capua asks if Holly knows why Brian never mentioned her in any of these copyright claims and issues, and she says she doesn't know. And Exhibit 22 is an email supposedly from Holly sent to Dan Wide on May 14th, 2019, and she says she remembers sending it. Mr. Capua presses whether Holly gave Brian authority to act on her behalf.
Are you telling the court that you prepared this email rather than Brian Martin?
Yes.
Did you authorize Brian Martin to act on your behalf in all areas related to the Futuristic Hub channel?
I'm not too sure I understand the question. Could you ask it again?
Sure. Did you give Brian Martin any authority to act on your behalf regarding the Futuristic Hub channel?
If there's something I wanted him to do for the channel, then yes, I would have asked him to do it. But if not, then no. It would always go through me.
So unless you told him directly to act on your behalf, any matters related to the Futuristic Hub YouTube channel would have to go through you. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you give us an example of where you would provide Mr. Martin authority to act on your behalf concerning the YouTube channel Futuristic Hub?
Well, if there's something I don't understand, I would ask him to deal with it. If it's maybe business related, or like, for example, the drama I went through with the Minecraft pornography, I couldn't come up to do it to deal with it myself. So I asked him to represent me and deal with the public on that situation. So anything that threatens me as a person, he would do for me. That's an example I could give you.
They move on to Exhibit 55, which is containing various affidavits signed by Vincent G. Zubros Jr., a process server in Dallas County, who has since deceased. Throughout the exhibit are examples showing that Mr. Zubros had served Holly Martin with a temporary restraining order through email on October 15th. This is part of Capua's claim that Holly violated a previous temporary injunction order by transferring money, assets, and property. Capua notes this by asking Holly to confirm if she understands that she is restrained from accessing funds from the 4 channels involved in the suit. And she says yes here.
All right, so Ms. Bohm, if you look at paragraph 1 of Exhibit 27, which is the temporary injunction, it states, because you are a restrained party. Do you understand that pursuant to the court's order?
According to this piece of paper, yes, I believe so.
That you are restrained from withdrawing, receiving, or dispersing any funds related to the following YouTube channels. And in paragraph 1, it references FuturisticHub, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On Exhibit 46, pages 156 and 158, are deposits in a Barclays bank account of $80,000 and $90,000, which are funds received related to FuturisticHub. These deposits are violations of her temporary injunction because she received money from FuturisticHub's ad revenue, and she was supposed to turn it over to the court, but didn't. On Exhibit 27, page 2, is the temporary injunction stating that she's not supposed to transfer ownership. On Exhibit 3, 80 videos were uploaded to the Wildcraft channel, which was a violation of the TI order. On Exhibit 42 are documents related to Wild MC Limited, a company that Holly supposedly created on September 30th, 2021. Capua asks Holly to confirm if she's the creator, and she says that she is the creator, sole shareholder, and director. It is also a company based in the United Kingdom. The same day the company was created, Holly transferred all of the videos from the Wildcraft channel to the ownership of Wild MC Limited, which Holly confirms. This was another violation of the TI order because she's not supposed to transfer ownership. However, Holly says she didn't know she was violating anything, which might be true, but we'll get to that later. On paragraph 3 of the temporary injunction order, the court wrote that Holly was restrained from selling the Frisco House.
Would you agree that you were not supposed to sell that Frisco property?
I wasn't actually aware that I wasn't allowed to sell my Frisco property.
But Exhibit 55 is a collection of court orders through email that all state she wasn't allowed to sell the house, and there's a lot. Furthermore, on Exhibit 51 is a settlement paper from November 25th, 2020 showing that she did sell the house, which is another violation of her TI order. Back to Exhibit 46 though, on page 60 is a bank statement from her Barclays account that show a lot of different deposits and withdrawals. At the beginning of December 2020, Holly had about $400,000 in her bank account. Then 2 days later, she got a deposit of $66,000 that Holly doesn't seem to remember. The same day, $244,000 was deposited as well, which is the same amount of money she received from the sale of the Frisco property. The balance at this point is about $700,000. On December 15th, all of the money was withdrawn, which is also a violation of the TI order. Holly says she must have put it into a Halifax savings account. Plaintiff's attorneys requested Holly to produce records and documents relating to her financials, but for whatever reason, the Halifax bank account statements were left out. Returning to Exhibit 51 on page 3294 are messages from Holly to her real estate agent. These messages include her email address, which is the same one that Mr. Zuber sent the TRO to. Yet, Holly still says she didn't receive all of the documents that we just went over. Apparently, she also never discussed the temporary injunction hearing with Brian. On Exhibit 29 is the banner for the Wildcraft and FuturisticHub YouTube channels. According to Holly, she created the banners. Mr. Capua's theory is that the banners are both the same because Holly wanted to redirect traffic to Wildcraft so she can continue to receive revenue from YouTube. Holly says it's not true and that she had to make money somehow, and that her attorney told her to rebrand and start over. She also starts to get upset here. Jean DeBose calls for a break and Judge Hoffman decides they'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
That's the banner that you're telling this court that you created all by yourself.
Yes.
All right. Let's take a look now at exhibit number 30, which is the Wildcraft banner. And would you agree with me that exhibit 29, which was the FuturisticHub banner, and exhibit number 30, which is the Wildcraft banner, they're the exact same banners, aren't they?
Yes.
And the reason they're the same banners is because you wanted to redirect all of the traffic that you were receiving from the people watching your videos on FuturisticHub to Wildcraft so you could continue to monetize the revenue from the channel to the detriment of my client. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
then why did you upload all of the videos to the Wildcraft channel when the court order said you weren't supposed to do that?
Well, I mean, it's obvious because when I was locked out of FuturisticHub and Queenworks, I lost everything, and I had to get an income. I had to start over again, and like I had to rebrand everything. And I was also listening to what my attorney had said, who told me to like rebrand and start over. And like I have to make an income. I mean, I don't want to be like having nothing and going to do nothing, because this work is all I know how to do. And talking about this actually kind of upsets me, so I apologize.
Well, I got a real important question, because in December 2020, actually specifically December 22nd, 2020, when you uploaded all of these videos from Futuristic Hub channel to the Wildcraft channel, that's the same time in that Barclay statement that you withdrew $770,000 and put it in your Halifax account, but yet you're telling the court you have no money?
I don't understand what's going on. I need to calm down and think, because I'm just not used to it.
Can we take a short break, Your Honor?
Once they return, Royce West asks to approach the bench and asks to seek a trial amendment to include fraudulent transfer claims and forced production of account records, since these bank accounts were left out. Judge Hoffman allows a trial amendment and orders that documents about the Halifax account be turned over to the court, as well as the money mentioned be deposited to the court. Craig Capua continues his line of questioning with asking Holly what other bank accounts they don't know about. She has bank accounts with Revolut, Barclays, and Halifax. Mr. Capua asks Holly how deposits are made into the Revolut account, which is holding about $200,000. Payments are originating from Wildcraft, which are going through Elite Alliance, a multi-channel network that Holly has partnered with since Freedom went under. Regarding the Barclays account, it's purportedly at a balance of $0 since there was a balance of $0 after she transferred her money, and she doesn't check it. After being asked about the 3 accounts, Holly states that there are no other accounts she has. Capua continues his questions with dates of creations for the bank accounts. Holly opened the Revolut account sometime in 2021 and the Halifax account sometime of December 2020. She says she's had her Barclays account forever though. Mr. West steps in to start questioning Holly with more questions about the account. He asks if she has the ability to produce statements for all of these accounts, to which she replies yes. He requests that she make statements and have them at the end of the day, which she agrees to. Mr. West requests that the $700,000 mentioned would be wired to the court's registry once a court order is signed for it, and the statement seems to upset Holly.
Among Royce West, a couple other questions about the account. May please the court. You have the ability to go online and audit your balances. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
All right, so you have the ability to also get copies of your statements. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And, you have access to those accounts today, correct?
Yes, I would be
So
able to.
you would be able to go online and provide statements for at least 2 years, each one of those accounts, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're asking you to do that today and get that information to your attorney, so your attorney can provide us that information. Do you have any other accounts at financial institutions in your name or the name of Brian Martin?
No, I don't. Just the ones that I said.
Are you certain about that?
Yes, I am very certain.
Okay. What about crypto?
I will say I do apologize for not including Halifax. I genuinely thought you were just talking about.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. What about cryptocurrency?
Crypto what? What's
Cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency. Bitcoins?
No, no, nothing like that.
Okay. Well, we'd ask that you get us that information today. You get it to us through your attorney.
Okay.
Anything else, guys?
Your Honor, and in terms of the account where you have the, how much? $500 balance in one of them and $200,000 in the other one, you're able to wire that money once you get a court order. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of shock right now.
Well, we understand. We understand that. What we're saying is this. Because of the person sitting beside you, we're having this trial, okay? this $800 million.
You're saying you want to take all my income, so I have nothing, and put me up.
Ma'am, I'm not trying to do that. The person sitting beside you initiated all this. Okay?
I need this job. I need my fans. I don't care about money. But it's good to have money. It's just I can't not have this job anymore and go on the streets. There's nothing else I can do. I care about my fans. I don't want to lose it.
Again, Your Honor, let's take a break.
No, Your Honor, I'd like to finish this, Your Honor, if the court doesn't mind. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. DeVos, go ahead.
You can smile.
I don't believe she can
smile,
answer.
Craig. Smile, Craig. I see you smiling back there, Craig.
I can't do this.
Please.
Guys, are there any other questions that you have, Mr. West?
The only other question is, Your Honor, her ability to be able to wire the money upon getting an order from the court to Mr. DeVos, whether she has the ability to wire the money into the court's registry. So
I believe she does.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. DeVos or Mr. Capio, do you have any more questions?
Oh, yes, I've got more questions, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Once Holly's calmed down a bit, Mr. Capua continues with his own questions. On Exhibit 32 is a screenshot of a channel called Futuristic Hubs. This channel was meant to redirect viewers from Futuristic Hub to Wildcraft, which again is a violation of her TI order. On Exhibit 34 is a screenshot of the Wildcraft YouTube channel. Mr. Capua points out that the exact same videos from the Futuristic Hub channel are on the Wildcraft channel, which Holly confirms. From this point on, it's gonna be a lot of stuff concerning money, but we're almost there. On Exhibit 46 are some financial documents relating to a Capital One bank account. Mr. Capua goes over some deposits just to confirm financial details. From June of 2019 to May of 2020, over $400,000 had been generated in revenue through Freedom MCN. In August of 2020, there was a withdrawal of $556,992. Holly explains that she wired the money to her Barclays account in the UK. A document on the same exhibit shows that her Barclays account was actually opened on September 11th, 2020, where $220,737 was deposited by Freedom the same month. This is actually for a separate account, though. Holly has had 2 Barclays accounts this whole time. The second Barclays account did in fact receive the money.
So explain to the court how on August 19th, 2020, you withdrew $557,000 from your Capital One account and you deposited $220,000 into your Barclays account. What happened to the almost $300,000 that isn't reconciled yet? Where did it go?
I'm a bit confused here because it says your currency call deposit account. So that currency account is connected to my Barclays account, which makes it one entire account. So that's why I said it's one entire account, because this account is split into 2 separate things. This is split into the US account, which is connected also to the UK account. And I have provided these to you. I don't know why they haven't been shown, because these have been provided to you. I gave them to my attorney to provide to you. You should have these.
All right, well, let's start back for a moment. On page 169, you withdrew $500,000 from your Capital One account, August 19th, right?
Yes.
Then on September 28th, you deposited $220,000 into your Barclays account, right?
That specific thing there says Freedom Family deposited that into the account. Is that what you're saying?
All right, so that says Freedom Family made a deposit of the $220,000. All right, so where's the bank account statement that references the $500,000 that you deposited into Barclays? Where's that account statement at?
You can try bone document page 174, which is a different Barclays account.
No, it's all the same account. It's just us been
On Exhibit 54 are documents about the house that Holly and Brian owned in Frisco, Texas. On February 4th, 2019, Carolyn Martin, Brian's mom, wrote a cashier's check to herself of $398,932. The same day, there was a deposit into her checking account at Chase Bank.
There was a deposit into Carolyn Martin's account in the amount of $389,932. You see that? The beginning balance was zero. And that cashier's check we looked at a moment ago, that was deposited into this account. That sound right?
Yes, that's what I've seen, yes.
All right.
In January of 2020, there was a wire transfer of $3,400 to Republic Title of Texas linked to the house in Frisco. Republic Title of Texas is a full-service title insurance company that handles transfers for real estate. To the same account was also another wire in the amount of $336,584, which is about how much the house was sold for. On Exhibit 23 is the deed for the house, which was signed on January 27, 2020. At the bottom of the document is the final settlement statement, which linked a total consideration of $339,990 with a final amount of $340,490, with the house officially belonging to Holly, not Brian. In March, Holly decided she wanted to sell the house, for only the reason being that she was homesick.
At some point in time, you elected to sell that Frisco property house, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you wanted to sell the house?
Well, I was starting to get homesick, so it was around the time that I was thinking about being homesick, because I missed the UK. So it was probably barely maybe a month or two in. I just wasn't really settling in.
So you're saying you wanted to sell the Frisco property house around March 2020?
Yeah, I could say so, yes.
Did you want to sell the Frisco house for any other reason other than you were getting homesick?
Not that I can think of. I do remember in August of 2020, Brian telling me about his lawsuit thing that he had, and that was actually kind of the last straw. I didn't want to have to deal with that. But then that's when we were getting into that divorce stuff. But I didn't want that to be the reason why we had to split apart. So he came to the UK with me to live here.
All right.
In November of the same year, she actually did sell the Frisco house to JMC Property Group. Holly sold the house for $250,000 exactly. However, from Marcus M. Moffitt, a broker's opinion details that he believed the house to actually be worth $332,000.
You see this broker's price opinion, it shows that the house on that date was worth $332,000. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
So you sold that house for $80,000 under the market value, right?
Yes, I did. I don't see how price matters. Like I said, I don't care about the cost of things. If I lost a profit, it doesn't matter. I don't care about money. I just wanted to do it how I wanted to do it. I see here it says that it's worth more. However, it didn't matter to me because I'm not interested in money. It's not. I don't see why I would have to be interested in it like that.
Well, that money that Carolyn Martin used to buy that house for you, that money really came from Brian Martin. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
All right. So you dispute that money came from overseas and made it to the Bank of America account, which made it into the Chase account, and then made it to Republic Title. You don't think that transaction came down that way?
Well, as far as I was aware, it was my mother-in-law's money. I didn't know anything about anything before that.
Right as they're going to look at Exhibit 24, a petition for divorce from Holly to Brian, Judge Hoffman calls for a quick break, and the stream ends. There may have been another stream, but we couldn't find any, so for now, day one ends here.
Day 2 starts incomplete, as it seems like some of the live streams were either taken down or made private. The first one still available starts with Mr. Kapua questioning Holly under oath. Kapua introduces Exhibit 13, containing documents referencing the creation of FuturisticHub, LLC. In June of 2016, Brian and Chrissy created a business entity called FuturisticHub, LLC in Texas. They were also the managers of this. Although weirdly, Holly's name is nowhere to be found here, or anywhere on the documents. On Exhibits 20 and 21 are documents relating to Brian and Chrissy's divorce in 2019, which was first filed on January 10th, 2019. In the final divorce decree from March 12, 2019, Brian is awarded a few different things, including the Swiss bank account and the rights to FuturisticHub. All duties, rights, title, interest copyrights, patents, intellectual property, taxes, and earnings, past, present, and future, to his YouTube channel, FuturisticHub Business. Holly responds that Chrissy had no right to put the FuturisticHub business in the divorce decree. Later, Capua asks if she produced documents in response to requests for production from 2012 to 2019 that would show ownership of FuturisticHub, which she states she did. However, when asked to point to which ones specifically, she can't.
Is it fair to say at this point in time, you are unable to direct the court to any document between 2012 and 2019 which shows that you were the owner of FuturisticHub?
Yes, because I gave everything to my attorney to deal with. This isn't something that I can deal with right now. My attorney has all the information to prove that this is my channel and this is my stuff.
Is your answer yes to my question, Ms. Bone, that you don't have any documents at this time that you can show the judge?
Not currently, no.
She does, however, put that responsibility on her lawyer, so it's not exactly incriminating in all fairness. She claims it's her attorney that has all the evidence. On Exhibits 17 and 36 are financial documents relating to Google. Mr. Capua asks if Holly agrees that these are payment receipts by Google with FuturisticHub, but Mr. Dubosi interjects. Jean Dubosi is presumably coaching Holly by saying that she doesn't have any knowledge, but she does say herself that she doesn't know, since Brian managed finances. The other receipt shows that almost $291,000 was deposited into the court's registry during this case, and Mr. Capua asks if that represents revenue from FuturisticHub. Mr. Dubosi objects once again, saying that Holly doesn't have any knowledge and is warned one more time that he shouldn't be answering for Holly. Holly says it's plausible, but she doesn't know. Mr. Capua asks to confirm if the FuturisticHub channel was receiving revenue from about $80,000 to $100,000 a month, which she agrees with. Holly also establishes that monetization for Wildcraft was about $30,000 to $40,000 a month. On Exhibit 26 is a postnuptial that Holly signed with Brian, which was a result of the dismissal of their divorce. Holly also confirms she had counsel in the divorce. Mr. Capua asks whether the agreement was intended to create separate property for her prior to and after marriage. Holly says she wasn't even aware of Brian's lawsuit before they got married.
I'm not too sure I understand. Prior to the marriage of Mr. Martin, I had no knowledge of his lawsuit. After, in August 2020, that's when I found out about his lawsuit. So that's how I see it.
On page 1746 of the same exhibit, Mr. Capua reads an excerpt relating to separate property. The agreement is trying to identify what Holly owns and what it is. Mr. Capua asks that, fitting these descriptions, a FuturisticHub would be listed on Exhibit A, which she testifies it would be. On page 1757, Mr. Capua asks Holly to verify if FuturisticHub is listed anywhere on Exhibit A, which details what Holly specifically got in the divorce, and she points out that it's not explicitly named, but fits the descriptions for it.
I can clearly see number 4 literally indicates my business and my income and interests. So that would be FuturisticHub.
Mr. Capua asks afterward if Holly agrees the reason it's not listed in name is because Brian didn't have any intention of agreeing that it belonged to her, because it didn't belong to her and he would lose control. However, She says that's not true because it does belong to her. On Exhibit B, which lists what belongs to Brian, Mr. Capua claims that the documents are very ambiguous about who FuturisticHub, Wildcraft, Blocktastic, and similar channels actually belong to, due to a specific, very similar item.
All sums of cash in the possession of or subject to the control of Brian Martin, together with all interest income, blah, blah, blah. Then it talks about banks, savings institutions, or other financial institutions. You see on paragraph 4, it says all sums of cash in the possession of or subject to the control of Holly Martin, together with the interest income, mutations, enhancements, increases regarding money on accounts of banks, savings institutions, or other financial institutions, has the same language as Mr. Martin's, correct?
If Holly's definition of owning FuturisticHub is based on this item, then Brian can also say he owns FuturisticHub, and that's the point Mr. Capua is trying to make. Afterwards, Mr. Capua starts to ask questions relating to Brian's character. Mr. Capua asks if Holly believes Brian has respected judicial proceedings in cases involving him, but says she doesn't know. On Exhibit 44 is a conversation on Facebook between Brian and Brandon, which happened after the court denied an attempt from Jean Dubosi to strike the expert witness, Athanasios Pouzantzis.
Listen, man, whom you have a judge breaking laws you already lost. He then states, up toward the top, you can ask your lawyer. That judge has no business being a judge. Congrats, you have a corrupt, biased judge. Cheaters lose. Don't forget that.
Holly states that this would be appropriate to ask Brian, not her, since this doesn't have anything to do with her. Afterwards, Athanasios Pouzantzis joins the Zoom from Toronto to play short video excerpts for the court as demonstrative expert evidence of how the videos are made and whether Holly created them. After the clip, Capua asks Holly to confirm she created that video, and whether the excerpt was created in a single location and used the same characters, which she confirms. During Holly's deposition, she was asked if she knew what a plugin was, and she said she didn't. However, many of the animations that are on the FuturisticHub channel use Turbulence FD, a Cinema 4D plugin that requires licensing. She supposedly thought it was based Cinema 4D, yet right after she says that it was something that Brian helped her install on her computer, even though Brian isn't the animator and doesn't have much animation experience, he had more knowledge than Holly on basic software. There is more to be said here, but we'll talk more about that on day 3. For now, it's just Holly showing her inexperience in the program and trying to explain how she made the animations. Craig Capua passes the witness, and the court calls for a 10-minute break. On return, Mr. Dubosi starts his cross-examination. He presents Exhibit 57, which is Holly's tutorial on Cinema 4D. It's basically what we just saw prior, imperfect explanations of animations. Holly may have experience in Cinema 4D, but it doesn't reflect in the FuturisticHub animations. At the end of the stream, Judge Hoffman calls for lunch and says that everyone should reconvene at 2 p.m. However, Brian of all people chimes in to send a message, who has been silent the whole time.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn off the Zoom. Just go
Your
ahead.
Honor, could I just say something, please? Your stream has been compromised. There's a lot of haters in your stream, and I think it's been tweeted out on an account with 40,000 people. They're bullying Holly in the chat. I've already alerted Rhonda. I just wanted to make you aware of that, Your Honor.
I don't know who was speaking, but
Judge Hoffman offers to turn off the live stream since everyone involved is already on Zoom, but the attorneys from both sides prefer the live streams be on YouTube. Once again, either the next live stream started late or one got deleted, as we start when questioning has already occurred again. Mr. Dubosi continues his questions on Holly's experience on animation until he requests Exhibit 27. On this exhibit is a document about subscriber information from Google, which of course will be censored. Here is supposedly information connected to the FuturisticHub channel that is connected to Holly. The same is shown for the Creamworks and Wildcraft channels. Dubosi also presents Exhibit 14, which contains a screenshot showing that the primary owner of the Creamworks Animations channel is a Google account named Holly Bone. The same is also presented for FuturisticHub. An important thing to note, though, is that both channels on YouTube are brand accounts, which are different in permissions to a standard YouTube channel. Brand accounts can in fact be transferred ownership, but the process is a bit tricky. Moving to Exhibit 16, there's a screenshot showing a copyright claim email on a FuturisticHub video titled I found the real Dame Tu Casita in Minecraft. Dame Tu Casita in a nutshell animation, and that it had been disputed. Attached is also an email addressing Holly specifically. Unfortunately, there is no date visible. This is probably meant to be a slam dunk from Dubosi, but this is also ambiguous. Latin Auteur is a music publishing hub who has a tendency to falsely claim a lot of videos on YouTube, so it is possible that Holly or Brian are licensed to use the music. But doesn't this message look familiar? I have a good faith belief that the claims described above have been made in error, and that I have the rights necessary to use the contents of my video for the reasons I have stated.
This is fair use. They have no right to claim entire animation works for fair use. This is my animation and it is my copyright. As such, thank you. Do you see that?
On Exhibit 49 is a click wrap talent agreement between Freedom and Holly Bone. It was going to be used as evidence, but Mr. Capua objects and states that it doesn't meet the requirements of a business record affidavit. The objection is sustained, but Holly does acknowledge that she had an agreement with Freedom for management under their MCN. Mr. Dubosi asks a different question about Holly's history. Holly reaffirms the story that we've heard, that they were playing Minecraft when she was about 12. She says that Brian was a voice artist and would help her with pretty much anything she needed. Holly says about the Minecraft porn videos that she thought it was funny and still doesn't see anything wrong with it. Holly also went to Brian for help with being harassed online about those animations, supposedly.
Do you remember when I first had contact with Brian Martin?
Yes, to put it briefly, I was very young. I was playing Minecraft about 12 years old. And I heard that he was looking for talent and YouTubers, and I said I was interested, and he said he would help me, and that's how our communication started.
Yeah. How did you meet? Where? Did you meet face to face?
Not at the very beginning, no. We only met face to face in 2018, but we met on Minecraft, and then we went from there to Skype because he said he'd help me be a YouTuber. So.
What kind of assistance did he give you?
Well, he gave me advice, he managed me, he was the voice artist for Steve. Pretty much anything that I asked of him, he would help me with. All I could say is everything I've said so far in this court is that he's represented me, done voice work, managed me, given me advice, helped me with other things like collaborations with other voice people, all that sort of thing really, including rendering, of course.
You started doing animations, and you've admitted that you did some pornographic videos, right?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Unknown caller. I'm completely honest with you, Gene. I genuinely thought it was hilarious. I mean, it wasn't even like I still don't even think it's that bad, but it only got bad because, like, I believe a few years later, my channel just got attacked, and I had to get that sorted out because I wasn't going to exploit myself to the public. I didn't want to do that. But at the time, I thought it was funny. I mean, I used to draw inappropriate things, and I didn't know they were inappropriate because I just thought they were funny. I watched things like South Park back then, so I'm still, I've seen things. So
when did the trouble start?
I think it didn't start immediately. It probably started a couple of years later when I was being attacked by this other YouTuber called Keemstar or something, and I noticed it because people were throwing things back and forth at me, and that is actually when I had to get Brian, and I asked Brian, I said, look, I can't tell people that I did this. Can you please represent me? I need you to deal with this, because I was still in school. I was 14 or 15 at the time, and I was still in school. Everyone knew that FuturisticHub was a celebrity channel at that point. I'm telling you that now. And if people found out that I, in school, made that stuff, I would have got bullied a lot more than I already have. So I couldn't deal with that drama. I don't deal with drama. This is why Brian had to do it for me, and I'm glad that he did. But he never objected to anything. He did it for me because he was my friend, and he just did it because he worked for me. He was an employee, and I thank him for it. But now that I'm an adult and I have no one to judge me around my everyday life about it, I don't care. I would tell people, yeah, I did it. He's the mascot. He's Steve. He's the voice of the character that was actually in it, so it would make a lot of sense.
When did you first meet Brian face to face?
I first met Brian face to face, I believe it was summer of 2018. He came down here.
What happened during that visit?
Well, originally it was just supposed to be a business trip. I wanted to meet my employee. I wanted to meet him because we've known each other for a long time, and I really wanted to meet him. So we met, and he was talking to me about, I know I've got paid for this stuff and everything, but I think you can handle it now. You're an adult, and we were talking about it, and it took me a year to figure that out. But yeah, it was supposed to be a business trip, but we ended up falling in love with each other.
And how long did he stay in Britain?
I believe it was probably a week or 2 weeks. I can't really pinpoint the time frame.
Eventually, Mr. DeBose asks about the Frisco House and how Caroline supposedly purchased the house for her. She offered it to Holly as a gift, and she accepted.
But there come a time his mother purchased the house.
Yes, surprisingly, yes.
Yeah. And did you expect that?
No, I didn't at all. I was looking for houses because I was interested in how different they were to the UK, because they're not exactly the best over here. I'm going to be completely honest with you there. But yes, I was looking, and I was interested in seeing what it would feel like to have a house. And my mother-in-law, she just came up and said she would get it for me as a gift, and I just accepted it. It was a shock, but I still accepted it. I wouldn't decline her. She's a lovely woman. She's the closest I've ever had to a mother, my birth mother.
A lot of this is just re-asking questions about the house that they have already been asked. But of course, sources are in the credits and description if you want them. Jean DeBose calls for a break, and they take 10. The stream ends here. When the court reconvenes, Mr. DeBose continues the cross-examination. Mr. DeBose asks about the Aegis management system.
What is Aegis?
Aegis is a separate website I use for copyright claims. I connect with YouTube. That is that Freedom gave to me.
For the first few minutes back, there's an argument between attorneys about Exhibit 2, which eventually isn't admitted. Mr. DeBose requests Exhibit 13, which contains a distribution agreement between JP Reps to put Wildcraft animations and videos on various smart TVs. He asks if her signature is on the document, and she confirms. Nothing else. On Exhibit 18 is a certificate for Wild MC registered in the UK, which received all the income from Wildcraft. On Exhibit 19 are tax documents for Wild MC. Again, nothing of note is asked. On Exhibit 30 is the original email Holly sent to Dan Wide on May 14, 2019. Holly says that YouTube had received a subpoena for her YouTube channels, so she sent the email requesting that they leave her alone. She says she doesn't remember much more about it because she wasn't interested in any more drama. On another email exchange, Holly becomes very heated when being referred to as Brian.
Do you remember this email exchange?
Yes, I believe I do.
And what do you remember about it?
All I specifically remember about this was that Google had received a subpoena about my YouTube channels, and I was just reaching out, telling them to leave me alone, whoever these people were, because I wasn't too sure what was going on here. But that's all I can remember specifically about this email.
And this was before you were married, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And did Brian tell you anything about this letter you'd gotten from Google?
No, he told me that there was something like in the past to do with this YouTube channel subpoena stuff with these people at the time, but he said it was something to do with like a closed thing, but I didn't go into it. I just said, oh, well, I don't want these people bothering me, so I need to protect my stuff. And so I just went on from there. I don't really remember much about it because I wasn't interested in any drama. So I just, yeah, that's the email there.
Do you see he's referring to you as Brian?
Yes, I do see that.
Yeah. Do you have an understanding now why he was doing that? Referring to you as Brian?
I was completely confused. I was like, why is he referring me to Brian? I'm not Brian. I'm a completely different person. Like I felt like I was being told that I don't exist, and that wasn't right, so it did upset me.
On Exhibit 39 is a 1042-S form for Holly's income and taxes in the U.S. Strangely, Holly admits that this would be the first time she got a form like this, even though she had moved to the U.S. first in 2019. On Exhibit 25 is another partnership agreement, this time to Elite Alliance with Wildcraft, which was signed in April of 2021. Due to Freedom having issues around the same time, the CEO of Freedom, Georgia Vanuis, referred Holly to Elite. On Exhibit 40 is an email to Wildcraft saying that Elite Alliance no longer has access to the YouTube channel. Holly recalls this being very shortly after the TRO hearing. Google had requested Elite Alliance cut Holly off, according to her.
When did you receive this?
I believe this was very shortly after the TRO hearing. Google cut off my Elite Alliance and contacted them to get me cut off from Wildcraft. So that was quite recent.
Okay. So you no longer have any relationship with Elite Alliance, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And
on Exhibit 24 is a trademark document with the Intellectual Property Office in the UK. After this, Mr. DuBose passes the witness. Judge Hoffman asks before Mr. Capua's questioning if there is any evidence before the 2019 Court of Appeals decision and the VideoGames Lawsuit showing that Holly owns FuturisticHub. Of course, there isn't any. Mr. Capua starts his line of questioning with an order from the day before. Here, it orders that Holly must turn over all funds in the Halifax, Revolut, and Barclays bank accounts, and any others that might not have been mentioned by 4:30 of the same day of the court hearing. Holly says that she will not comply with this order because she won't be able to pay her bills.
I wouldn't be able to pay my bills if I complied with this court order, and I do not agree with it. I have already stated before this hearing that my attorney had to fight against this hearing, so I will not be complying with this at all.
It's also stated that Holly must provide bank statements from the past 2 years the day after. Holly says she doesn't think it's fair, so she's not going to comply.
I don't think it's fair, so I'm not going to comply.
Capua moves to hold Holly in contempt for not complying. Mr. DuBose responds that a mandamus stay was filed in the Fifth Circuit of Appeals. He asserts that the motion is pending and was recently filed. Judge Hoffman orders that they should move on with the trial, and if her being held in contempt is still an issue after, they'll address it then. Weirdly, Mr. Capua can't seem to find the motion that Mr. DuBose was talking about. In all fairness, this might be because it's still pending. Mr. Capua continues on with questions about her relationship with Brian.
Miss Bone, was Brian Martin your first and only love in your life?
Marriage-wise or
relationship?
Well, I have had previous relationships, but they never lasted. If anything, they lasted a week because I was, well, anyway, that's, if anything, they lasted a week, but I didn't take interest in that sort of thing.
Is it fair to say from age 12 to the present, he has been your only love in your life?
I would say that, yes.
He asks if she would do anything for him, including lie for him, but she denies that she would. During Mr. Capua's line of questioning, Judge Hoffman calls for a 10-minute break as a new associate judge had just stopped by, and he wanted to greet her. Once the court reconvenes, Mr. Capua dismisses Holly and calls Mr. Athanasios Posansis as his next witness. Here, Mr. Capua asks Posansis to review and critique a huge amount of videos from the FuturisticHub and Wildcraft channels and find out if Holly created them or not. We won't go over everything since there's quite a lot, but only a short summary.
Do you agree with Ms. Bones' statement that she is extremely familiar with the functionality of Cinema 4D software?
No, I disagree.
What is your opinion on Ms. Bone not knowing what a third-party plugin is regarding Cinema 4D?
Especially the use of Turbulence FD, which was used in a few videos. And today in her video, she claimed that she knows what it is and she didn't remember. I find it very hard to believe, to put it mildly.
Mr. Thanasis, do you believe that Ms. Bone is aware of light visibility and volumetric lights based upon her answer to my questions?
At that moment when she was being testifying, the answer is no. But this is one of the things I evaluated while going through her replies, which is a contrast to what we saw today. Today we saw Ms. Bone's ability to explain very complex things quite nicely when she knows about them. And in this particular case, the simple fact that you need an object, a material, and an extra parameter would have been known to her. And I don't find that the explanation she gave was even close.
In Cinema 4D, there's an option to add things like lines, I believe. So I added a bent line to put in front of Steve for the jump rope.
Mr. Thanasis, do you agree with Ms. Bone's answer on adding a bent line to make the jump rope?
No, unfortunately, this is one of the first things we teach people in Cinema 4D, that when you create any kind of line, it does not render. This is black. Hair has the tendency to round everything. So if I take and increase the thickness and make this equivalent, you see this rounding here. You will see this rounding. And that rounding is not prominent. That shows me that the particular jump rope was not made using the hair. So her explanation is wrong. Had it been made by hair, I would have accepted that as a valid explanation. But this shows me, once again, that she's very capable, very smart, but that particular thing, she hadn't done it.
How did you create that green portal effect?
It's the same thing with the textures. I added a water type texture, which is a movement thing, and I changed the color to green and I applied it to the portal section, which makes it appear that way.
Mr. Thanasis, is there a watertight texture within Cinema 4D effect?
No, there is not.
How did you make these letters?
There's an option to make anything in Cinema 4D, including words. You just add the text and you can place it wherever you'd like to place it.
Mr. Thanasis, if you want to make a text, what do?
A text is a spline, and we need to do exactly what we did with jump rope. A spline by itself will not render. You need to make it into an object. So you need something like an extrude, which is what Ms. Bone used in this particular case.
Did you agree with Ms. Bone's answer on this issue?
I would not.
Do you believe that this was a third-party tool, not part of Cinema 4D, or was this within Cinema 4D?
I believe this was within Cinema 4D. You have loads of options to do things like this in Cinema 4D.
Mr. Thanasis, was this third-party tool within Cinema 4D as Ms. Bone has testified?
No, this is Turbulence FD.
And that's the third-party tool you discussed earlier?
Exactly, and the one Ms. Bone demonstrated to us today.
So in your opinion, if Ms. Bone had in fact created this effect, she would have known it was a third-party plugin and not part of Cinema 4D. Would that be true?
That would be true.
With that, you can literally do blur effects with camera and stuff like that. Or, yeah, blur effects. It's all to do with different selections on things. So I believe that was a camera blur effect. It's focused more on the portal and the outside, and I select the bits that I don't want to be clear. I'm sorry, it's hard to explain.
Well, what is the process called, or like the look of when you've got characters that are sharp and cubes that look blurry? You often see this in photography. Do you know what it's called?
I'm not too sure I understand. I'm sorry.
Mr. Thanasis, does this particular line of questioning have anything to do with selecting objects?
No, and that is Ms. Bone's mistake. She's aware that it's a camera effect, but she's not aware that you define it by defining distances from the camera and not specific objects. So she was aware. It's part of her, I would say, limited familiarity with the software, or the normal familiarity. But it's one of those points she's missed. So I would assume she didn't do this effect.
Mr. Posansis makes it clear that he does not agree that she's familiar with the software. He also believes that she didn't create the majority of the videos on her own. During Mr. Capua's questioning, Judge Hoffman calls for a break until the next morning, and so ends Day 2.
Day 3 starts with questioning for Mr. Posansis already taking place. It's just a lot of what yesterday was, him giving his technical opinion to Mr. Capua. Mr. Capua finishes his line of questioning and passes the witness to Mr. DeBose. Mr. Posansis remains polite throughout his questioning, and says that he's impressed by her ability to learn and her passion, but nothing of note is really said during his testimony. Mr. DeBose calls for a 5-minute break and the court breaks. Once the 5-minute break is over, everyone reconvenes and the stream suddenly dies. The next live stream starts with Mr. Capua objecting to Mr. DeBose's line of questioning about Holly's mental state, specifically her statements about her autism. Mr. DeBose passes the witness, and Mr. Posansis is excused. Afterwards, Mr. Capua calls his next witness, Chrissy Barmore. She's sworn in and identifies herself. The first question she's asked relates to her meeting Brian in 2010 while she lived in Georgia. The two met over the internet. She's asked who she believes to have created FuturisticHub, and she says Brian Martin. To her knowledge, Brian was the only creator, animator, and writer for FuturisticHub. Chrissy also allegedly watched Brian create videos for FuturisticHub every so often during their marriage. She's also asked about their divorce, which happened on New Year's Eve of 2018. Mr. Capua eventually brings up Exhibit 13, which contains some documents relating to FuturisticHub LLC. We talked about this prior, but according to Chrissy, she didn't have much involvement in the venture. On Exhibit 10 is a channel agreement for FuturisticHub LLC, with Chrissy's signature. She doesn't remember signing the document, and suspected later that it was a possibility Brian signed documents in her name without her consent. Afterwards, Mr. Capua asks if Chrissy is familiar with Creamworks Animations, where she states that Brian Martin created the channel. This might not be factually incorrect, because the channel was created sometime in 2018, before their divorce, although she remembers it being created somewhere around 2015. On Exhibit 21 is the final decree for Chrissy and Brian's divorce, where a Swiss bank account for Brian was awarded in Chrissy's name. We talked about the Swiss bank account prior, but according to Chrissy, she believes that he put it in her name alone, and she didn't find out about it until their divorce. Chrissy says that she didn't know how much was in the account, but he mentioned a $400,000 a couple times, so she assumed that it came from that account. In the divorce, Brian was also awarded the FuturisticHub YouTube account. Mr. Capua asks when Chrissy heard Holly's name for the first time, and Chrissy says that she heard it for the first time back in 2010. Holly and Brian supposedly spoke through suggestive comments on YouTube. Brian never directly mentioned Holly to Chrissy though. According to Chrissy, Brian also allegedly traded some cryptocurrency, but she didn't know anything past that. She gets the feeling now that he was trading crypto in her name. Mr. Capua asks about Chrissy trying to obtain a Coinbase account from Brian. Apparently, Chrissy was banned from Coinbase without reason, and she tried to create another account with her photo ID, where she learned that her ID had already been used. Mr. Capua passes the witness, and Mr. DeBose starts his cross-examination. Mr. DeBose's first question is about the Swiss bank account, where he asks if Chrissy was being truthful when she knew nothing about the account. Chrissy says she was being truthful and knew nothing about it when they were married. Mr. DeBose requests Exhibit 33, which contains some documents that were signed before a notary. Here, Chrissy confirms that her passport shows up as well as her signature, but says she doesn't remember the document. She remembers a time when Brian took her to a Starbucks to sign some papers before a notary. The documents were apparently relating to the creation of an LLC called Thorisaz Ventures, which was created in March of 2017. She says she remembers it being mentioned in passing by Brian. On the same page is a document detailing the Money Laundering Control Act, where Chrissy signed her name but confirmed she didn't read the document. On the same exhibit is a bank statement from the Bank of America, which details deposits made at the end of January 2019, totaling of up to nearly $300,000. Something to note is multiple transactions being from the Los Angeles area, which is where Carolyn lived, Brian's mother.
It is the bank account of Brian's mother. Do you see this name? Thursaz Ventures LLC. You see that name?
Yes.
Mr. DeBose says that Brian may want to ask a few questions, and Brian is given permission to ask Chrissy 2 questions. He asks if Chrissy became aware of Holly after FuturisticHub was created, where she says no. He also asks if she has any proof or evidence that he would have met Holly before 2012. Chrissy once again confirms that she knew Holly was commenting on LifeInATent back in the day.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm right here.
Do you want to ask questions?
I think one question that I would like to ask that, if I may.
So you have one question.
One question that might turn into a second question. There's just a topic that I would like to ask, Your Honor.
You can ask 2 questions.
Ms. Barmore, did you become aware of Holly Bone after the Futuristic Hub channel was created?
No.
Is there any evidence or proof that I would so-called meet Holly Bone in 2010 before the Futuristic Hub channel was created?
To meet her? No, she was in your comment section of LifeInATent.
Mr. Capua picks up another line of questioning, where he asks if Chrissy initiated any wire transfers from January of 2019 to Carolyn, where she denies all transfers. Mr. DeBose has a few final questions. In the divorce decree, the Swiss bank account was listed solely in Chrissy's name, so most would assume that she was the only one that could authorize transfers. Chrissy replies that she purposefully put it in the decree, but she didn't have access to the account. Mr. DeBose says that Chrissy had put a lie in her divorce decree and passes the witness.
So you put those words in the decree, which means you put a lie into that decree. Am I to understand that correctly?
Objection.
To my knowledge, how is that a lie?
I don't understand how it's a lie either.
Chrissy is dismissed and they move on to the next witness, Paul Bone, in the form of deposition clips. Nothing new is really said here, it's just Paul's deposition. Mr. Capua calls his next witness, which is Brandon. It may have been confusing before, but Brandon clears up that Fidelissimus LLC is a party in this case, which he is representing. It's a company that he has shares in, as well as managers, but he confirms he doesn't own it. Although, just to make things simple, Brandon and Ty are still our defendants. Mr. Capua asks Brandon which YouTube channels he believes Brian owns. Brandon says he believes that FuturisticHub, Wildcraft, TopTrends, Creamworks, and Blocktastic, which used to be DramaHub, are his channels. Brandon also confirms that he and Ty are asking to be awarded ownership of all the channels. Around this point, there is a weird skip in the livestream, so it's possible that there was a glitch, or a section was later removed out of the video manually when someone put a claim to it. Brandon later testified that he first became aware of Brian's ownership of FuturisticHub around 2014, when Brian approached him about network deals and he attempted to negotiate on Brian's behalf. He stopped negotiations when it became clear that Brian would interfere with Brandon's contract with video games. Mr. Capua asked Brandon about Wildcraft, and Brandon states that he believes Wildcraft was created shortly after their appeal was affirmed. In total, Brandon confirms that the plaintiffs are asking for economic damages for FuturisticHub and Wildcraft, which total to around $7,005,000. They're asking for damages on that because Brian and Holly had violated their temporary injunctions by selling the house. They're also asking for ownership of the 5 YouTube channels mentioned: FuturisticHub, Wildcraft, TopTrends, Creamworks, and Blocktastic. Finally, they're asking for a permanent injunction on the channels, which means that if it went through, Brian and Holly could never operate FuturisticHub or any other related or similar channels. They also couldn't say, start a new channel with the same name. Mr. Capua passes the witness, and Mr. DeBose asks about his requested figures. Brandon explains that he started with Holly's testimony, that FuturisticHub earned about $80,000 to $100,000 a month, and he took the midpoint, $90,000, and multiplied it over 6 years, where he ended up with $6.5 million. Brandon also used Holly's testimony that Wildcraft earned $30,000 to $40,000 a month for the last 15 months, to get an average of $35,000 per month. The multiple is about $525,000. Then he added the sale of the Frisco House, which all in all totaled to about $7.3 million. The counsel argues about numbers for a while, but Judge Hoffman told counsel to move along. The rest of Brandon's cross-examination is really about money, but nothing of note or new is added. It's just really arguing about whether the request is right or not. Mr. DeBose passes the witness, and Brandon is dismissed from the stand. Mr. Capua calls his next witness, David Tyler Moss. Pretty much the same questions are asked to Ty though, so nothing of note is said. The plaintiffs rest their case, and Mr. DeBose calls his first witness, Brian Martin. Mr. DeBose's first question to Brian regards him meeting Holly, and if they really met in 2012, which Brian confirms, and says that Chrissy was inaccurate. According to Brian, he met Holly by scouting for talent for the Video Games YouTube channel, and met her on a Minecraft server.
Mr. Martin, when did you meet Holly Bone?
I met Holly in 2012.
Was your wife inaccurate in that 2010 date?
Absolutely. I would have no reason to meet a 10-year-old online and keep in contact with them for 2 years.
And how did you meet Holly? How'd you find her?
I gave $2,500 to Marko Princip to have 20% stake in the Video Games YouTube channel in the summer of 2012.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, non-responsive.
Sustained. Go ahead and re-ask it.
How did you meet Holly?
I met Holly by scouting. I was a video games manager for YouTube channel, and I scouted on Minecraft game and to look for talent.
Again, how did you come across her?
Objection, formal question.
Yeah, could you make it a little more specific?
Did you telephone her? Did you email her? What were the circumstances of it?
Through the Minecraft chat. When you're playing the Minecraft game, you're able to chat to other players.
He's already answered the question. Ask and answer.
It's the way to chat to other Minecraft players.
What is chatting?
When you text to people and talk to them through text.
Did you contact Holly first, or did she contact you first in the chat?
I was scouting and asking for people if they had some talent.
Your Honor, witness is not answering the question, so there was a simple question. Who contacted whom first? That's it.
Mr. Martin, you got to listen to the questions, answer the questions being asked, okay?
I think he was answering the question.
Holly contacted me when she got my text.
Ask and answer.
Throughout most of his answers, Brian seems to be either non-responsive or giving confusing and tangent answers.
And she said she was interested in
Your Honor, again,
animation.
Again.
He's saying what she said. And that was my question.
Mr. DeBose, please, listen to the court, not to you.
Yeah.
Could you ask the witness to just be responsive to the question, add no more to it? It was a specific question that was asked.
The videos of about how many channels did you have on
Holly being one of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the response. That was not the question.
Yeah, that was not the question. Go ahead and try again, Mr. Rose.
Was your role the role of manager on those channels?
Objection, leading question. I'll withdraw it, Your Honor.
Yeah.
A few channels. When I ran video games,
Your Honor, again,
was not a manager.
Your Honor, would you ask this witness to allow me to put my objection on before trying to answer a question? My objection, Your Honor, was that it was a specific question in terms of, was he a manager? That's all the question was. So I object to the response.
Yeah, Mr. Martin, you got to be careful about that. You need to just answer the question.
What did you do to protect?
I've made videos. I've told people that I've done things. When it comes to her channel, she didn't want anybody to know about her.
Again, Your Honor, he is answering a question beyond what the question was, and it's just being non-responsive to the question, and non-responsive, and it's a narrative response as opposed to a question and answer response.
Let's keep it tight, Mr. DeBose.
I'm not sure I got the answer first. Was it the harassment that we have manifested in Exhibit V4 that was disturbing Holly Bone so much?
Objection out of call for speculation on part of this witness.
Don't speculate. If you know the answer, you can answer, Mr. Martin.
Later, Mr. DeBose asked Brian if he ever managed some of the channels that were featured on video games. He says that he only managed one, FuturisticHub. Mr. West requests to talk to Brian, and Judge Hoffman allows it, briefly. Mr. West asked Brian if FuturisticHub was in fact awarded to him in his and Chrissy's divorce. Brian says that the business, not the channel, was awarded to him. Mr. West believes that Brian is lying on the stand, and that's all he has to say.
Mr. Martin, my name is Royce West. I represent the plaintiffs in this particular case. I'm going to ask you, in terms of FuturisticHub, isn't it the fact that you own FuturisticHub?
No.
Isn't it fact, sir, that you indicated that your wife at the time, Christy, owned FuturisticHub?
No, sir.
Isn't it fact, sir, also that this particular property, FuturisticHub, is one of the pieces of property that you were awarded in a divorce from your first wife, Chrissy, back in 2019?
FuturisticHub business, not the channel. I would say, because there was two, FuturisticHub LLC was a different thing from the channel.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of the divorce decree signed by a judge indicating that this particular man who's lying to you right now, again, was the owner of FuturisticHub at that time and received...
I remember the testimony.
Mr. DeBose asks if Brian ever did things to protect Holly, which is a question counsel argues over for a while, but eventually is accepted. Brian says he acted as her representative and made satirical videos. He says that he protected her because she became suicidal at points, and it was difficult to manage her. He also says that he made videos admitting that he made animations for FuturisticHub, the cringy and porn animations, to protect Holly from her critics.
Did you ever do things to protect Holly?
Yes, I acted as her representative. I made videos, satirical videos. When she had asked me,
asked and answered.
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to protect her?
I've made videos. I've told people that I've done things when it comes to her channel. She didn't want anybody to know about her.
Again, Your Honor, again.
And what was your reason for protecting her?
She became suicidal at points. It was difficult to manage her.
And what was the cause of her being that distressed? There were many videos shown by the plaintiffs of you saying you were the animator, that you were glad to do pornographic videos. And why did you make those videos?
I made them to protect Holly from all the haters.
And what were you protecting her from?
All the hate that was happening with her.
Mr. DeBose requests Exhibit Video 4, which is a clip of Ethan Klein, of all people, reacting to the FuturisticHub classic Needed in Minecraft. He asks about Holly's being disturbed videos, like the one before, and Brian says she was saying things like she wanted to kill herself. Mr. DeBose calls for a 10-minute break, and the counsel breaks. When they return, Judge Hoffman states that Kyle Lomax entered the video chat, who is a witness for Mr. DeBose. Mr. West invokes the rule of evidence, which is Rule 614 in Texas State Court. Mr. West is basically asking that all witnesses that aren't parties to the case be removed from the video chat until they are needed. Right after this, the stream suddenly ends. Unfortunately, we don't get to hear the end of Brian's testimony. More than likely, Mr. West calling for the rule to be invoked meant that Judge Hoffman ceased live streaming. Although, if there was another live stream after this, it's certainly possible that a certain someone got it taken down, and it's no longer available for anyone to watch. Fortunately, someone recorded Kyle Lomax's witness testimony, which came right after Brian. What available video we do have starts with Mr. DeBose asking Kyle about Brian, where he says he's known him since late 2011. He says that Kevin is one of his best friends. Mr. DeBose asks what Brian was up to around 2012, where Kyle says that he was working a full-time job, along with working on video games and doing rendering for an animation channel. The channel was FuturisticHub.
At the time, did you know what kind of business Brian was in?
At the time, which time, during 2013 or 2014?
Either one.
Okay, in 2013, I knew he was, at the time, he was working a full-time job, along with starting to get into dabble into video games.
What was his week?
I don't recall, but I remember him coming home for lunch one day, and he was wearing a blue dress shirt, and I'm not 100% sure to remember what the job was, but it was a normal person job.
As distinguished from a YouTube person job?
Yes.
And when you came back in 2014, was you doing?
Yes, and when I came back in 2014, he was working on video games at the time, and also he was doing some rendering for an animation channel.
Do you know what channel he was doing that for?
FuturisticHub.
Kyle says that he remembers one night, while hanging out at his house, he was rendering a video and talking with Holly on Skype. He allegedly never saw Brian do any animation. Apparently the video he was working on that night was Gay Thug in Minecraft.
Nice to meet you, Jerome. So, where are you headed?
This nigga said head.
Brian has also been helpful in Kyle's own channels, usually with SEO and analytics. Mr. DeBose passes the witness, and Mr. Capua asks about Kevin. Mr. Capua asks if Kyle was aware that Kevin was threatening to kill Mr. West on YouTube. Apparently, in one of the live streams from April 7th, Kevin, under the National Weather Force account, threatened to kill Royce West.
Were you aware that your best friend Kevin just threatened to become a law partner on YouTube?
I did not. I was not aware of that.
Yeah. Does that surprise you that he'd make a threat like that?
That is very surprising, yes.
A person on YouTube that we believe to be the twin brother of Mr. Brian Martin has threatened you. Okay?
Yikes, okay.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. It is a big deal. But I'm having DPS to make sure we find out who he is and get on top of it. So I just want to make sure you know that that's what's going on simultaneously with this bill examination.
So did he put it in the comments, or where did he?
Yes, we have a screenshot of it,
Okay.
and it's a twin brother, and we believe his name is Kevin Martin. And so we're reporting it directly to Texas Department of Public Safety right now to make certain that they investigate this. And I plan on filing charges against him.
Okay.
Mr. Capua brings up Exhibit 56, which is a Twitter conversation between Kyle and Brandon. One of the photos Kyle sent was labeled photo of him working on a FuturisticHub video. However, Kyle changed his story and said that by that, he meant that he watched him render an animation. Kyle also appears in the FuturisticHub animation Power Rangers in Minecraft and says that it was his idea. He's credited by a photo of him appearing in the video. But Kyle now says that Brian had asked him to be part of the video on a poster, and Brian gave the photo to Holly.
Mr. Keating is asking you, he's in the blue, you can start at the very bottom. He's asking you, do you have any documented evidence of him owning it? And I'll represent to you him as Brian Martin. And then let's scroll up, and I think there's a picture of you in one of the Minecraft videos. Is that true?
Yes, I had given that photo to Brian to give to Holly to put into a video. Brian at the time had asked me if I wanted to be a part of one of the videos as a poster, and that Holly thought I had a funny looking photo, and so he reached out to me to use that photo.
And then Mr. Keating asked, do you have any records of him being the owner of FuturisticHub? And then you say, if you ever need me as a witness, I'll happily help. And then you say, just got done watching the court hearings, and damn, I'm proud of Chrissy. What court hearing were you watching where you were proud of Chrissy?
I was watching the ones on YouTube, on the judge's channel. Okay. I forget which one it was, but if you can look at the date on there, and you can see they do kind of cross-reference that.
You're talking and you say, I watched him make it. You see that? You're talking about a video that Brian Martin made for a video which was uploaded on the FuturisticHub channel, correct?
Yes, and when I said I watched him make it, I meant by that I watched him prepare and render it.
Okay, you didn't put that though. You didn't talk about rendering. You just said I watched him make it, right?
Yeah, but that can be.
You've answered the question, sir. Thank you. All right, so going up farther, you say he was editing a video with him and Jerome the Pimp, right?
Yes.
All right, I presume you know how to make YouTube videos, right?
Yes, I do.
All right, and you would agree with me that there's a difference of editing a video and rendering a video, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to the very top, it says it's a photo of him, meaning Brian Martin, working on a FuturisticHub video, and that's Mr. Martin apparently creating a video for FuturisticHub. Do you see that? Would that be a true statement?
No, it would not be a true statement, because if you look closely at the screen on that photo, it looks like it is a Twitter web browser for Twitter things.
Kyle is dismissed and the trial moves on to closing arguments. Kyle also was apparently protesting Judge Hoffman throughout the entire case. In closing arguments, nothing new is really said. It's just counsel arguing for damages. At around 5:35 p.m. on April 7th, 2022, Judge Martin Hoffman decided he would rule in favor of the plaintiffs, Brandon Keating, David Tyler Moss, and Fidelissimus LLC. The following week, on the 12th of April, it was decided that the following would be awarded to Fidelissimus LLC, which Brandon represented. Brandon would recover $4,563,980.04 from Brian, and $2,808,662.87 from Holly. Ty would also receive the same amount from both parties. Carolyn was exempt from any damages. It was also declared that FuturisticHub, Wildcraft, Creamworks, TopTrends, and BlockTastic would all now be in the ownership of Brandon and Ty. They also own all the videos, content management system, content ID, and AdSense accounts. And so ends the FuturisticHub lawsuit. There were appeals in 2023, but we'll go over that later. For now, Brian and Holly collectively owe over $10 million to Brandon and Ty. $10,181,305.78 to be specific. So, briefly, what happened? After Brian lost the trial for the video games case in 2016, he was only really making money with FuturisticHub. The case began as a post-judgment effort from Brandon and Ty to collect on the near $12 million that Brian owed. Once Brandon and Ty had the idea to collect on FuturisticHub, Brian's brand new wife, Holly, had sent an email to their attorney Dan White, claiming that she was the one who really owned FuturisticHub and created it in 2012. She also made all the animations, allegedly. Even though we've seen a mountain of evidence proving otherwise, which we'll talk about later, Brandon and Ty filed a turnover action in July of 2020, where they presented evidence showing that there was probably fraudulent transfers. The motion was granted in September of 2020, and Brian and Holly weren't immediately cooperative. Holly left the US in August, and Brian joined her in the UK around September. Brandon and Ty say large sums of cash were wired to Holly and her UK bank accounts, and that a UK entity named Wild MC was created by Holly to transfer ownership of the FuturisticHub videos to them in the same month. The first recorded hearing of the case was Livestream on October 2nd, 2020, where Brian affirmed that he was in the UK and that he never owned FuturisticHub. He was just a manager for the channel. The bench trial examined who actually owned and controlled FuturisticHub, and Brandon and Ty argued that Brian was the true owner, and that his claim of ownership to Holly was just to prevent collection on the $12 million that he owed. On April 7, 2022, Judge Martin Hoffman of the 68th Civil District Court of Texas decided to rule in favor of the plaintiffs. Collectively, Brian and Holly owed around now $10 million to Brandon and Ty, as well as having to hand over all ownership of FuturisticHub. Many claims of fraud were examined throughout the entire case, and ultimately led to a judgment that once again landed Brian in the shadow. As of April 12, 2022, FuturisticHub and any related brands belong to Brandon Keating and David Tyler Moss. Around the same time, a YouTube channel named FuturisticHub Lawsuit and Trial Archive started uploading mirrors and documentation of the case, which is managed by Brandon. On January 16th, 2021, YouTuber user WackyTV, also known as Jay, uploaded a video titled FuturisticHub Needs to be Stopped to the platform, where he basically calls FuturisticHub's content bad and jokes about the videos. He also talked about Brian's beef with Keemstar and played a clip of him talking about Brian from a gameplay stream. Keemstar stated that Brian was a conman and noted his relationship with MeganLeeHeart as well. The video did fairly well for a channel with only around 2,000 subscribers. Not very long after, an account named Wildcraft posted a comment on the same video. Wildcraft is supposed to be the self-admitted secret new account of FuturisticHub. Hey Wacky, my name is Holly. I'm actually the creator and original owner to the FuturisticHub channel. I'd like to ask that you take this video down because you're misleading the brand. That man is not the owner, and that guy, I think his name is Keemstar, actually lied a lot about my brand. Please edit your video so it doesn't confuse my audience, lol. Call me a she, not a he, Lamau. I did a face reveal in my community post on my main channel a month ago. The guy also hates people using his face, but if you want to make fun of my content, that's fine. Just please leave him out of my channel. Thanks! Not too long after this, WackyTV received an email from Brian, demanding that Wacky remove the video and that he should leave Holly alone.
Hello, Wacky. I don't know your name, and I don't care to know it, so I'll call you Wacky. I understand you're having some issues regarding the owner of FuturisticHub and her other channels. I also heard you wanted me to email you, so here I am. What exactly can I do for you? Also, do you get your kicks off abusing girls on the internet? You a tough guy, Wacky? You think your friend is tough too? You know how many YouTube channels I've taken down in the past 12 years? Enough to make many people afraid of me. I want to send you a very stark warning. Both you and your shithead cunt of a friend Larix leave that poor woman alone and her channels at bay, or I will personally see to it that every single one of your careers end faster than you can blink. You tell your moronic friend Larix to tread lightly. I'm not known to give second chances. Aside from that, I want to thank you for blurring my face and my name. I am actively protecting the interests of other YouTubers' channels who fall victim to my presence on the internet. I routinely remove videos that violate my privacy per the YouTube privacy policy. I am not a public figure, and I am not a YouTuber, nor do I care to own any channels. Should you have questions or concerns, I'd love to hear from you. Thank you for reading, and I hope you have a God-blessed week. Regards, Brian Martin.
Brian later had future videos about their interactions taken down via a privacy complaint. On January 22nd, the Wildcraft Twitter account reached out to WackyTV on the platform. Holly demanded the WackyTV take down the video and say that Brian was not the owner of the channel.
So you want me to sue you? If those tweets are about my channel and not removed, I will send these to my solicitor. Do you understand me? Please stop harassing me and my business. If you have any issues with that guy, you need to email him. Please stop mentioning my businesses and his face or name in the same tweets. I have every right to legally ask you to stop. I also told you reasons why, and also you are putting yourself in a position where it can affect you. You are coming across as a bully. If my fans ever saw how you treat me, you would be completely off YouTube or the internet. That means there is something seriously wrong with how you're treating people in this. I want you to stop acting like some investigator on my business. I've asked you to stop. Actually, you cared. I went to sleep by sending me an insulting message to wake up to, so don't go there. If your tweets end up being used in any legal cases, I'm going to hold you liable. Just warning you now, I will not allow your intrusion. Also, take your medicine. You seem like you're missing a few screws. I'm going to head off. You're rude, and I hate rude people. You think you are nice, and you're the one picking on a girl when I told you in detail why I'm not involved in this drama. And stop tagging that asshole. Have a good fucking day. I can see why your name is Wacky, you crazy jit. Your friend is about to take a fat L, innit? Stop using your fucking friends to bully me, you fucking prick. Keep it up. I'm sending everything to my solicitor, including your friend's tweet calling me a bitch. Keep it up, and I'll get you all for mental anguish. Also, sending your lies to my solicitor too. I did not say I was going to sue Creamstar. That idiot can't get sued because too much time went by. If you do not stop making shit up, I'm seriously considering pursuing legal action to you and your group. Consider this a legal warning. My name is Holly. Now please shut up. Those are false. So you want me to have my solicitor sue you? My name is Holly. I will sue you for libel. How? How the fuck do you want me to prove you that shit? I am autistic. I am being bullied. Stop. I'm about to wash my dog. And no, I was not born in 1991. I was born in 1999. No. This is my channel. All of these have always been. Thank you. He never said that. He has managed the channel since 2012. No, do not show me anything. I don't care. And also, I think I know what you're talking about, and he made a mistake calling it my channel, but that is not the point. This is over. I'm not talking about this case anymore.
However, when WackyTV responded with court documents and evidence that would be against Brian and Holly, the user began melting down in his messages.
Stop. 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 Stop.
Shortly after, Brian sent yet another email to WackyTV, once again begging him to leave Holly alone.
Hi Jay, please leave Holly and her channels alone. She's told me what is going on. You have to understand, this is not your concern, and it's very complicated. There are reasons why they aren't ever going to get any money from me, and it's been several years. I simply do not own anything, and Holly should not be harassed and picked on just because I have a working relationship with her, as well as a relationship. Please stay out of this mess. You do not realize that the lawsuit was actually not a real fair lawsuit. $20 million for absolutely no reason. And then when I have them, the VideoGames channel, they killed it. Now they want other people's successful channels. Not on my watch. Stay away from Brandon and Ty. They will hurt you. Thank you. Regards, Brian Martin.
WackyTV later went to appear on TommyC's YouTube channel for an interview about FuturisticHub, but the video was removed via a privacy complaint. Again.
Hello, Tommy. This is Brian Martin. I would like to inform you that I filed a privacy complaint for takedown on your video. I had no issue with how certain things went, but my issue was a few lies, lots of wrong things being said, and misrepresentation of someone else's YouTube channel, along with misusing sealed records. There is litigation between the real channel owners and your friends. Your friends will lose the case. I can guarantee you that. As for the thumbnail, please change your thumbnail. And also, I am not FuturisticHub. That is not my name, nor my channel. Someone who is very young and talented owns the channel and makes her animations. I won't get into that, as she has many years requested to stay out of any and all drama. Furthermore, those accounts attacking you are not me, and posting edited audio clips of me is not okay. Lastly, revealing sealed court documents and misusing them is a crime. You've done that, and because of that, you not only put yourself in danger, but you put Brandon in a tough spot. He will need to answer to that court why he misused sealed records. That hearing was canceled. I have the email to prove they canceled the hearing, and then changed their mind an hour later saying it wasn't canceled. That's a problem I'll fix later via an attorney, but it's not important to me, as I have matters to handle here in England. If you absolutely have to reach out to me, my only way of contact is this email. I have literally no personal issue with you. However, I will do what it takes to protect innocent people caught up in this mess, and those people will do what they need to defend their rights in a court of law. I have moved to the UK with my wife, and that is how it ends. There's nothing more I can really say. But if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. To avoid video takedown, remove the video, and perhaps be less intrusive when it comes to this type of content on YouTube. I wish you the best. Hope you find out who those accounts are that are pretending to be me and bullying you. That's not right what they are doing. Don't get caught up in the trolls. I stopped caring a long time ago. I have moved on and have a new life. God bless. Regards, Brian Martin. TommyC says, balls! Tommy, thank you for your reply. A response like yours is what I was expecting. It's also the type of response a person makes when they have no legs to stand on. Tell your friend Brandon I said hello and prepare to lose his case. Regards, Brian Martin. Double balls! Triple balls! Holly and her lawyer just won her case, and Google's turnover order is being vacated. Brandon lost yesterday. Get over it. Be sure to get your sources to confirm that, and kindly leave Holly and her respected channels alone. Kind regards, Brian Martin.
Tommy Callanan, also known as TommyC, is a YouTuber who's been involved in drama for years, and has a show that airs live where listeners can call in and talk about current issues. Brian bragged in an email to Tommy on a burner email about bringing the email down. Lol, suck all those balls and get dick smashed right across the face. I warned you. Don't ever cross me again or worse will come. See you around.
Around this time, a mysterious account also started making threats towards Tommy. Fuck your entire Nazi family. You are my #1 enemy. Like piece of shit, fuck stain. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. Taking away Vince's 3 million sub channel. You are the biggest faggot to walk the earth, Callanan. Good fucking guy. You don't mess with me. I have more dollars than your whole fucking family twice. I'm so angry. Lies. Shut the fuck up, asshole. I've not slept for 2 days since you got my channel stolen off me. Fuck you.
On March 23rd, 2021, TurkeyTom uploaded a video titled FuturisticHub, the world's worst YouTuber, in which he touched on most of the subject matter that exists up to this point. TurkeyTom had blocked the Wildcraft account prior to uploading the video, but the account still tried to message people that TurkeyTom was following. He gave in and direct messaged the Wildcraft account on Twitter. TurkeyTom is a huge figure in the commentary community, so it only raised Brian to a higher level of infamy online. The same day, TommyC had also responded to Tom's video about Brian on Twitter. Brian presumably theorized that the two were working together, and sent Tommy some rather vulgar emails, which we'll just show here.
You take my channel from me. You take my sleep from me. You take my integrity from me. You lie about me. You dox me. you release my private documents. You are a scumbag who's getting what you deserve in a few minutes. Jim O'Doherty doesn't fuck around. I know you know the mob. So do I. Brandon's gonna get beat. Tonight's stream is going to have 1 million fucking dislikes and donations filled with docs by bots every fucking second you stream.
The following day on March 24th, the Wildcraft Twitter account started tweeting about Tom's video and people who agreed with Tom's viewpoints.
People who don't think I actually didn't sue are stupid. What the hell do you call this? I am taking my property back. So stop the bullying of wise people. I'm not Brian, but here's a link proving I sued. Now stop the bullshit. Holly.
For 2 whole days, the Wildcraft Twitter account had been texting Tom in his direct messages, threatening to sue for defamation, and called Tom's video illegal. If Tom didn't comply, the video would simply be removed. Surprisingly, Brian did actually try to take down the video. It received a privacy complaint, presumably from Brian, and the listed offenses were at any point Tom mentioned Brian by name. Brian and Holly also supposedly emailed YouTube staff requesting that Tom's account be deleted.
Eventually, I decided to just give in and see what would happen. As expected, I was met with messages informing me the couple had emailed YouTube requesting that my account be deleted. Simultaneously, I received an email notifying that I'd received a privacy complaint for the video. Included was a list of timestamps of the alleged offenses, which wound up being any time I had mentioned Brian Martin by name.
Though, it's probable that they were just blowing it out of their arses. I assume that never went anywhere since the video is still up. A content creator who has a past with Brian, at Pantsless Gamer, also known as Ballin, had asked Tom to send the Wildcraft account his way, claiming that he loved fucking with him when I was a kid. I'd be more than happy. In the same thread, Ballin also shared images of his conversations with Holly.
I'm trying to sleep, so here's a tweet you can read so everyone can stop attacking the wrong person. I do not care what Brian does, it should not affect me or my business I've had for years and started as a child. Good night. Stop calling me Brian, you cunt. My name is Holly. Read my lawsuit and leave me alone. All you people are the same lately, and stop blowing up my notifications. I'm trying to sleep. If you want to talk to Brian, email him. I'm not going to let Brian's management and him working with me as a voice artist on my channel ruin my business, thanks. Anyways, I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me about it anymore cause I don't care.
The same day, Brandon Keating announced that in response to TurkeyTom's video, he had asked Brian to be a guest on his podcast. The following day, Brandon tweeted out that Brian had backed out of the interview and said that he was going into the courts, that he got TommyC and TurkeyTom to make their videos to harass the couple. Chicken Chad also announced a sequel to his video only days after it was uploaded. Obviously, he had all the reason to do it. Over on KiwiFarms, a thread about Brian exists, where most of this information originated from. On March 26th, in a separate thread about Holly's lawsuit, a user named Orion66 entered the thread and talked about Tom's video, and generally favored Brian and Holly in the discussion. Given the size of the message, as well as the timing, it seems like it's a sock puppet account from Brian or Holly. This message also has a few other issues. For one, part of the message talks about Holly being autistic, and how it's not far-fetched to believe that she would animate softcore Minecraft porn and upload it to YouTube, which isn't. Until you remember that Brian is on the spectrum as well. All of the information that's been pointed out here was information expanded upon during the court case, at a point when most of this wasn't even public information. It's a little strange for a casual fan of the couple to have such knowledge at a point where it would be quite difficult to find out, like Holly's lawyer at the time, and not acknowledging info like the amount of times Brian has admitted to owning the channel. On April 20th, the Wildcraft Twitter account announced that Brian would actually be attending Brandon's podcast for a debate. Brian did actually show, and according to most, it was painful to watch. Brian flat out denied many things that had been presented by Brandon and Tom, and most of the debate is really just the two arguing. Although I'm not sure if I blame Tom for losing his cool so easily.
There's a PayPal receipt for it. There were Skype chat logs leaked from you. It was not made up. It was in a fucking Daily Dot article, dude. They owned you.
Classic version of troll bait. You're being troll baited by the past trolls of 2010 and 2000.
Bro, you're a
Brian,
retard. That makes no sense.
No. We don't have to insult. Hold on. Brian, let me ask
this. 1 second, Tom, you just lost the debate because you just insulted me by calling me a retard first. See, I'm trying to have an adult conversation. Obviously, you can't handle that because you're not an adult.
The debate ended with both sides thinking that it would end the way they thought it would. But Tom later made a joke about Brian sending pictures of his penis to TommyC, which was rumored. At this point, Brian will become increasingly silent online. Except for the occasional post to KiwiFarms or on a video talking badly about FuturisticHub, Brian is seemingly dead on the internet. Most likely because the lawsuit was happening and he was getting his dick kicked in from that. On April 14th, 2022, Brian Keating received a very threatening call from Brian after being served at his house in It was prompted by Brian telling Brandon to sue him in the UK, thinking he wouldn't follow through. So, Brandon did sue him to enforce collection because Brian thought he would be judgment-proof in the UK. Obviously, he was pissed. The call is pretty intense, so I don't recommend it for anyone that might get triggered by violent language and yelling. Throughout the call, Brian reveals he's been drinking and makes threats like he's going to kill Brandon. It's also revealed in the call that Kyle Lomax filed privacy claims on the hearing he appeared in, as well as re-uploads to the trial archive account. In response, Brandon claimed he'd sue Kyle. Brian called it threatening witnesses though. Brian claimed that the videos and live streams from Judge Hoffman were without consent, and that it was illegal for him to livestream the case. He also says that Judge Hoffman is a fucking cunt. Finally, Brian threatens to kill himself and says that it will be Brandon's fault. Towards the end of the call, Brandon demands that Brian doesn't consider and that he doesn't try to drag Holly into it, and abruptly ends the call.
Little pussy.
Say what?
When I get my hands around your fucking neck, I'm gonna squeeze the fucking life out of you. You understand me?
Brian, why are you talking to me like this?
Fuck you. And I don't care if you're recording this, you motherfucker.
Brian, you need to
I
calm
will
down.
fucking kill you.
Brian, you need to calm down.
You stupid fucking little shit.
Brian.
You wanna fucking harass my fucking wife for something she didn't do? You harass me in this fucking country? You motherfucker. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Yeah, I've been drinking. Fuck you.
Well, you should stop drinking.
No. No. Why don't you come here? Come visit. Come visit. I'll crack a bottle over your fucking head and your throat with it.
Brian, that's inappropriate.
Fuck you. Stay the fuck away from
Brian.
my family. Stay the fuck away from Kyle, by the way.
And can you
I'm
answer
not
the
video
video?
chatting you.
I'm not bothering Kyle.
I'm not video chatting you.
You're not video chatting? Alright, well, we don't have to video chat, that's fine. Listen, the issue with Kyle is that he's filing these
It doesn't matter. You
privacy.
don't threaten to. Oh, no. I got the screenshots. And they're gonna be used here too, by the way.
What, because I
Fucking
told him I was
asshole.
gonna sue him? Because
Witnesses? No. Threatening witnesses. That you're gonna sue them? Who the fuck do you think
Brian,
you are?
listen. Are you listening to me right now? If you file a false privacy claim against me, right, and strike down my
false.
video,
It's not false.
listen to me,
No, listen,
Brian. Listen to me,
No, that court is not public.
Brian.
When it comes to the videos,
Brian.
it's not supposed to be on there.
That's not
You
true.
know this.
The judge broadcasted the trial. The only reason,
No.
listen,
if it was a jury
Brian.
trial, it wouldn't have been broadcasted. It was done without consent.
Brian, it was not. It was open to the public. He already said that the trial is open to the public. The only reason why he didn't put it back up after invoking the rule immediately was because of that threat from your twin brother.
Fucking talk to me about sir. Don't think that you're a fucking good egg, dude. You are a piece of shit. You are someone who fucking needs to die. That's who you are.
Brian, you need to calm down.
No. Don't even think about. Don't even fucking think. I know you. I fucking know you, motherfucker.
I haven't.
I know.
Brian,
I know what
Brian,
you're
can you
fucking
listen to
doing.
me? Listen to me.
Hello, everybody listening
Brian.
in on the other end. You
Brian.
stupid fucking cunt, Brandon.
Brian, I am the only person here. Listen
What?
to me. I am the only person here, but you are so far up into
you're
your...
recording this. You stupid fucking cunt. You think I'm stupid? You goddamn little prick.
You
stupid.
You don't think I wouldn't record this, Brian?
Inconsiderate little shit.
You don't think I wouldn't record this? After you threatened my
stupid,
life, Brian?
Fucking inconsiderate motherfucking cunt is what you are. You motherfucker deserves to die.
Brian, you need
You,
to calm down.
Ty Moss, deserve to fucking die. Millions of fucking dollars? For what? Do I look like a rich motherfucker? You stupid fucking bitch.
You act like it was my decision to
It
take
doesn't
that.
matter. You guys are fucking morons.
Brian.
You guys are doing nothing but causing people hardship.
Brian.
Nothing but causing in the future. You cocksucker.
Well, I really hope you don't commit suicide.
I am myself.
And I need you...
so is Holly.
When?
You stupid fucking cunt.
When?
We're ourselves soon.
Brian, don't talk like
Soon,
that.
no, we are ourselves.
Don't do that.
We are fucking
Brian,
ourselves.
Listen,
You
listen.
stupid fuck.
Brian, listen.
But don't think I don't have. I didn't send people information about you guys.
Brian.
So when I'm dead, don't think that you're gonna be safe.
Brian.
Where you stand, You are not going to be standing much longer.
Brian, you need to listen to me.
No, fuck you.
Is not the fucking answer.
No, it is the answer.
It is not.
Fucking, who the fuck do you think you are thinking that it's easy to live? Why don't you fucking tell me how easy it is to live? We can't work.
Brian.
We can't get income. We can't do shit.
Brian.
I lost my sponsor.
Listen to me.
Fucking cunt.
Brian, I hear what you're saying, but you need to hear me. Right now, my main concern is the fact that you just said you and Holly are going to commit suicide.
We are literally going to ourselves. Do you understand that? Because of what's going on
Do
here?
not do that,
You
Brian.
are not, no, you guys are not allowed to do that. There is no jurisdiction here for you to do any of this shit.
When are you planning to yourself?
I don't fucking have to tell you. We are definitely ourselves though. As soon as we know this is
Brian,
to the point
Brian,
where it's
listen to me.
No, you
Brian,
don't understand. What is
Brian,
the purpose of living?
Brian,
What is the purpose of living? We can't work. We can't do anything. We can't fucking do anything. You stupid fuck.
Brian.
So what's the point?
It is the absolute worst thing
It's the answer.
you can do right
It's the
now.
answer.
It is not the answer. It is absolutely not the answer.
Nope, it's the answer. You pushed us to the point where we cannot live. And it's gonna go on your shoulders.
I've lost many games, but that's not what I'm talking here. I'm laughing because you're bringing up stuff that has no relevance to what we're talking about right now, as though this archive channel that has publicly held trial footage is somehow an attack against you for shedding light on your dishonesty.
It's no, it's a lie. That court was
Brian.
No, the proceedings are a lie. Do you understand that?
What does that
There's
mean?
No finding of
Are you
fact.
saying the
there's
proceedings didn't happen?
No, you listen to me. There's no finding of fact. In fact, Holly owns everything and has her copyrights. You guys have nothing.
Brian.
Nothing. Do you understand that? Nothing.
Hey.
She had that in evidence, and it was taken out by the judge because he's a piece of fucking shit. Judge Hoffman is a rotten little fucking cunt. He took all that fucking shit out of evidence because that was key evidence. That little motherfucker is not a goddamn judge. He is a fucking cunt. Understand, though, what was served. No, you don't. So don't give me fucking remarks like you always do, because you are a piece of fucking abusive shit that deserves to... Don't you ever talk to me that way or say, oh, well, you're going to be saying all of this. No, all of this is not going to be said in a fucking high court, you cunt.
Chill out. You need to relax. Listen, I'm going to go back to my last point. Do not, and I swear to God, Brian, you do not resort to, and you better not drag that poor fucking girl
I'm
with
going to tell you right now.
You hear me?
No,
Don't do that.
Okay, stay away from trying to incriminate me. I hope you understand.
Nothing much really happens in 2022, except for the UK lawsuit. On May 6th, Brandon and Ty obtained a without notice freezing injunction against Brian and Holly, which froze their bank accounts and money spending. It also voided their passports and required them to turn them over to the court. The order was granted the same day. On May 20th, it was changed to allow them to spend around $175,000 on legal fees, although it was later changed to $230,000 in October. A subsequent change also allowed Holly and Brian limited spending for food and living expenses, but this occurred earlier, on May 12th. Brian and Holly complied with the order, but continued to oppose the case. Brian and Holly later applied to lift part of the order, and Deputy High Judge Simon Burt had a hearing on September 16th. He expelled the passport restriction and raised their living expenses cap to around £2,000. On October 26th, there was another hearing for summary judgment before Deputy High Court Judge Philip Marshall. He ended up granting summary judgment to Brandon, Ty, and Fidelisimus, and ruled that Brian had no defense carrying a real prospect of success to being enforced by the cases prior. Basically, in England, the case was final. So, the following order forced Brian and Holly to pay the money that was due in the United States to Brandon, Ty, and Fidelisimus. There was a final hearing on December 12th that addressed a few problems from Brian and Holly. Brian and Holly asked for a delay in the November order. because they were pursuing appeals in the FuturisticHub case. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. This request was ultimately denied, since the judge found no special circumstances to delay enforcement. The two also asked for a raise in their legal fee allowance, which did happen. They were now allowed £260,000, but the freezing injunction order still remained in force. Nothing on the case has been reported since. Back in May of 2022, Brian and Holly were quick to file appeals for their recently lost case. The case first began on May 9th, 2022, when Brian and Holly submitted an appeal. Briefs were exchanged by both parties for a while. Nothing terribly important. Sometime the same year, a hearing was held in appeals court before Justices Craig Smith, Bonnie Goldstein, and Bill Peterson. Nothing really of note is said, but it seems like all justices are a bit disappointed in how the attorneys have been handling the case.
I understand your characterization of this, and both of you really need to stop making characterizations that are not bound by the facts of this case. What I'm asking you specifically is this, sir. Number one.
Did you animate the Minecraft porn?
No, because...
On November 14th, 2023, a hearing for oral arguments was held before Justices Bonnie Goldstein, Maricela Breedlove, and Corey Carlisle. Susan J. Clouthier represented Brian and Holly, and Shelby White represented Brandon and Ty. The hearing doesn't really matter for now. In August of 2024, a second appeal was filed by
Brian and Holly,
but
Brandon and Ty
moved to dismiss it, and the court approved. And on February 13th, 2025, the 5th District Court of Appeals in Dallas, Texas ruled to reverse the judgment of the FuturisticHub lawsuit, and rendered that the plaintiffs would take nothing from the case. So, pretty much everything that we went through before Judge Hoffman was voided on this date. The $10 million that they owe Brandon and Ty is now non-existent. A few other monetary issues are still on the table, but we'll come to those later. For now, Brian still owes
all the money from the 2016 trial on the video games case.
Sometime in March of 2023, Brian and Jay had a call on Discord together, wanting to discuss Jay's recent video on him, as well as recent events. It starts off with the two being cordial, and Jay wondering where his cease and desist was. But like every interaction with the two, it ends with them arguing, and Jay rage-baiting Brian. Nothing really happens here, it's just kind of the two catching up on what's going on.
You are getting sued.
Please
Do you not
swear
understand
at me.
that?
I get very angry. You don't want to see me angry, Brian.
Well, I'm sorry, dude, but I hope you have money for a fucking lawyer, dude. I am so sorry.
It's happening,
You
Brian.
are going to hire. You are going to need to hire a fucking lawyer. I am so sorry. Nope. You are. I've been nice enough. I've warned you what I've heard from Holly.
Difference are
That
nice,
is
to be honest. I'm
that
gonna
is
be
all on
honest.
you now.
That's-
That is all on
I've
you,
been
dude.
nice to you,
I have
threatens
done,
to kill me.
dude, I have
Ignores
literally a record now of warning you, telling you what has been
I have a
told
record
to
of
me.
you telling me you want me
now,
to die.
Now it doesn't matter, but on company record.
However, going forward in April of 2023, something major happened. Something that we have to address separately. I'd like to introduce you to CraftTastic Media.
That is just, oh, hell yeah, they are so hot. Yeah, just take that in your mouth and eat it. Yeah, oh, that was an instant orgasm. You know, no one ever said that I was a freak. That shit was craptastic.
In April of 2023, Brian
allegedly
created CraftTastic Media, another YouTube channel which didn't really differ much in similarity to FuturisticHub, Dreamworks, Blocktastic, and Wildcraft. However, what information has been presented as truth by the Twitter account is that it is an animation studio owned by Kevin Martin, and he's simply hired Brian and Holly to make animations for his company, Force Media. In 2025, the Twitter account with the handle reads, "This is a parody X account about CraftTastic Media. You can find their real channel and the videos below. We are not them. This is a full satire Minecraft page." However, before April 3rd, 2025, the bio read, "CraftTastic is a California animation studio. Pronouns block/cube. Amazing fans. Follow for uncensored memes. See amazing clean Minecraft videos. 330k subs." On April 3rd, 2023, Brian joined KiwiFarms on an account with his actual name. He responded to the thread that was long contributing to his downfall. Everyone pretty much just clowned on him, and he stopped responding the same day. On September 22nd, Brian had been brought on as a guest again of SFTP. Here, Tommy, his friends, and Brian discuss the past month's court hearings, Brian's relationship with Holly, Brian's bot attacks on Tommy, and Brian's confidence that he would win the current suit. Nothing major happened, and surprisingly, Brian was on decent behavior. He didn't insult Tommy once. The call ended with Tommy wishing that the truth would prevail. Then they talked about him for like 10 more minutes. On February 13th, 2024, Kevin of all people had called Brandon out of nowhere and asked Brandon to start recording without saying anything else. Brandon had started recalling the calls that took place throughout the night. with Kevin's permission, then uploaded the video to his archive channel. Kevin had been demanding that Brandon suddenly start recording, and he did. When Kevin got to his point, he said that he didn't want to be involved with Brandon and his brother's problems, and he wanted out of the drama. Kevin also indirectly admitted at this point that CraftTastic Media is not his brand, just as we had suspected before.
I don't know what the hell Brian and everyone is doing with you, but I am not. I don't want to be a part of it.
Okay.
It's not fair.
Do you feel...
I finally got my... I'm a weatherman, dude.
Right. Do you feel like he's put you in the middle of this?
Yes, I am in the middle. You have no idea how much this makes me want to fucking myself.
Well, don't yourself.
No, I'm not going to.
Do you think he put your mom into the middle of this too?
Yes.
So you are agreeing to that he has a habit of throwing people he cares about under the bus?
Yes.
And I'm sorry you have to go through that, Kevin. I think it takes courage to admit that, but you know, I hear you. It sucks. I'd be upset if my brother threw me under the bus to try and protect himself.
I don't want this anymore. I mean, look, I brought him here.
Yeah.
He was going to get a nice old YouTube channel, but I don't give a shit.
Right.
Now, I mean, who cares? It's gone. I don't care. But now it's under my name, and it's not fair to me. I did this on my heart.
He asked you to, right? He asked you to put the company under your name?
Yes.
Yeah. And then he probably wanted the money to go to you and you would protect him? Yeah. And now he's like, the channel's down, give me my money?
Yeah.
He also goes on to say that the money technically belongs to him.
Yeah, but who has control of that money?
Me.
Oh, so you control it. But you're trying to give it back to Brian, so you don't want nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah.
How much is it?
$300,000.
God damn. And is part of you...
But I make $100,000.
You make $100,000 a year from your weather stuff?
A month.
A month from your weather stuff.
But he wants no part of Brian's business ventures anymore. Brandon says that he has no intention of chasing or suing Kevin. He only wants money from Brian. The two try to negotiate a deal, but Kevin only wants all the lawyers who are seeking debts from Brian to leave them both alone. And Kevin offers $300,000 for him to leave them alone. Eventually, a conclusion. Kevin has been drinking at this point, but by no means would be considered not of sound mind. It's also pretty late at night. Kevin agrees to $300,000 if the lawyers have agreed about dropping the entire case. And Brandon says he'll call his lawyers. In April, Brian calls Brandon and asks about the offer, but Brandon hasn't heard anything. Brian makes an offer. Theoretically, if Brandon and TY somehow did lose the appeal, and somehow proved that FuturisticHub didn't belong to Brian, the prosecution would have to pay probably 10 times that amount in a judgment. Because of this possibility, Brian asks Brandon to drop the entire case so that they don't lose. So Brian's basically asking them to fuck off for no reason.
Well, now I'm scared to answer.
Don't hang up, Brian.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. So, did you get the offer?
I have received no email from Craig. I don't know what he's doing. He could be in the middle of something. I don't know.
Okay. Alright, so here's what I think is the best offer. Okay. And I really think that everyone should do it because this is getting a little too far and we're talking about criminal charges. I don't like it, and believe me, Brandon, I don't like talking about your VA. Okay? I don't like that. And that's stupid how we have to.
Well, it's low. It's low. You're threatening my VA benefits.
No, I haven't done that. Kevin is literally going after you.
Right.
Okay. I'm just a messenger.
Right.
And no, I'm actually being serious here. I'm literally just a messenger. Now, here's my offer. Okay. You guys have had, how much money have you guys taken already from the case? 1.5?
That sounds like a question and not an offer.
The fact is, okay, you guys did a $1,500 investment. I get that, to Marko. I still get that. That's fine. But you guys got 1.5 million total from 3,000 total in investment. I think that's quite enough.
How much did I get?
So, you guys collectively got 1.5 million from the case.
No way.
That's what it says. Yeah.
Well, I didn't get anything from the case.
Well, the point is, the judgment debtor side paid out 1.5 million. That's what the guardian.
Did you guys pay out, or did we have to seize it?
It still was paid out. Now here's the problem. If you guys lose the appeal,
right?
It's all gonna go back. You're all gonna have a judgment against you for probably 10 times that amount.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to see people get hurt.
Right.
Because I think this whole thing is ridiculous. So, I have an idea where everyone needs to close down everything they have. I'll even cancel my fraud on the court thing if it means just closing everything out. If everyone just closes everything out and walks away and just enjoys their life. Y'all can keep what you got. I don't care. Holly, I'm sure, doesn't care. But that's the payment, though, because the risks are there. Obviously, if you guys lose the appeal or I win my fraud in the court, there's going to be judgments against the parties for $30, $40 million, maybe even more. I don't know, but it's a lot of money. One side is going to get screwed. And I prefer both of us to resolve our issues. Say, okay, well, you know what? It's been a fun 8 years in court. Whatever you guys got, walk away. Let's close all close the judgments, close everything, close the cases, and take it on the chin.
So your offer is not really an offer. It's just a request for us to leave you alone.
I'm trying to stop damages from occurring on any side. That's all. I think that is a fair offer, because they're not stopping. And now we're talking about what? Criminal charges?
Well, you're talking about criminal charges. I don't
know. When Kevin and his lawyers were talking about criminal charges, that really does concern me.
Well, I don't think you should be concerned, because criminal charges stemming from civil matters, it doesn't work like that.
At some point between all of this, Kevin had said that he would be suing Brandon. From what we gathered, Kevin had sent a demand letter to Brandon after the calls took place, saying, never mind, this money doesn't belong to you and I'm not giving it to you. Don't use this video that you took either, or something to that effect.
Brandon,
or one of the plaintiffs, had received the $300,000 and refused to give it up. Brian states that it's because Kevin couldn't consent, because he was drunk. He couldn't consent to giving $300,000.
This thing with Kevin, dude, I mean, I don't see how this is worth it.
Well, let me tell you how it's worth it. Let me tell you how it's worth it, right? Your brother called us and said, "Hey, I got $300,000 that belongs to you guys. Come get it." That's why it's worth it. He voluntarily gave it to us.
Yeah, but he voluntarily gave you a demand letter saying, "Leave it alone. Never mind."
Yeah, but you can't, Brian. You can't do that. You can't come out and admit to something and be like, "Oops, no backsies. Sorry."
You have no consent to admit to anything. Do you not understand that?
If you initiate a phone call and demand to speak to somebody and demand that they record it, that in of itself is more than consent. It's the initiation of the conversation. He did it, not me. He did it.
I guess you don't understand the definition of consent. He didn't have the consent to tell you to record it. He didn't have the consent to say what he said.
I didn't ask for consent. I didn't ask for consent. He gave it up voluntarily.
Yes, I know that. Brandon, I know you may have not asked him for consent, but he could not self-consent.
Well, I think if you listen to the recording, Brian, you would see that he absolutely self-consented.
Maybe if you guys sent the whole thing to me, then I would be able to know about it.
Brandon never technically received it though. It was frozen before he could get it. So since Brandon refused to give the money up, Kevin threatened to sue, and Brian called him about it. Towards the end of the call, Brian said that he would be reopening the 2016 case. Anyway, Brian's offering that if Brandon drops the case, he won't run the very likely risk of going to prison, which of course wouldn't happen. The thing is, Kevin did actually sue Brandon, but don't worry, by May it was dismissed by the judge. On February 25th, Brian had called Brandon's local police department about Brandon. The call had been recorded by a third party, then uploaded to Brandon's archive account. He made claims of Brandon threatening him, but this will all be explained later, so just remember that this happened.
Yeah, somebody from your city online is threatening my life to snipe me. I know this guy, he's a dangerous guy, he's got connections, he's harassing my family member. I'm telling him that the sniper will get me.
Alright, and how are you receiving these threats?
My brother's receiving it from Twitter.
Already filed the report with California?
No, I wasn't sure how to go about it.
You have to contact your home agency to file a report.
Oh, okay, and then they'll go take care of it over there?
Up with what's needed.
Oh, okay, alright, I appreciate that. I'll do that now. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
On April 22nd, TommyC hosted another episode of his online radio show, SFTP. The episode featured Brian, WackyTV, aka Jay, and Brandon. Brian has a few technical difficulties, but eventually fixes his microphone. Immediately after resolving the issue, Brian says that Jay's latest video at the time was totally wrong. Jay had talked about CraftTastic Media in a previous video, and Brian brings up that Kevin sued Brandon the week prior.
Hey, I just gotta tell you, that WackyTV video, totally wrong.
Why?
Totally wrong.
Why do you think?
So first of all, did you know that Kevin sued Brandon a week ago?
No.
You can look it up right now.
I could care less.
So he's gonna be rolling with that bull for a while. Most of this talk is just them talking about the lawsuit and why it won't go anywhere, which we find out it didn't. Nothing major of note happens here, but it's linked in the description if you'd still like to listen to it.
Yeah, so you think you're gonna win this time? You think?
Oh yeah, no, we're definitely gonna win everything.
What if you don't win? What's gonna happen? What do you think's gonna happen?
Well, I already told Brandon the same thing. Like I said, if I don't...
You told him you're gonna kill him, actually. I heard it.
I'm gonna what?
You told him you were gonna kill him, and then Holly right afterwards.
No, I have no reason to kill Brandon.
Oh, okay. Okay. I hope you have no reason to kill Brandon, or Holly, for that matter. I don't think she's...
I mean, what's gonna happen is I'm just waiting for the win.
Is that true, Brian?
Yeah, the default judgment would, of course, the court doesn't have personal jurisdiction, so obviously that's not going to work. But Kevin's lawsuit is going to unfreeze those funds because it wasn't a confession. Brandon played on Kevin's emotions. We know that he's schizophrenic. We know that he's a struggling alcoholic. Brandon,
No, Brian. That's the story the lawyer told you to give. That doesn't mean we had to believe that shit.
Brandon, no, we have screenshots of Brandon actually grooming Kevin to
Grooming. He's a fucking 40-year-old man, for Christ's sakes.
And Brandon, who are you to say, oh, I promise if you give us this $300,000, you will not be sued? You know that's a threat, right? That's actually extortion. That's why you come
that wasn't extortion. He said he dropped the thing.
It's an extreme manipulation of the facts.
Yeah, I know it is.
You know what? Kevin sued you. That's all that matters. That means that there's something wrong here. Okay?
No, it doesn't.
Really
No, it doesn't. It just means he sued him.
You being a former police officer, you're going to walk up
You
to
dirty
this guy
cop.
or girl and be like, hey, we shouldn't be having sex because, you're drunk. But also Kevin would be like, or some girl would be like, oh, no, it's okay. I'm not that drunk.
Kevin, Brandon.
If you have sex with me, we can make this all go away.
Do you not understand that, dude? Do you not understand, Brandon, that you did it without consent? California is also a two-party consent.
Didn't you call that? What did you call that? You said it was social.
It was, yes. Like, that's social. Yeah, no, it is. If you want to call it a stupid ass
so
term,
funny.
social.
Oh, I'll
is
say.
what you did, Kevin.
The social.
You're Kevin socially, and now he's suing you.
Sounds like you're financially. It's a 300K.
On a live stream that happened on July 4th, 2024, Brian, on another Discord account, had joined Tom's Discord server. One of Tom's friends noted that Brian was waiting to be moved into the call, thinking that it was Kevin, because of the username The Storm Has Come. In reality, it was Brian, and he stated this quickly. Tom asked what Brian was there for, and Brian asked when Tom would actually start telling the truth. Tom didn't understand, and Brian stated that he emailed motions about fraud from his lawyer, and that the final judgment from Moss v. Princip would be vacated. Here, Brian just spins the same story he did to Brandon, which we'll talk more about it later. He also talks about FuturisticHub and how Holly was really the owner the whole time. Nothing else of note really happened on the call. Tom seemed to be stroking Brian's ego the whole time.
So I saw your video. A friend of mine pointed it out to me. When are you gonna start telling the truth about the whole $20 million lawsuit? Just a question.
What do you mean by telling the truth?
So I've emailed you my lawyer's motions on fraud on the court that prove that the 2016 case was frauded, and the entire case was frauded, and that those judgments are going to be vacated off of me.
Okay, so
you still haven't
emailed
responded
me.
that.
You emailed me a motion that your lawyer filed.
Yes.
So was anything like proven in a court of law as far as the case being like fraudulent?
Well, my lawyer cited in the motion on the fraud on the court why in 2014 when they filed it that I had no idea the case was going on until 2016 was a fraud on the court. And I think a lot of people do know this. I had to recruit, content creators, and a lot of these content creators were teenagers, 15 years old, 16 years old, 13, 14, whatever. But that's kind of how the demographic is online. And so when I was deep into the video games channel and I was doing recruits, then yeah, of course I'm going to be talking, to people like that. But as far as what you said, I noticed that what you said about the whole Holly situation.
Okay, so if you've hired a bunch of teenagers to help you make your videos, right? Like I have people who help me make my videos. They're not teenagers, they're adults. But I would still say that it's my channel. I'm the founder. I am the founder. Like Holly was, how old do you claim Holly was when she started helping you out?
13.
Okay. Do you think it's realistic that anybody in a court or outside would assume that you co-own a YouTube channel with a 13-year-old when you're the one like directing and instructing everything? You've got a ton of videos on YouTube of you saying, I'm FuturisticHub, I'm the owner of FuturisticHub, this is my channel, and then all of a sudden it's like Holly?
Well, the thing is, I never said I was the owner of FuturisticHub. I mean, people called me FuturisticHub because my voice was, undoubtedly the voice of the channel. And so my voice is the one that's actually the one that people think about when they think about the channel itself. So that's why I'm saying, if I say I am FuturisticHub, okay, that's fine. You can call me FuturisticHub. But as far as the legalities of it, ownership, I think you're able to own a YouTube channel when you're 12? I think it's the age of 12, right? On YouTube. So, and there's a lot of young people, especially artists who are 12, 13, 14, 15, who are animators, and it is believable that they can make these type of videos.
To be honest with you, I just think you're full of I think you made
it. You can call me a YouTube version of Leonardo DiCaprio all you want. I mean, I really don't care. But it is what it is. It happened. It's not like I did anything illegal. I mean, she's 18. I'm of age. I'm allowed to do that. I don't see a problem with that. And let's just be honest here is nobody knows my mental diagnosis. And I can say right now what my mental diagnosis is. I had a mental diagnosis of last year. I have autism. I'm an autistic male. And so I can't function in socialness at times, and there are things that I can't function on. So, I'm not a normal neurotypical type of guy, and I think people should treat that, with more respect. They assume too much of me. They think that I'm just some normal person, or they think that anybody that they don't know is supposed to be normal. But
but you
know, like a buddy of mine is going through something like that right now. Are you familiar with Tipster?
Yeah, he lives right down the street from me. Only to the plaintiffs, I will be honest. Like I don't care whether they live or die because of what they've done. I just don't care because they attacked my mom. I don't know if you guys know they're not, but they actually sued my mother.
Oh,
they literally sued my mother. Well, because my mother bought a house for Holly. With settlement money that she received, and they end up getting this court to say that money was my money the whole time. And when she bought the house,
so how do you get a court to say that? Like to prove that, wouldn't they have to show like financial records to show that that's where the money came from?
They have a corrupt judge.
Oh, I see.
Judge Hoffman of the 68th District Court is absolutely corrupt, and I'll tell you how I know this. First of all, the plaintiff's lawyers is a Texas senator. A Democratic Texas senator. That's number one.
The
number
plaintiff's
two,
lawyer is a Democratic Texas senator. Okay.
Yeah, Texas Senator Royce West.
Okay.
And
wait, but how does that make him corrupt?
Well, he's not done explaining. Let him. No, let him explain.
Well,
he's not done.
Judge Hoffman of the 68th District Court is also a Democrat, and he gets donations from the plaintiff's lawyers.
Okay.
He put 2 and 2 together. In state court, that you're bound to run into that. Federal court, it's an iffy thing, and appeals court, it's not so political.
Have you brought this up anywhere?
Court,
like, have you told, like maybe, I don't know, the president or something like that? I feel like he would be able to do something about it.
Yeah, I would love to reach out to the president or something like that, but I'm actually working with some other organizations on the whole 2016 thing. I'm going to try to work my way from the outside in and do it that way.
Zack James is the leader of Animeme, who made Yo Mama. He also used to be a YouTuber that we've talked about before, Outback Zack. Out of nowhere on November 21st, Zack tweeted that he had received a threatening message from the CraftTastic Media Twitter account. According to Zack, he had tried to call out Brian on his bullshit as LifeInATent, and Brian never forgot that, so now he's in trouble? Zack tweeted about the DM and added that in context, Brian was upset that he had been exposed for the Reply Girl campaign with Chrissy in 2012-ish. Zack shared that an account claiming to be friends with Brian and Kevin DM'd Zack that he was attacking the wrong guy and was actually attacking Kevin. Zack tweets out once again, more DMs from Kevin. Here the account warns Zack that his false accusations are finished and that Kevin will file suit against him personally. The messenger also tells Zack that he's acting like a child. YouTube support messaged Zack directly, probably having seen the tweets and offered support. Shockingly, YouTube support actually did something. These attempts to boost CraftTastic's reputation were futile, as after YouTube investigated the channel, it was terminated. This just made the account even more angry, and they issued Animemes another final warning because of Zack's behavior. Zack luckily had the support of a few neighbors and friends, and eventually Brian tried contacting Zack's mutuals for his docs but had no success. Kevin eventually messaged Zack on one of his weather accounts, the Southern California Weather Force. Zack then posted a PSA letting the public know more about Kevin's history. On the 24th, Zack tweeted that LA sheriffs would be investigating Kevin's threats, and that he would be working with a detective to build a case. He later showed off one of the garnishment's actions from Holly Bone case, which told why YouTube would be terminating every Futuristic Hub related channel. At the end of December, Zack later revealed Brian had filed suit against him, by himself. As in, he wrote the lawsuit himself and mailed it. Zack said he would share more, but hasn't commented on it since 2024. The only time he brought it up was when the Brody Fox Twitter account asked Jay how Brian was doing, and he said he was up to the same old shit in September of 2025.
How is your lawsuit with the guy going?
Yeah, no, I'll shoot straight with you. So I got served papers on New Year's Eve. I had just worked until about 8:30 in the morning. I was getting ready to go to sleep, and I get a knock on my door. And it was a pretty aggressive knock. And I thought, was I working too loud? Did I do something? I thought maybe it was my apartment was upset at me. And I looked out the peephole, and I was like, wait, is this a cop? I opened the door, and I get served the papers. And I'm like, well, son of a bitch. And I went and grabbed my attorneys, grabbed a couple good, solid, high-power attorneys, and we started to, we filed a response, which you have to do within 30 days. And then from there, we were getting ready to file anti-SLAPP. Anti-SLAPP being the California mechanism that allows people to fast-track lawsuits when public figures are involved so that they don't drag out, right? And in those cases, it would have been like, look, we're both public figures, nothing I said was false. And because of that, not only do we want this dismissed, but we want all the attorney fees covered as well. And that, we were just a couple of days from submitting that complaint. And up to that point, Brian has started to contact my attorney, representing himself, demanding a settlement. And my attorney was like, no, we're not going to settle. We're going to move forward in the strategy that we have laid out. We're already in the process. And I think that scared Brian because he dismissed the lawsuit literally a day or two before we had to file anti-SLAPP. He dropped it without prejudice, meaning that he would like to sue me again or whatever. But what had happened, from my understanding, is that the lawsuit that he had filed against me was talking about loss of income. And then that loss of income came back and bit him in the ass because he was trying to file for bankruptcy. And it turns out that he wasn't disclosing all the income that he had. So it's like, okay, are you suing me for loss of income? And if so, you're lying about your bankruptcy. You're lying to your bankruptcy court case, or vice versa. Something's not adding up here. And I think that may have messed with him as well. So I think he was trying to threaten me and trying to get like some sort of public apology. That's what he really wanted. He wanted a public apology, a retraction, and everything. And I said, no, I'm not doing this. At this point, you already wasted my time. You're wasting my money. I'm just going to go ahead and file an anti-slap. And no, he dropped it. Completely dismissed it. Yeah, no, the lawsuit has been dismissed. He literally filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit.
In public, that's all that Zack has to say on the matter. The drama has been silent ever since. And on February 20th, 2025, the unbelievable happened. Brian filed for bankruptcy. Presumably, Brian figured that he had gone to every source for money he could, but knew he wasn't going to pay back the debt. Under the Central District of California, Brian Dennis Martins filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. This means that he would have to sell any non-essential property. Essential being like a house, a car, etc. He's then been placed on an automatic stay, which means no one can collect assets from him for money temporarily. The case was being judged by the Honorable Mark D. Hall until further notice. So he did actually file, and he's been appointed a trustee, Linda T. Bui. The same day, Brian had a meeting with his creditors, and on April 20th, Brandon Keaton and Ty Moss filed suit on Brian during the bankruptcy settlement. Claiming that the debts Brian owes to them are non-dischargeable, he committed fraud, and committed a malicious and willful injury towards them. What the theory is that Brian and Kevin are running a joint venture so that Brian can make profit while hiding behind Kevin. The problem is that joint ventures are subject to seizure by the courts in a bankruptcy case. So basically, if the case succeeds, Brian will have nowhere else to run. He'll still have to pay the $27 million and arguably won't have a source to pay it with since he'll be removed from CraftTastic. However, on May 13th, the trustee requested to be discharged. She found that there is no property available for distribution. There was still a claim pending for the remaining $19 million from the video games case he had to pay though. Some users accused Brian of hiding assets, but unless the trustee got slipped something or is just really bad at her job, I doubt that happened. On the 22nd, the case got reassigned to Judge Magdalene Reyes Bordeaux. Brian, for right now, still has to pay the $19 million. Right? Sort of? At least, not right now. On June 3rd, Brian had filed for a discharge order and actually got it granted. What this means is that Brandon and Ty are no longer allowed to try and collect on this for the rest of the case. But that does not mean that Brian is free from his debts. That's if he wins the case, the advisory proceeding, and when it's finally over. Not right now. But right now, things seem to be leaning Brian's way. At this point on, we'll be talking about the adversary proceedings, and that's the same case. It's just an objection from Brandon and Ty, so don't get confused. On May 29th, Brian had filed a motion to dismiss the adversary proceedings, but the hearing kept getting rescheduled. The hearing was finally held on September 29th, only for his motion to get denied as moot. The day after, Brian's attorney filed a motion to withdraw, so from this point on, Brian will be pro se. Brian says that the main reason was because he couldn't afford an attorney, which is true, but it's not the only reason. On Michael Berger's motion to withdraw, he said multiple times that Brian threatened him, as well as ignored instructions from him. Mr. Berger claimed that he wished to withdraw as an attorney in his own document for a breakdown of the relationship between defendant and counsel, including threats made to the counsel, failure to follow advice of counsel, and defendant's failure to pay his fees and costs. Mr. Berger alleges that Brian threatened him, but won't provide any evidence in the document due to their attorney-client privilege. Certain parties have accused Mr. Berger of lying, but Mr. Berger has promised to show evidence in court hearings if requested. We still have yet to see that evidence publicly. On January 12, 2026, Brian filed a sub-peon for Robert Wilson, asking him to testify on January 26th. The document had some trouble making its way to Mr. Wilson, so Brian motioned for alternative service. That hearing, as of recording, is scheduled for March 10th, 2026. So it'll be a minute until all of this is over. And that's really it. Everything we've been leading up to has included criminal threats, harassment, and just overall degeneracy. And while Brian's tale is almost over, we still have one more major event to cover. On May 10th, 2025, FuturisticHub returned.
A YouTube channel with the handle @It'sFuturisticHub was created on February 9th, 2022 and put out its first video on May 10th, 2025. He put out the video asking for help and donations and called himself a victim of fraud on the court and says that it's something that's never happened before. Throughout the video, there is no mention of Holly. Her name doesn't come up once. She's not really involved with the case, but it is posted on the new FuturisticHub channel, so it's strange that she's not mentioned. 2 days later, on the 12th, a video titled FuturisticHub, My Untold Story, Please Watch, Please Help. Here, Brian elaborates on the story he has been pushing since 2024, that he is a victim of fraud on the court. There's a few problems with some statements in the video though. Regarding the VideoGames suit, he brings up that he didn't know Marko was taking money from other people, even though, we have obvious evidence that isn't true. He claims that he made a deal with Marko Princip to run the channel and that he would receive 50% for his work in 2014, although he obviously was working with the channel before then. So that's a lie too. It is totally possible he just didn't remember exactly when it was though. But on such an important video, you want to make sure you get dates as exact as possible. His point in the entire video is that basically he was sued for helping run the channel, not that he actually had a stake in it, even though he admitted to such in court. He also shows a summons from May of 2015 for the VideoGames case that says it was served to his lawyer, Robert Wilson, rather than him. In a screenshot from around the same time, Brian says that Marko had just signed all shares of VideoGames over to him and is suspicious of what's happening. He says that he thought a lawyer from California named Jay was representing him and that Marko is with Robert Wilson, but on all legal papers, we only see that Robert Wilson is representing Brian. Brian says in his video that he never hired an attorney though. He also claims that when Robert Wilson saw evidence he didn't commit fraud, he pretended to be Brian's lawyer. He presents evidence in the form of an email from Marko to Brandon Keating. The email shows proof that as of June 21st, 2014, Brandon owned 30% of VideoGames and that he should expect payment on the 17th of every month. He only requests that Brandon doesn't speak with Brian Martin any longer. Brian claims that because of this, he should have been a third plaintiff on the case, not a defendant. This is a suspicious line from Marko, but by itself it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't flat out say that Marko was defrauding Brian or that Brian was participating with Marko. It just says, don't talk to Brian anymore. It does imply that his share of VideoGames might be gone, but we'll see later on that he still had his share after the email was sent out. What is interesting is that Brian points out in the initial prayers from Brandon and Ty that they were asking for anything between $200,000 to $1 million in relief. But Brandon says later in a response video that they did ask for $1 million, but with added contempt, the jury collectively wanted to add punitive damages. According to Brandon, the near $20 million that was eventually decided was decided by a jury in Dallas County. Brian continues and says that Robert Wilson was making filings behind his back for 2 years without his knowledge or consent. He was allegedly told by Marko to show up to trial in March of 2016 as a witness. He said he didn't know what was really going on and that he didn't even know what a plaintiff was. He says that he was asked in court if he understood that Brandon had sued him and Marko, but the court was ordered to move along. Brian brings up the fact that he filed a joint appeal with Marko, which ended up failing, but he made no mention in the documents that he was cheated by Robert Wilson. When enforcement of the $18 million judgment came, Brian says that he was attacked and that his family was attacked too. In 2022, Brian says he contacted Robert Wilson for a witness statement, which was a statement in the UK enforcement suit. This is a document that wasn't disclosed to the public, so unfortunately, that's the only record we could find of it. On section 1 of the witness statement is a sentence detailing that he's making the statement in support of Brandon and Ty, not Brandon and Holly, so he probably didn't talk to Brian about it. On sections 5, 6, and 7, Robert Wilson confirms that he took instruction from Marko only, not Brian. Brian skips section 8, but it says that Robert Wilson was only instructed by Marko to make responses on behalf of both Marko and Brian. He also says he didn't understand why he thought he was a witness and not a defendant. On section 9, he says that he is aware that Brian states he wasn't properly served and says that he's unaware if he was formally served by a process server or a sheriff. And on section 10, Bob Wilson says that he never had any dealings with Holly in trial or appeal. He doesn't show that in the video though. Because of all of this, he claims that he was frauded and that this is fraud on the court. Upon watching this, our writer is stumped. More conclusive evidence should be presented to fully decide an opinion on what happened here, but what we do know is this. Brian only just started telling this story in 2024. There was in fact a witness statement that wasn't public that said Robert Wilson did act with instructions only from Marko, and only ever received instruction from him, and that he was unaware if Brian was formally served. We do also know that Brian has a long track record of lying. Either Brian or Kevin has also unpublished the Give Send Go campaign after receiving nearly $1,000. Please keep in mind that as of the creation of this video, nothing new has arisen about this, so please be wise in your opinion. That about covers it for this video. Brandon made a response video on October 11th, but Brian attempted to take it down. After Brandon disputed the video, he failed to sue, so it was reinstated. On May 19th, commentary YouTuber Dickers hosted a live stream where he talked about previous events regarding FuturisticHub. He watched through the video that Brian uploaded and gave his commentary on the video. He also watched through one of WackyTV's videos too. Jay also called into the stream and talked with Dickers, but nothing new was said. On the 25th, he would host another stream discussing Brian's fundraiser. Dickers invited Brian onto the stream where he gave his story on what happened. Again, nothing really new was said, but Brian did explain why Kevin was involved. Jay also called in later into the stream. Awkward. The call went on for a bit, but everybody left after a few hours. The stream is linked in the credits if you'd like to watch. On June 7th, Brian tweeted about Brandon supposedly confessing that there was no scam. He released a clip from a VideoGames livestream from June of 2016, where Brandon talks about the VideoGames lawsuit and its results. Because of this, Brandon says he confessed that there was no scam.
Multi-million-dollar lawsuit. If you want to read about the lawsuit, there's a link in the description. I took out the other link at FuturisticHub's request because it did kind of point out some of the negative stuff he's done, and there's no point in like bringing that up. So you can read the other one, which kind of outlines what happened with the channel. In FuturisticHub's defense, he didn't really he wasn't the original person who scammed me.
But this is a misrepresentation of that statement, as the key word here is original. It fits entirely with the narrative we know so far. Brian was not the original scammer. Marko was. And that's what Brandon said. Not that FuturisticHub didn't scam him. Also, I guess Brian failed to mention Holly once again. Come to think of it, it's been a while since we heard her name actually. On June 7th, 2025, the official CraftTastic Media Discord server was created. While it's marketed as the CraftTastic server, the rules explicitly say that the server belongs to Jake TSS, and at the time, 16-year-old content creator who has since left. Some users have alleged the CraftTastic associates to have tried claiming ownership on another figure, in the case of Drama in the server, but Jake left sometime in August. Jake's official role was as a manager, not an owner, as shown in his server nickname. On July 1st, a user named OPGamer2634, aka Robert, had messaged the server claiming that Jake had sent death threats to them. OPGamer had sent screenshots of their DMs showing that Jake had threatened to dox OPGamer. The CraftTastic account had messaged the server asking if it was real and said he'd look into it. The altercation had originated when Jake messaged the server saying he didn't like voice messages, where OPGamer replied, that's your problem. Jake responded with a tough guy-esque message saying that OPGamer should think twice before being rude to him. The two took the argument to DMs, where Jake allegedly made death threats to the fan. The CraftTastic account later said, "I'm not okay with people saying they know people's addresses and personal info about them and then leaking it or making those threats," which is ironic to say the least. The CraftTastic account also said, "A lot of online threats are empty, so don't be scared," which again is ironic. Jake was timed out for a week right after. The following day, OPGamer confessed and said they faked the messages, where they then started to make threats to the whole server after users said OPGamer would be permanently banned. "Fuck you all, cunts. If you didn't give me another chance, I will sue you all." OPGamer was shortly banned by CraftTastic right after. On July 3rd, Jake had been given chatting permissions back, but not his manager role. And on the 23rd, Jake announced he'd be leaving the server, where he claimed that the CraftTastic account was talking about him behind his back. In a following message, Jake also expressed disdain because of a user named RGX rage baiting him in the server. Jake allegedly had also threatened to ban a user named Rifat after expressing their opinion on the toxic server. In the following months, Jake planned on making a video about his experience with CraftTastic and FuturisticHub, but it's not really related to this video. On August 5th, Jake DM'd the FuturisticHub Twitter account and asked if CraftTastic had seen what he said to him. While CraftTastic has claimed to have no association with FuturisticHub in the past, the FuturisticHub account, alleged to be Brian, is seemingly speaking for CraftTastic's opinion on Jake leaving the Discord server here. Brian commented on Jake's age, but according to Jake, the CraftTastic account also has children in his friends list on Discord. One of the admins in the CraftTastic Discord server, known as CraftXL, also admitted to being 13 years old in August of 2025. On August 6th, Jake attempted to message the CraftTastic Twitter account multiple times, wanting to get back in their good graces over a beef with some other people that's irrelevant. And on September 9th, Kevin replied with legal threats and pressure after Jake was planning to expose CraftTastic for previous incidents in the Discord server. However, on June 16th, a user named Elijah SFM asked if the owner of CraftTastic and FuturisticHub were the same person, where CraftXL denied the claims but said that Brian was FuturisticHub. In addition to this, Jake did not recognize Kevin's name from a message on June 27th. The rest is ultimately irrelevant. Around the same time, Brian's thread started to pop off significantly, probably because Brian had been DMing members who contributed to the thread under an account named Real Brian Martin. He was banned around that same time. An account was created on both Twitter and KiwiFarms around the same time named FH Truth About Law. It's dedicated to exposing Brian's lies as well as just mocking and making fun of him. It's triggered him to the point that Brian has sent the user angry emails and threats in private messages.
Scratch that. Move your entire account so I will take your ass to court. I already know who you are. Your account is going to be used in future cases, and if you think you can lie about cases you don't fucking know, you got another thing coming, bitch. The next motherfucking post you make lying about 10-year-olds, I'm going to surely fuck you up, and I swear to God, if you keep making that shit up, that never happens, I'll find out who you are and fucking kill you. That won't matter in any court. The issue is your defamation and constant harassment, which is a civil harassment issue. You can tell the court all your conditional death threats all you want, but that doesn't matter. What you need to do is make things right and post retraction statements and avoid the issue. You have no fucking right to call me that. Delete it now, or when I get the paperwork back from X and Google, I'm going to sue your fucking ass. Do it the fuck now, and leave me the fuck alone with this shit, you fuck. God damn little cunt! Stop going around all the time and harassing me. Fucking stop it now. You are not allowed to fucking harass me on the website or any fucking place. Any fucking time I talk to people, you are fucking harassing them and me. That is illegal, and you better fucking stop this shit now. I swear to fucking God. I'm going to need proof you're not Detective Truth, who is still lying and spreading false information and harassing me and my family. Please identify them if you know who it is. I'm viewing this as a possible breach. Thanks. Wrong again, and I'm telling you right fucking now, stop fucking threatening me life, or I'm going to fucking kill you. You will get. I hope you realize that time is going to fucking happen, and when I find out who the fuck you are, just anyone else who's fucked with me, their time as well as yours will come. You leave me and my family the fuck alone if you even want to fucking breathe the rest of your pathetic life. Unless you know the dynamics of YouTube, even jobs on YouTube, I highly suggest you shut the fuck up. Swear to God, I'll find out who you are and fucking kill you. Stop stalking and harassing us. Stop false accusing me of pedo shit. I swear to fucking God, I'll kill you. Oh, it's gonna happen. I have a right to live and move on without threat. Anyone who is a threat to my life or my family's, I will kill them in 2025. 2026.
Nothing new of note has been said there. It's just funny that we have seen so many people following Brian's case now. On June 24th, KiwiFarms user Relinquish posted a major rewrite of the original post in the thread, which helped significantly in creating this documentary. On June 25th, Brandon posted a leaked clip of a documentary by Kyle Lomax about Brian, but it was from a year or two prior, so it's probably safe to say it's not coming out. Only a day prior did an account under the name Stormforce joined the forum and claimed that all the lawsuits Brian lost were actually won by him on a separate thread. The account claims later in the main thread that it's not being operated by Brian or Kevin, but in their first post, provide documents that are not available to the public. It's the witness statement from Robert Wilson. In the next post from Stormforce, the user claims that the attached email is evidence that Brandon was planning to defraud Ty by doing a three-way deal with Marko and Brian. Upon further inspection, it's clear that this isn't the case. According to Neat House Partners at Law, an email can in fact be legally binding, but must meet minimum requirements for a contract. It must include an offer, evidence that the offer has been accepted, consideration, a clear intention to be legally bound, and certainty that all parties have agreed to the contract. But this is about a proposed deal. No one has agreed to anything just yet, they're still negotiating. Oftentimes, this needs to be debated in court anyway, so it's not like this couldn't be argued as to whether it's actual evidence. Brandon also said that he would have his lawyer draft the agreement, so it's obvious the deal wasn't over. Everything else is just kind of bullshit and irrelevant. There are a few small claims throughout the thread from this point on, like Brian hanging out on Roblox condos, but that has yet to be verified.
Look at all these fucking weirdos coming out of their fucking dwellings as soon as I lose. Tell me that's not sad. Fuck this, dude. Oh my god.
And on July 2nd, Stormforce was banned from the forum. On July 14th, an account named It's Martek joined the forum, and It's Just Brian. He posted a message saying that everything was bullshit, and everyone on Kiwi was gonna lose in the end, and that everything Brandon and Relinquish says is lies. On July 17th, a user named Vrikoria on YouTube created a video talking about FuturisticHub and its history for a solid 10-ish minutes. On the 19th, one of Brian's supporters named Ziad Al-Harbi filed a harassment claim on the same video. Apparently, the user had doxed Brian in the original video, but it's since been taken down. Although it was later re-uploaded on August 1st with an update. And only a few days later did Ziad try to take the video down again, but failed. On July 29th, the It's Futuristic Hub channel would start filing takedown requests on re-uploads of all the videos. This actually resulted in the channel getting terminated for a brief while, but it's since been reinstated. Someone did dox Ziad later in the thread, which is a little scary. A fan channel called Creamworks Animations is run by a literal child who often reposts content from FuturisticHub and related channels, probably because he's a fan. And around August 3rd, the user shared conversations revealing that the CraftTastic Animations Twitter account had threatened him in 2024. This is a kid that runs this account, by the way. The videos submitted on the channel show the child's face. We're censoring for privacy reasons, but yes, this is a child. The Futuristic Hub YouTube channel also threatened to take down the channel for bullying and harassment. This is a 41-year-old man making these threats. Oh yeah, his Twitter's been active this whole time too. He's made some questionable statements there. He also made some threats to our writer and director on Facebook and Twitter about this video. On September 30th, the Futuristic Hub Twitter account was made private. It seemingly happened out of nowhere, and no real reason as to why. There were some tweets made to Judge Hoffman prior that were unprofessional to say the least, but they were all from the week prior. On October 10th, the account went public again, and one of the first tweets back was a message to YouTube asking for the original Futuristic Hub YouTube account to come back.
Alright YouTube, we gotta talk. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. Do me a favor and send me a DM, because there are channels that have up to 3 million subscribers, channels that were a big part of my life and the life of other people who worked on them, that were banned for no reason at all. And one of the reasons was they were part of a lawsuit, and in this lawsuit, when YouTube locked these people out of the channel, The Futuristic Hub channel is what I'm talking about. The Wildcraft channel, the TopTrends channel. YouTube actually locked creators out of it in the middle of a lawsuit. And you know what's really funny? The creators won the lawsuit. And the reason why YouTube terminated the channels was because these people were mad at YouTube and threatened to sue YouTube. And why? Why would they threaten to sue YouTube? Well, it's because YouTube did a bad thing and took the channels, took the revenue, didn't even care about the creators, okay? We're talking about large creators, large channels, and then terminated them because people got mad and said some words. So if you can, please send me a DM and I'll be happy to talk to you guys about that. And if you want all the proof, that's going to be in the DM, because a lot of people are probably wondering what happened to Futuristic Hub. 3 million subs just wiped out. It was one of the largest, more popular animation channels on YouTube about 3 years ago, and YouTube shut it down. And guess what? For no reason. The Futuristic Hub lawsuit, the one that YouTube was a part of, Futuristic Hub lawsuit won in appeal. And that's what happened. So please do the right thing and reinstate the channel and give the people a Futuristic Hub, give everyone their jobs back, and then we're square.
The words that Brian is likely referring to could either be political speech or the numerous death threats he sent to figures online. People on KiwiFarms talked about it in his thread, and he would later respond to these individuals. On October 12th, KiwiFarms suffered a huge DDoS attack in which over 1,500 accounts were registered to the site, which all came from different email addresses, email providers, and VPN IP addresses, so it's near impossible to identify who for sure it could be. Allegedly, the author might be a figure named David Hoffman, also known as Unreal Skybox and Leto, who is far from a small-time hacker and is a regular enemy of the forum. He also took credit for such on 4chan. Brian, however, would later indirectly take credit for the act, but many disagree with his skills to accomplish such a task. The only reason he would be considered on the list of perpetrators is because of Brian's heavy use of SOC and alt accounts in the past, and he's no stranger to the task. On October 15th, Brian said that he had filed a lawsuit against Brandon for civil harassment towards him, his family, and team. He also claims that Brandon has a history of threatening him and his team, although these claims were addressed in a stream from TommyC. The final straw was likely when Brandon published his video refuting all of Brian's claims about fraud on the court, in which Brandon's response was claimed for a copyright strike. What's ironic about this is Brian had allegedly threatened Brandon and a friend of Brandon a few days prior, as well as having a history of threatening Brandon. On October 29th, Brandon was sent a letter from England, allegedly by Holly. She had left for the UK in February, according to her husband, and returned 6 months later. You may want to back off Brandon while the earth spins. Don't drift too close to the sun before you reap what you sow. According to Brandon, however, she hadn't returned yet. On November 1st, Brian sent an update to the civil harassment lawsuit, stating that his process server had spoken to a neighbor and said that Brandon had moved out. Brian also said he was considering serving Brandon's daughter. Brandon commented on this on KiwiFarms. The day after, Brian posted an update, posting pictures of the house with the address visible. Many people consider this a form of doxing, considering it's sharing private information about an individual without their consent. On November 3rd, he would post vague physical and legal threats to Brandon. The same day, Holly would announce her departure from the YouTube channels. The author didn't say who would be taking over the channels. A KiwiFarms user named GizmoG posted the interaction and said, "So the implication here is that Holly was making the posts during the recent meltdowns over Brandon, speaking in a similar way to Brian, just like the other previous interactions?" In response, Brian posted, "No, GizmoG, the implication is that more than one fucking person runs this account, you stupid fucking KF.
Are you a yourself, huh? When you're calling people and telling people to suck your dick or suck a dick, huh? Do you suck dicks, huh?"
The Futuristic Hub account would then go on to make a few different posts about KiwiFarms and how it isn't reputable. Gizmo would respond saying that Brian was currently in a lawsuit at the time debating the dischargeability of his debt, the adversary proceeding. On November 20th, Brian announced that Futuristic Hub would be suing YouTube for wrongful termination of the channel and their wrongful policy. The image attached at the bottom of the thread is in fact a Google AI search result. On January 1st, 2026, Brian would have an encounter with a not-safe-for-work foot fetish content creator known as Clouchu. He criticized Clouchu's feet, which we know, of course, he is the ultimate judge of. Clout would post the interaction the same day. The encounter didn't really go anywhere besides a brief slap fight for a few days. On January 14th, the FuturisticHub Twitter account was banned from the platform, supposedly after death threats made towards Brandon and Ty. There were a few others that were made, but no others were archived. That's really it for Brian. The bankruptcy case is still going as of recording this, and CraftTastic and FuturisticHub still seem active on all corners of the internet. It's still up for debate if Brian will truly have to pay that $18 million or not. We're not done just yet though. We still have a few things to talk about, things that didn't really fit in anywhere else.
During his LifeInATent days, Brian called two individuals, Brandon Smith and Ranting Ramsey, who are also ranting YouTubers back in the early days of the site. The three were on a call when Smith asked if Brian had ever heard of lollies. I'll let the clip speak for itself.
You ever hear of lollies?
Oh, isn't that underage? Isn't that CP?
No, it's not CP. It's like an animated CP.
Whoa!
Oh, wait, dude. Lolita, yeah. I've definitely heard that.
Wrong.
I've heard of that ever since I was 19. Something like that.
And this is the reason my dad didn't want me on the internet.
Wait. TRT Leah? There's that's a new one. I've never heard of it.
No. I was putting a thing of like Lolita, Trollita.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Lolita is very weird.
It's strange, but I've mapped to it before.
Oh, yeah, it's decent.
I actually tried to fap to that fucking airplane porn you sent me. That was incredibly hard to do. But I succeeded.
Have you ever seen the airplane porn, Brian?
No.
Oh god, this is hilarious.
It's fucking amazing.
Oh yeah, Brian, by the way, that's the airplane porn he was talking about.
Yeah, see if you can do this. See that?
I'm not gonna fap on.
Do it! Do it! Brian, you know you want to. Look how hot that is. If at first you fail, try to succeed.
Okay, hold on. Doing this right now. I'm looking. What the hell am I looking at?
Tell me that's not fucking strange.
That's a plane. That's a damn plane.
Of course it's a plane, Brian. You better fap to it.
He also said some controversial things in a few clips from his actual videos on his channel, LifeInATent.
So anyway, about this place, the Netherlands, Holland. Totally awesome. What can I say? First of all, let's talk about the girls. Girls! Oh, the girls! Girls! So anyway, about this country...
Brian.
Yeah.
Monique, Alice, and Jennifer just called. You want to speak to them?
No, I'm busy.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the story. I have been having a blast. I have been here for 2 weeks now on Saturday. I have met some of the most amazing people on this planet. The girls. Let's talk about the girls. I feel like such a pedophile here. Okay, so the differences of the girls here and then the girls in America. Girls here are hot. They're not just hot. They're young. I feel like such a pedophile here. They're young. Makes me sound so bad. They're nice, not stuck-up bitches. They're really open-minded. They don't mind if you're over 20 years old. In fact, they really like that. But let me just go ahead and show you guys a little dose of what happened. I went to a party last night, and we were drinking. No?
Kom op, Jan. Ja, doe. Kom op. Kom op. Ik zat er net buiten. Ik zat net half weg.
Alleen zitten we te yeah, but just see the age on those girls. I'm going to jail.
Alright, so recording?
Then in Europe, you know what I noticed? These are the things between Europe and America. Let's talk about them. To celebrate the fact that I'm back. makes me wish that I never left. So anyway, in Europe, the girls are hot. I'm not saying the girls are ugly here in America, but they're just a little more exotic, a little more free-minded, a little bit more available. No. The age limits are a lot different. The freedom is a lot different. They call America the land of the free? Fuck that. Go to Europe and tell me that. America is anything but free.
This person asked if I had a girlfriend, how old does she have to be minimum? That it just depends if she's well developed or not. Next question. Am I accused of pedophilia? Well, at my age, I don't even think about pedophilia because I'm actually quite young. Age is just a number. Let me tell you guys that one more time. Alright, so you saw pieces and clips about the whole TSA groping kids thing. Let's be realistic here. If the terrorists think that the kids are not going to be searched, then those kids are going to be #1 on the search list, okay? I'd rather search a kid than search an adult.
My preferences are females and younger than myself, younger than 18.
Brian has always been a bit unhinged on Twitter. He's made some interesting comments. The starter pack image is especially concerning because, again, FuturisticHub is supposed to be for kids. In 2017, Brian, or rather FuturisticHub account, responded to a comment on a video, presumably about him. The account responded simply, "That is not called a pedophile." Brian has also gone on the record to make some statements that could be framed as racist. To be fair, these clips are from 10 years ago at this point, but give Brian's views on immigration as well as culture mixing and Muslim people, it wouldn't be ridiculous to consider it as a possibility. Here we have 3.5 minutes of Brian expressing his thoughts. Enjoy.
My name is Brian Martin, of course you guys know who I am.
I'm racist. The black people act that way specifically because of their origin. I have a feeling that they are more monkey than the white people. When I see a black man kissing a white woman, it disgusts me. To me, it kind of is like an animal kissing a human being. Black people in general, I don't like how they act. Basically what it boils down to is I'm racist. And then they turn into animals when they act. Black people are not the same human as white people are. I have black friends. What's that word? I forget what the word is. Well, you do know in the future, right? There's only going to be one race. You do know that, right? Well, to me, I believe race doesn't really matter.
I'm just going by things that you've stated before.
Well, to me, I believe race doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, but I don't believe in that stuff, though.
Well, what'd you say?
Actually, no, I didn't say that.
You said in your words that one race is better than another race. If you think if one race is better than another, if one race is inferior.
Actually, no, I didn't say that.
You did.
Skull structure is different. Their anatomy is a little bit different than a white person. So to me, it kind of is like an animal kissing a human being.
That's racism.
No, that's not racism. Because you're going by what's written by man. I was talking about Asian culture being the higher of everything.
That's racism.
It is proven that Asian culture is better. It's a fact. They're better in technology, they're better in numbers, they're faster, they're smarter, and there's a reason for it too. Why were you, excuse me, why are you talking over me? I wasn't done.
That a black...
Hey, shut the fuck up!
I don't respect your opinion, you fucking racist bullshit bastard. Fuck you.
Now listen to what the fuck I'm saying.
You're fucking racist. You can't sit here and defend it. You make yourself a fucking asshole.
I told you
you're trying to
not
speak about
to talk over me. Excuse
me.
Shut
shit or
the
something.
fuck
Oh,
up.
I'm big on YouTube. I'm alpha as fuck. You know. Oh, black people are more like monkeys. It's a ridiculous thing to say. You look like an idiot.
Tell me where the fuck you live. Tell me where the fuck you live.
I'm not telling you where I live.
You want to settle this? Let's go. Let's go. I told you out of respect you should be letting... No, I told you should be letting me talk. Did you hear what I said? You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you. Shut the fuck up.
Well, you've attempted
Did
to
you
answer
hear what I
several
just said?
times, and
You
you're still
asked me
like
a question. I tried to answer
as a
you.
racist.
Shut
I'm not going
the
to sit
fuck
here and listen
up.
to you discriminate on
And
a
I'm
group
not
of
gonna let you
people
talk over me
based
after
on
you
their
ask
skin
me a
color.
question. You stupid
It's
motherfucker.
bullshit.
Who the fuck do you
have
think
to
you
respect
are?
your opinion on that. You sound
Who
like
the
a
fuck do you
fucking
think you are?
racist.
And you sound like a fucking
We also have this video made back in 2016.
Well, it all started a few days ago. There I was, patrolling the internet and looking for some cringy shit on Twitter, when I suddenly found myself staring at the abyss of hatred itself. Yes, I came face to face with this chain of hateful tweets. Now, I am no SJW, but FuturisticHub's tweets were way beyond the line of what is acceptable. I mean, Mr. Minecraft Porn over there is talking publicly about literally people. Them dead for real. I mean, this guy believes that without Muslims there would be no terrorism, even though some FBI statistics show that 94% of terrorist attacks in the US are carried out by non-Muslims.
Throughout Brian's history on the internet, he's obviously stirred up quite a bit of controversy. While the amount of people that actually reported on his journey may have been small, there have been a surprising amount of people that have tried to talk about him. Here's just a few examples.
And he also said how he's by winning, but he was just being full of himself.
You are the one who's trying to bring the fight back into motion, and you are kind of being the crybaby here.
Put your damn shoe on your head again. That was hilarious.
Thumbs up for epic earthquakes. I didn't know that was really relevant.
WWJD. What would Jason do? I'll tell you right now what he would do. He'd rack up a summer camp.
During my last video about Hub, I was talking about how obnoxious he is, and about how disrespectful he is, and in general, just about how much of a cunt he was. Now, after he was trying to scare me by saying that the video that I made about him was going to be taken down, guess what? It wasn't. That video is still up there with 60 likes.
You know what I'm talking about? Not prank invasion. Even better. I'm talking about Minecraft porn.
Brian Martin, the scumbag that I should put in my top 10 worst YouTube channels list.
Otherwise known as Brian Dennis Martin. And I know your fucking name, bro. He's gonna be watching this video, he's gonna be furiously masturbating while fucking watching, like, just give me something to sue you about, just give me something to sue you about.
Huh, no, it's a bit too critical. I think I'm just gonna take it off of YouTube.
But everybody was just like, yo, you suck, bro. F you.
This channel's awful. If I die after this video, then don't come looking for me. If you're wondering how I might die, it's because this channel is known for either deleting your channel, taking down your video, or the worst fate of them all, being put in one of his Minecraft animations. He did it to Leafy, guys. He could do it to me as well.
I've been watching a lot of videos on FuturisticHub recently, and it seems to me that he can't take criticism very well, in which case, let's talk about that.
He has made numerous threats towards smaller YouTubers who have made videos on him, basically threatening of sending copyright strikes and taking down their channels. Which to me is kind of ironic, because he's using copyrighted characters in his unlicensed animations.
It's just these strange cast of semi-relevant characters doing slightly sexual things. It just... oh god.
FuturisticHub has done some dodgy things, like make porn on Minecraft, or make a Go Gamble mad video.
I was a pretty big fan of him. When I was 10, I bought a black t-shirt and white tape and put the shitty FS on it. Just to look like the fucking creeper fucking motherfucker he was.
You know, FuturisticHub, I don't like you. I don't really like you.
First things and foremost, the most obvious thing I could probably ever say is that he's a fucking degenerate.
You's a bitch. Your mama knows you a bitch. Your girl even know you a bitch. I don't know how she sucked your dick. Pause.
Fucking dude, FuturisticHub. Why? Why do you do the things that you do?
Part of me finds this terrible, and the other half finds it hilarious.
F tier.
S tier, not S tier. That's amazing.
F tier.
Beautiful.
Just put everything in F tier. It'd be funny. Just put everything.
Okay, let's see this. What the fuck is that?
Whoa, hold up. Bullying people? Says the man who says cease and desist letters to people criticizing him. Says the man who allegedly sent swatters to Ice Poseidon's house.
For over a decade, terminated account after terminated account
Brian would harass individuals, threaten to take down their videos and or channels, and in some cases would even threaten to file lawsuits.
Thanks to FuturisticHub, now children know about words that they shouldn't know about, and he has single-handedly scarred multiple children because of his videos and his clickbait.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to court with the gamer headset. That's gonna really endear me to the judge.
Oh my gosh, wait, scroll up a little bit. Dude, it just gets better. Minecraft. Boobies.
Like, this dude really can't help but say the N-word and have the Nazi symbol appear in his videos. He just had to include that.
However, a handful of videos that were uploaded were, let's say, very questionable.
But yeah, this is what's been going on with him, and yeah, if he comments on this video, you're gay.
For a lot of these videos, or anyone that has tried to talk about him, Brian hasn't responded well. On April 9, 2011, YouTube user Game Odyssey mirrored a video of Brian in which Brian talked about a referral program called Pays Forever. He also talked about Cash Gift University. Only a few minutes after the video was uploaded did Brian find it and message Game Odyssey, saying he would take the video down for harassment. On May 16, 2014, Captain Cod uploaded a video to a series, Get Blocked, which he showed an interaction Brian had after receiving criticism.
This is FuturisticHub, a 3D animator on YouTube with over 125,000 subscribers. The channel's got some nice original content, but all of that is tainted by the recent actions from Vince at FuturisticHub. In a recent discussion, FuturisticHub threatened to wipe out a smaller but much better channel, which you can find linked in the description. The threat came after Vince could not defend a friend of his who happens to be a child abuser, and you may know him as Econi. The threats, of course, were never followed through, and I'm happy to say that the smaller channel prevailed as usual, but that will always happen when you're right. I asked about the threat on Twitter and received no reply. Sign of guilt. I went to their channel and sent them a message. This time I got the reply I was expecting. What these big YouTubers forget is the smaller channels actually make up the majority of YouTube. We are the fans, the subs, we're the ones who leave the comments. We're also the ones not to be fucked with. So Vince from FuturisticHub, if you can wipe out smaller channels because you disagree with them, why don't you back up your big mouth behind your tiny brain and put a band-aid on your butthurt ass instead of rage quitting with this.
On April 19, 2022, South African curator Thoughts and Opinions briefly covered the FuturisticHub bench trial. Only a bit later did she receive a message from Brian and posted a response in the comments.
Surprise, surprise, Brian reached out. Now I don't think my audience is slow enough to be confused by this concept, but Brian seems to be, so I will spell it out plainly. I don't think or say that he is a Pedo. The joke is that his ridiculous defense that he worked for Holly at age 12 sounds like he himself is trying to convince us that he is a Pedo. Neither myself nor court believe this, thus I'm saying the opposite. I don't believe he is a Pedo. I believe what court concluded, which is that Brian is most probably the original FH channel owner.
On December 11, 2023, Slime9K created a response to a video in which he talked about Brian's dealings on the internet. The CraftTastic content emo had reached out to Slime, claimed that the video contained false information, and that Team CraftTastic had nothing to do with Brian. Brian would later reach out in his own email and threaten legal action against Slime. While CraftTastic claimed there was no association with Brian, the brand is purposely going on its way to let creators know that they should not badmouth Brian. On August 3rd, 2025, the FuturisticHub Twitter account posted the following message.
A second batch of videos have been removed. Thank you YouTube on helping to combat copyright abusers. Re-uploads to the platform are not permitted. Critics using the content to make fun of content is a-okay, but you do not get to clone, impersonate, or re-upload the animations.
In the replies, the post says,
Warning to critics, if you make a video you are to discuss FuturisticHub content only. Any mentions of any persons in the team, your content, will be subject to removal. The removals on a critic's video will be based on YouTube's privacy violations, not a copyright violation. We know what fair use is and what it isn't. Thank you everyone for the support. Love you all. Thank you YouTube and God. Onward.
As generative artificial intelligence has become more common in daily use, a lot of artists are distressed with its impact. The FuturisticHub and CraftTastic media brands have both publicly spoken out about their negative stances towards AI on their Twitter accounts. Brian occasionally posts an opinion on the FuturisticHub Twitter account, but not as often as the CraftTastic media account's manager. The author, alleged by many to actually be Brian, has posted negatively about generative AI numerous times on the website. However, even with all these posts, users online have suspected the associates of CraftTastic and FuturisticHub to have used AI for creative uses before. On February 26, 2026, the César Award film show was hosted in the Olympia venue in Paris, and here, Canadian actor Jim Carrey received the honorary César Award. The same week, numerous conspiracy theories, rumors, and memes started circulating that the person who accepted the award was not Jim Carrey. The same week, numerous conspiracy theories, rumors, and memes started circulating that the person who accepted the award was not Jim Carrey. Either he was an impersonator, a clone, or he had received plastic surgery, among numerous other stories. These are all alleged, of course. On March 1st, the CraftTastic media account on Twitter posted, "Jim Carrey got a facelift. So this is the new Dr. Robotnik, aka Eggman for the Sonic the Hedgehog movies. I still think this is the real Jim, just the face work is all, along with the rendition of Carrey's character with the red mustache." A few users claimed that the image was AI generated, and some software said the same thing. We obviously didn't see the image come into creation, but users also have noticed the texture of the skin and hair, as well as the lighting and low quality of the image. On March 28 of the previous year, the manager posted an obviously AI generated image of FuturisticHub meme, "Hack this." The author also said, "Gorok is amazing." On the ex-FuturisticHub Twitter account, statements have been made against artificial intelligence in creative works, but not as many as the CraftTastic media account. These posts were allegedly made by Brian. Despite claiming to hate AI, the account's poster has also interacted with Gorok, Twitter's flagship AI, on numerous occasions. In one post, the ex-FuturisticHub account responded to an artificially generated image of a render made by FuturisticHub, seemingly brushing it off and not offended at all. In another, the account actually challenged Gorok to a fight, but eventually reconciled. In one of the account's first posts from May 17, 2025, a post was made that read, "Good night everyone. I love you. I live and I breathe and I die for the fans, my friends, my family. FuturisticHub never dies." Attached was an image that suspiciously looked like it was made using generative AI. On October 27th, after making some politically influenced posts, the account posted a political cartoon with the text, "Free healthcare for illegals or the country gets it." Users believe that this image was also AI generated. In February of 2024, Brian joined the gaming and animation YouTuber Cinemation's Discord server after being summoned by Cinna and his friends. Cinna had made allegations that Brian was the owner of CraftTastic, and Brian joined to warn Cinna. Brian plugged a now suspended Twitter account called WizardNod and said that Cinna could find who was the real frauds there. A user named Iris told Brian he was pushing 40, where Brian replied that he was actually 29. He said he was born in January, despite nearly 15 years prior claiming on his own website that his birth date was August 29, 1984. He later said, "Oh, okay. Guys, I'm not pushing 40. I turned 29 last month. Why is everyone saying that? Lamo." He also told users on the server that he'd be taking his own life that year, which thankfully never happened. After a conversation about Slippery T, a Minecraft pornography animator, Brian said, "And they call me the grandfather of Minecraft porn. I don't know. I guess that's okay." Cinna later discussed with Brian that he had contacted the FuturisticHub email account for animation rights, and says he got a contact email from Wiznaz, where Brian replied with his brother's name and claimed that he was actually Kevin. Finally, in a conversation about confirming Brian's identity, he sent a portrait image of himself in a sweater and a tie, along with voice clips to prove it was him.
Hello everyone. You all have 7 days. I am the storm. Hello everyone. My name's Baldy and I'ma smack you with my ruler if you don't behave.
Some users had speculated that this was an AI-generated image, considering the low quality and clipping in the sweater. Upon running the photo through a reverse image search software, it was found that it was very likely that it was AI-generated, considering that there were many images online that looked exactly like Brian's portrait. He also said he'd been learning animation work for 2 years now, despite previously saying that he'd been animating since he was a child.
And you know, I've animated
ever since I was a child.
Nothing else happened with this though.
A fun fact about FuturisticHub is that in 2016, President Donald J. Trump reposted a tweet from Brian. This is seemingly his proudest moment, considering he's brought it up multiple times since then. So obviously, Brian and Kevin are fans of the president. However, on November 20th, 2024, the CraftTastic Twitter account posted a seemingly AI-generated image saying that Donald Trump had personally requested the CraftTastic team to create it. People mostly treated the tweet like grok, and some people saw through the lie, but it was never brought up again. Before we go into the next topic, it's worth noting just how many sock accounts Brian has made. Accounts that are made in the name of other people when, in reality, it's actually Brian posted. Most of these are allegedly his. There isn't any definitive proof that they belong to him. Considering that they all seemingly only have positive things to say about him and only ever talk about him, it's not impossible. Here's just a few. In addition to the sock puppet accounts, there were plenty of actual alternative accounts Brian used where he made no effort to hide his identity or name. We've already covered a few, but these didn't really fit anywhere into our story earlier because they just weren't relevant enough. Before video games, Brian had a similar endeavor called Call of Duty Comedy. It wasn't founded by Brian, but he was recognized as an owner at least as early as August of 2010. Along with SXE Dutch. There wasn't anything particularly special about the channel, it was just another community channel. It seemed to be founded by two people named Baxter HD, who went by a lot of other aliases, and Ryan Felstead. On July 30th, 2010, a video was shared around by Ryan that informed the public the YouTube channel had supposedly been hacked. A channel called The Comedy Cinema was made the same day, which was used as an alternative account. They had regained access the day after, though. The Comedy Cinema channel now has no videos available, and nothing was archived. And unfortunately, COD Comedy has since been deleted. The last available snapshot on the Wayback Machine is for April 10th of 2011. What exactly happened, we're not sure. Net Shooters was a sister channel underneath the COD Comedy brand, but didn't really take off. It's possible Brian had some involvement in this channel, but his name doesn't appear anywhere. Again, nothing really special about this channel, it's the same thing. Sir LIAT, Camp LIAT, and the Camp Master were all additional LifeInATent branded channels that only lasted for a short while. There are some videos that lasted from these channels, but nothing that's really mind-blowing. Brian also acknowledged another account we've heard of, called Speak Up Bro, on the Drama Train podcast, where he explicitly said it was his channel.
In the past was me hardcore trolling. I was trying to stay relevant so I can continue making some money, because at that time I was actually trying to make ends meet. I had no job, I had no way to work, and so I held on to that LifeInATent troll, that persona, even outside the goggles. I tried doing that with the whole speak up bro, or say or not to say, I think if I remember correctly. So, you know, all the threats that I made, I don't do them anymore. It's funny that somebody said that I still do, but...
On April 25th, 2011, a new YouTube channel called Skits and Vlogs was made, with two characters being the main figureheads, Justin and Megan. Unfortunately, none of the videos were archived, so I'm not entirely sure what the channel is about, but we know that Brian would later use the alias Justin Vandersex in 2012-ish.
What's going on, everyone? Justin Vandersex here. I'm talking about a tornado that's in the water. They call those water spouts, just in case you guys didn't know.
Anyway, Australia's awesome. Get out of there, mate. You think you're big old tornado there? I know that really sucked. I'm sorry if my Australian accent was bad. But you gotta understand, I'm not Australian. I'm a hitman. Professionalism is my key, ultimatism is my goal. And then when I make up random words, that's when I sound better. So you guys wanna see the video? Go ahead and search for it. I'm not gonna give you a link, but you can subscribe if you want.
After LifeInATent went down, Brian attempted to come back with numerous channels that just had a sequential number at the end of them. LifeInATent 3, 4, and 7, as far as we know, are all official channels that Brian made. LifeInATent TV 2 was a channel that existed, but that was terminated rather quick. Again, nothing really special about these accounts, they were just re-uploading LifeInATent videos. Brian did re-upload the Martek Superman video on LifeInATent 3 though. False Flag America 8675 and Sandy Hook is 911 were two other possible sock accounts from Brian or Kevin. Kevin's Encyclopedia Dramatica page treats False Flag as a now deleted sock account, but of course we know that ED isn't always reputable. Upon investigating the YouTube page's shared links, we see that the weather space is a link under local weather. That link would stay up until the channel was terminated. False Flag spouted many conspiracy theories, speaking on matters like the Sandy Hook shooting being a false flag conspiracy, the Boston bombing being organized, the New World Order, and other things. The user also re-uploaded videos about HARP and chemtrails, things that Kevin has spoke on proudly in the past. Because the videos were simply re-uploads, there isn't really a way to verify that Kevin or Brian ran the account, just implication. However, in a certain say or not to say video about the Wisconsin Sikh temple shooting, Brian shared some more views.
Really now? Another shooting? What does this tell you? What does this tell you about America? You guys realize that the right to carry arms is about to be taken from Americans? And the reason why is because of all the shit that's happening. I mean, really now? The more shootings that happen now, and this is kind of rare. Usually you hear about one shooting every, one major shooting every few years to 5 years. Now we've gotten 2 shootings in less than, 1 month. So that tells you something. Either America is purposely doing this to make sure that once a bill is introduced to, deny our right to carry arms, it's going to pass. That's right, we're not going to be able to carry anything. We're not going to have the right to bear arms. America is going to become like a police state. The New World Order is at hand, and this is where we're going to have a lot of problems. The military around the world is going to strike. Every single country, and America is going to take over. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. And it's not really going to be America anymore. It's just a New World Order. And I'm probably going to die after making this video because I'm just telling you guys the government secrets. The government is out there. I sound really like a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but I'm serious. I'm starting to believe it because this shit is getting ridiculous.
The video uploaded by False Flag was about the Federal Reserve missing quite a lot of money, where in the description the uploader wrote, "Why should any American pay their taxes?" Famously, Kevin Martin also said he wouldn't be paying taxes to the IRS and would be boycotting them.
This is cyber stalking. Understand it well. My demands to the IRS. I'm going to be boycotting the hell out of you. You will not receive one tax payment from me.
Last but certainly not least, a section dedicated to something that has in recent years been debated. Since 2019, Holly Bone has claimed to be the owner of FuturisticHub, not Brian Martin. But there are a few things that contradict that claim. This isn't a flat-out accusation of Holly and Brian lying, but rather to show how much actually is against what they say. The easiest bits of information would be a compilation of times Brian has admitted and has been referred to as FuturisticHub.
What's going on, everyone? My name is FuturisticHub, or Hub, as most of you guys know it. I want to be, or I probably am right now, the most offensive Minecraft animator on YouTube. And I've animated ever since I was a child. And about my Minecraft animation channel, I am an adult who enjoys Minecraft, and I enjoy animations, so yes, I'm a Minecraft animator on that channel, and I love to animate Minecraft. Now, I'm not saying I'm not cancer when it comes to my animations. I know that cringy as hell, so I know that, trust me, I know. And I know I made Minecraft porn like 4 years ago as a joke. We've talked about this. What's going on, everyone? I just wanted to say that I'm just sitting here and I'm animating a new animation, and I'm just sitting here animating, and I just don't feel it anymore. Hopefully the quality of this new animation is good, because it's an animation that I saved for 1 million subscribers. You want to know why I wanted to do Minecraft porn or Minecraft sex a long time ago? Well, this is why I did it, and a lot of people are calling me a Minecraft porn animator or Minecraft sex director or something. And it's getting a little weird, okay? So if you guys are watching this, kind of dumb it down a little bit. The reason why I did it was because, well, number one, I love Minecraft, okay? And number two, I love animating. I want to animate something that no one would dare animate. And believe me, Minecraft isn't just for kids, it's also for adults. And because I'm the most offensive Minecraft animator on YouTube, I thought that that was just the perfect thing to do. Hey everyone, we did it. Thank you so much. I stayed up. It's like 3 o'clock my time. Thank you so much for 1 million subscribers. This is amazing. It just amazes me that my animations would even do this. I remember back in 2012 when I started doing these animations, and here we are, baby, in 2016, and we made it to 1 million subscribers. Thank you so much.
What is going on, guys? I am a famous YouTuber, and I don't say that because I want to pull out the God card and say that I'm godly for being famous on YouTube. But I want to let you guys know that I am famous, and I have generated over 1 billion views.
As a reminder, this video was actually shown in court to multiple people. Prior to 2016, the official FuturisticHub Twitter bio read,
Named this, I am FuturisticHub or Hub, 3D animator on YouTube channel FuturisticHub.com. 750,000 plus subs. CEO of VideoGamesYT.com.
After that, it read,
I am FuturisticHub or Hub. I do Minecraft/gaming animations. They are weird. Come on and visit. 870,000 plus subs. Also CEO of VideoGamesYT.com.
In April of 2016, he appeared on Drama Train podcast with I Must Destroy All, Captain Manatee, and Queenie. He also spoke about Repzian's video accusing Brian making threats towards Repzian's nephew. He also talked about FuturisticHub.
But before we go any further, I want everyone to know something. The whole feud in the past was me hardcore trolling. I was trying to stay relevant so I can continue making some money, because at that time I was actually trying to make ends meet. I had no job, I had no way to work, and so I held on to that LifeInATent troll, that persona, even outside the goggles. I tried doing that with the whole speak up bro, or say or not to say, I think if I remember correctly. So, you know, all the threats that I made, I don't do them anymore. It's funny that somebody said that I still do, but the people that say that are people that don't get uploaded to my 3 million subscribed channel. And it really upsets me that people are picking on me when I say no, when I don't want them on my channel. But when I went to Baltimore and I landed, this was actually, I had court on Friday, and then I took off and I landed in Baltimore late at night. And so I didn't get an April Fool's joke in. I didn't even get to have fun with my buddies on Twitter. And so I end up saying porn on the channel because I'm known as a porn director from many people. A Minecraft porn director, actually. And that's my meme that I have. A lot of people are making fun of my meme, and which is fine, that's okay. The funny thing is, though, I will never, ever, ever be able to make a video addressing the situation. I'll never want to make a video about anything. Even the whole VideoGames lawsuit, the only thing I can do is just comment via Twitter, but not even on any of my channels could I even make a comment. And the reason why is because they're not designed for that. I've got video games, which is designed for gaming content. And I've got the other channel where I'm trying to entertain children with animations.
In June of 2016, Panthers Gamer, aka Balin, made a video talking about his own experience with Brian and addressed him as FuturisticHub. In private messages, the account owner identifies themselves as Brian and never corrects Balin that he has no ties with FuturisticHub.
During the course of Moss v. Princip, there were a few different documents that implied Brian owned or had operations in FuturisticHub. In document 62, which is Zack James' affidavit, Zack wrote that he had visited Brian's Twitter account, which was listed as FuturisticHub, and found this classic tweet. At FuturisticHub, the extreme will always be set straight, and that is a promise. VG directors, send me porn for submission to the channel. Brian called the tweet an April Fool's joke, which was meant to go on to the video game's Twitter, which he later tried to explain on the Drama Train podcast, as well as in court in 2022. However, considering he was in the process of losing a $20 million judgment, most people assumed it wasn't a practical joke. On document 125, which is a requested turnover order and appointment of receiver, Ty Moss and Brandon Keating requested any information regarding FuturisticHub and TopTrends, as well as identifying and managerial information. In document 148, Mazen Sabady wrote that Brian technically doesn't own the channel, something he's discussed in later years as well. Mr. Sabady also wrote that Brian, quote, animates some of the characters on there and does some of the voices. According to this document, filed with Brian's acknowledgement, Chrissy had a contract with the Style Hall Network for FuturisticHub. On an attached document is Brian's declaration, where he wrote, quote, I am still sometimes referred to as FuturisticHub online by people simply because I animate and voice the characters for the children who watch the content. I also animate for other Minecraft channels. Later in the document, Brian claims that Chrissy actually created the YouTube channel and had contracts with the Style Hall Network. Quote, My wife, Chrissy, at one point was hired by Style Hall to sign into the network through a channel she created in 2012, and that channel is the Futuristic Hub channel. She has contracts that bear her signature and initials of this to back my valid claim. This document was signed on February 17, 2017. A few years before Holly first appeared in the public light.
In 2019, an account crowning themselves as Futuristic Hub joined YouTube legend Kiss Discord server and introduced themselves. The same Discord account would later become CraftTastic Media's Discord account. Brian later explained in private messages to our director that he sold the Discord account to his brother Kevin and he would start using it. As we already know, Holly had an early presence on the internet, but she actually had her own YouTube channel. While it's still debated to this day whether she created Futuristic Hub or not, it is a fact that Wildcraft was her own channel before. Holly showed interest in animations, and hosted her own animations, as well as giving videos on the channel. Holly's username used to be WildHorsesMC, and when you visit that username on YouTube on the Wayback Machine, it lists a Wild Gaming YouTube channel. In Wildcraft's and Wild Hub social media, there's also numerous instances of Holly referring to the Futuristic Hub as a separate channel, a friend.
On January 6, 2026, the ex-Futuristic Hub Twitter account made a post claiming that Holly had no plans on returning, and that Brian would be taking over the brand with her permission. However, on January 14th, after getting into a slap fight with a user named Real Hair of Dog, the account claimed that Kevin never posted from that account, and that Holly was instead tweeting the whole time, and that she owned the brand and always has. This was said after Holly had left in November and allegedly had no plans of returning. Finally, on December 29, 2025, the CraftTastic Media YouTube channel made a post saying that the author had suffered a stroke around Christmas and CraftTastic would be behind in regular production time by a week. This is disheartening, and hopefully the person will never have to suffer a stroke again. But on December 26th, Brian had posted to his private Facebook account and told friends and family that he had suffered a stroke, as well as a T5 spinal injury and low blood pressure. Viewers have suspected that because of this, Brian may be the owner or manager for CraftTastic Media, as well as Futuristic Hub. So, in conclusion, Brian Martin definitely has ties to Futuristic Hub, even if certain people say otherwise.
It's very likely that, despite the nice comments made to me, Brian will attempt to get this video taken down. Throughout this whole thing, a few of us have been in contact with him, and he's expressed mixed opinions on the documentary, but he said that he'll stop with the threats. Considering that he's tried many times to silence his critics in the past, sometimes succeeding, I really wouldn't put it past him to change his mind. What lies ahead is unknown, and this story is far from over. There are some things that I've heard, but I can't yet express, though we'll keep you updated. If I had to give my thoughts on the matter, I'd bet good money that things won't get better for anyone from here on out. And my involvement in this story is permanently etched, as I'd consider myself a similar case to many of the other commentary creators in the story. As of writing this, the bankruptcy case is not over, and a trial isn't even scheduled yet. I'll be placing my bets that this will end a different way, but that's neither here nor there. Brian is still fighting for his financial freedom in court, and it's still to be decided if he'll truly have to pay that full $20 million or not. In spite of his messages to me, he still continues to threaten anybody that gets in his way and doesn't seem to be backing down. Kevin continues to struggle, not with legal matters, but with something a bit more personal. Addiction is a bitch to get through, and my heart is really with him. Otherwise, he continues to operate his weather businesses and is keeping the nation updated in his own way. Holly left the US to live with her dad for a few months last year, but has since returned. She's allegedly trying to distance herself from the Futuristic Hub brand in any way possible, allegedly, according to her. In her husband's words, quote, "The marriage is crumbling. Brandon and Ty are still pursuing enforcement of their judgment in the adversary proceeding. They're also still receiving regular messages and threats from Brian and his, quote, allies, whether that's on the CraftTastic account or another form. Chrissy has moved on, thankfully. She lives with her partner, far away from her ex-husband, and lives a mostly drama-free life as a at a store. And Marko, is largely absent. He's appeared in bankruptcy proceedings for his former partner, but he hasn't spoken publicly in years. His whereabouts are unknown. If it hasn't been entirely clear, I'll say it right now. This documentary was never about inciting a mob or making accusatory statements. There is no clean report on Brian's history up until now. Everybody seems to tell this campfire story in a different way, some more crudely than others. So we tried. Hopefully there won't be many disagreements about what this movie contains, but you already know what I think about that. This story is still unfolding, and whether it ends in accountability, resolution, or an explosion will be decided long after the credits roll.
Humiliating defeat.